Hello, PUBG Esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS 1. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS 2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS 2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Taego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only 1 team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS 2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS 1 and PGS 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS 2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Goes for the spray, gets some damage up, spots in another one, and the one uses to go down.
Here we go. Into it. Your 2021 PGS champion.
Looks at a similar scope and how in the world?
Your PGS 1 champion.
Nice swipe and good circle position for him. So few options to work with, but he hits Capitan. That's going to open
So
back.
a little bit of a spray here
He's gonna try to make some close. There it goes down and out.
from friendly fire, but now they may potentially lose Volcano. Very good push.但是这个是一颗雷。
他其实现在唯一机会就是打那种，你看像现在的一个扣连打上来了，扣连。
张德胜的出枪，但还是被抽奖。但是
Personal getting the sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. And Doozy a bit too far on the second one.
Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys. The red killer with the P9 outside of all of these fights going on. Okay, how's this gonna go? Usually not done against the barrel. Come out big time.
이하는 계속 결정적인 전략에서 뛰고 있습니다. 자, 그래서 데미지 들어갑니다. 야!
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious. Yeah.
Welcome to Update 25.1, where we introduce a powerful new armament, new desert gales that will reshape your strategies on the harsh landscape of Miramar, and an iconic collaboration that's sure to turn heads. Let's get right to it. First, get ready for a seismic shift in your arsenal with the Dragunov, a formidable DMR that's tough to handle but hits like a freight train. This 7.62mm powerhouse, available as a world spawn in both normal and ranked, not only provides a gameplay balancing between high risks and high rewards, but also heralds a chance-based high damage system. For a comprehensive rundown, don't forget to visit the patch notes. Up next, we have the Miramar sub-update. Discover Bertona, a new territory with opportunities for exploration and looting. Watch out though, the familiar red zone is now replaced with a unique sandstorm that sweeps the battlegrounds. This isn't your ordinary storm. It inflicts damage, obscures your vision, slows your pace, and wreaks havoc on your electronic gear. If you're craving more agility, we're also deploying the zip lines. Utilize the zip lines for swift, strategic traversing between islands and bridges. Plus, we've modified some locations, cut back unnecessary areas, and much more. But wait, that's not all. The Crafter Pass returns, featuring an ultra-luxury collaboration with the iconic sports car brand, Aston Martin. Blaze across the battlegrounds embodying style, luxury, performance, and exclusivity. Want to know how to obtain these iconic skins? Check out the upcoming Aston Martin announcement for all the details. We have heaps more in store for you this update, including a brand new Team Deathmatch map, the Boardwalk, and more.
Be sure to read the patch notes for a comprehensive rundown of all the new updates. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome, one and all. It is time for the pre-show as we get ready to kick off PGS 2 here from beautiful Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. My name is Taviz. I'm joined by Avenger to break down the pre-report of what's to come. But let's get right into it. We're here. There's a big prize pool. A lot of teams have had to earn their way here. This is sort of where the rubber meets the road, though.
Yeah, for sure. Super excited to be here. Big festival. Of course, I had the pleasure of being here last year. And now we're here. $2 million. And 24 fantastic teams trying to get it.
Absolutely. And they got a lot to work against. They got a lot working against them. A lot of teams looking to make that push to get to PGC, to get those PGS points, of course, and to put a little more cash in their pockets. But there's other challenges they're going to be facing. And that's what I want to talk about during our pre-show. Things have changed. You know, if you've been watching PUBG with us for the last 6 years, you're used to a very specific map lineup, items, guns, things like that. But it is a totally different landscape now, isn't it, Martin?
Yeah, it is. A lot of changes coming in, of course, and it's going to change the meta quite a bit, and we're going to see some crazy things. I'm super excited for the Mortar and the Panzerfaust, of course. And most of the players that I've been talking to, they're like, what do you think is going to be most crazy?
Yeah.
And I'm like, Panzerfaust probably.
Absolutely. Panzerfaust's unique, though, because you take some damage to your own team if you use it at the wrong time. Toby tells me he thinks Panzerfaust jousting in cars is going to be a big deal. Do you think we're going to see a ton of Panzerfaust on day one?
I mean, I'm just excited for the prospect of one guy getting 4 kills and, you know, a full car of 4 guys, and it's just one Panzerfaust kills, right? That's the thing that we're looking for. But yeah, it has a huge impact.
Yep.
More so in the like kind of mid to late game, where you can have some of these lineups that potentially could be going into these dips and these divots that the players quite often play instead of playing the compounds. And you know, when you have quite known compounds, you're going to know exactly how far it is to these dips. The question is, have the teams kind of prepared that? Or are they taking it? The mortar is also something that you can take into the inventory quite easily, and the shell's only 20 capacity each.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at Wrangel in particular, you guys know those dips just outside of Yasnaya, if the circle's there, you know there's a team inside. Maybe the mortars change the way that's played.
For sure.
Now, something else that's coming in for the first time in a while is a brand new map, kind of like we had Sandhawk once upon a time. This is Tego. Tell me, what makes it different, Tego versus Sandhawk?
A huge difference, of course. There's a big river going through the middle. There's, you know, a slight chance of having that ending, and that could be hard, but there's more bridges, but also it's a bigger map. It's harder to traverse, and there's a lot of areas that the players are not as used to as other maps.
Absolutely. Also, I think things like the jammer packs, you got to remember those are back in the game. Ways that emergency pickups has been massive. Are there teams that you think have been using that more effective than others?
The slow playing teams are definitely going to be taking time looting it, trying to get it to kind of set up that strategy, and that's something that I'm excited to see.
I am very excited to see it. Guys, we are going to take a short break in just a second here, and when we come back, it is going to be time for the beginning of PGS2, when the teams have to make the hard choices. All of the challenges, they start right now. So guys, don't go anywhere. I cannot wait to get this thing started.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS 1. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS 2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS 2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Tego. Teams will be divided into 3 groups: Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS 2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS 1 and PGS 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS 2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Goes for the spray, gets some damage up, spots out another one, and the other one uses to go down. Here we go into it. Your 2021 PGS champion. Looks at a similar scope and how in the world? Your PGS 1 champion.
Nice swipe and good circle position.
So few options to work with, but he hits Capitan. That's gonna open back.
So a little bit of a spray here.
Gonna try to make some close there. It goes down and out
from friendly fire, but now they may potentially lose Volcano. Very good push. 龙同学上去，哇，接着下来了，是的。但是这个是有车雷。
他其实现在唯一机会就是打那种牛海壁上现在的一个火焰打上来了，寇德元。
张德胜的出枪，哇，但还是被抽奖。但是。
Personal getting sprays down, but Besto's doing a good enough job of that. And Doozy a bit too far on the second one.
Again, they don't have a whole lot to lose against these guys. The red Chilla with the P9. South side of all of these fights going on. Okay, how's this gonna go? Usually not done against the barrel. Come out big time.
계속 전정적인 전략에서 뛰고 있습니다. 데미지 들어갑니다.
Welcome back. It is time again for the Gamers 8 pre-show presented by Savvy Gamers Group. My name is Taviz. I'm joined again by Martin, or Avenger, as you know him at home, as we break down the pre-action report for what is setting up to be perhaps the most exciting event this year, or in the last couple of years, if you take into account how much new stuff is going on.
Yeah, there's so many changes coming into effect, both in meta, both like in balances and everything. Yeah. And a new map that we're on top of that adding in, which is going to be super exciting, of course.
Do you think this changes the status quo? There's been teams in PUBG who have been on top for a long time, and things haven't changed, not new maps, a lot of the same sort of meta. Does this signal a massive shift that maybe is an open door for some of these young guns?
I feel more like this year is very much in a case where you see so many teams kind of coming in and out of the PGS 1, 2, and going into PGC, and you're not going to be like, okay, we have Pachinki Picardo forever. You're going to be contested by these new teams, want to make a name for themselves. themselves, right? And then on top of that, we have our meta changes. We have our changes to guns that being balanced, emergency pickup, all these things that being added on top of it is obviously a huge thing. Gonna be super exciting to watch, but there's so many things to take into consideration still.
And a lot of these things, the teams got to see them in competitive play regionally.
Right.
But this is the first time those are going to see how other regions are using it. And we saw that even in the North American and Latin American qualifiers. The Latin American teams seem to be using emergency pickups significantly different than North American teams. Now, where are you going to see all this happen? Throughout the next 2 weeks. Guys, we are starting now. Group stages today, 3 days of that. Then we move to the winners bracket, the losers bracket afterwards, and then a nice little day off for the players to sort of catch their breath. And then it's all about the grand finals where that massive prize pool is going to get awarded.
Yeah, huge prize pool, of course, and also PGS points. There's so much in the line. But yeah, of course, starting today, group stage, the prize pool here is $2 million and it's $600,000 for first place office.
And the drop off to second, $260K. I mean, still a nice sum. I'm not mad about it. But that is going to have an impetus for some of these teams to really maybe take some risks to put that much bigger check in their pocket, as well as the amount of points they're going to get for PGS.
I also love that we have a change for every single placement.
That's true.
You do better, you get more.
And just for showing up, you still get that 20,000 because you had to go through those qualifiers to get here in the first place. Let's take a look at the format, explain it to you very quickly. It's pretty simple. We're going to play group stages. A, B, and C are going to hit each other in sort of a round robin. Each team gets to play 12 games, where the top 16 will go to the winners bracket. The bottom 8 start that losers bracket process. And then from winners, top 8 will go on to the grand finals. The bottom 8 will have to fight the survivors.
Join the other losers.
To join the other losers, the super losers, to get their chance to go to the grand final, where the big 16 will play for the big money.
Yeah, and obviously we've had this double elimination for a long time, and it's really good to see that you have this double chance here. The teams that we're playing here, though, we have our global partner team, Soffies. Who are you most excited to watch?
I mean, I'm excited to watch all of the global partner teams. I want to see some of them step up. I think that they are more comfortable than they were maybe at PGS1, but there's also some new names that are sort of popping up over in those regional seats that we haven't gotten to see as much from before, as well as teams that have gotten some new signings, some new players. It felt like after PGS1, teams knew they had to shuffle, and they did it.
Yeah, hey, of course, if you don't do well enough, you're going to have to either step up, grind more, or you're going to have to make a change. New faces here, the first time we see them here at PGS, of course, and it's good to see. We have some names that have a lot of experience, but also, you know, Falcons, formerly known as Fiumba.
I'm hyped about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Which new face are you most excited to watch?
I think here in this list here, Question Mark is a team that I think with the experience that they have, they could come in and step up, of course. Tai Lu, also Shen, Wonder Boy, he could definitely a prodigy coming in, and let's see what they're able to do.
And I think you touched on it there. I'm excited to see what the Falcons can do. They came out of Latin America. They reformed a roster from back in 2021 that did so well at PGC 12th place. Can they put it together? They said they have some personality conflicts. It still exists, but they know how to play through them. So I want to see if they can show up here today as Group A and B will face off in the first bracket.
And also they have Silson, one of the most achieved players through PUBG. One of the guys that have been to most internationals. So it's really exciting to have these guys here.
Let's take a look at the road to PGC, because that's what it's all about, getting to the big show. Now, we see PGS points 1 and 2. Explain this to me and why this is such an important week.
Of course, here we had PGS 1, we had points to give here. We have the top 4, the best teams with the most PGS points. They're going to be going straight to PGC, no matter what they are in their regionals. That means that they could potentially get another spot for their home region if they're already doing well, right? So here, PGS 2, we have even more points to give. First place is 300 points, guaranteeing you to go to PGC at the end of the year.
So if you're a fan, and so your team from your region didn't make it to this event, you should be cheering for someone from your region, because that opens the door for your favorite team to get to go through. Here's the standings right now on the road to PGC. PGS points for 17, looking good at 200, but it's a little open. It seems like whoever gets first has a good shot at getting that bid.
That's looking really good for, of course, the winner, no matter what going. Danawa's looking good here. Twisted Minds, 17 is here. They're here to defend, but they have 200 points already. They are already going to PGC through those 200 points, unless something absolutely crazy happens. Like, it can't really happen here. But the power ranking here, we have 4M at the top.
Yep. And here's my question about the power rankings. Will they stand true? I guess this is based a little bit on their regional play. So some of that could be wonky, but 4AM looking very good. The roster feels like it's strong right now. Right below that, Twisted Minds and LG, a team that I think was not happy with their performance at PGS1 when it came to the grand finals. Yeah. Looking for a chance of redemption.
They were insane in the winners bracket in the group stage, though. So that's what I'm really looking for them to kind of hope to see them replicate here because I know they're capable of it.
I'll just out it now. Their players got sick in the finals and they weren't feeling well. So hopefully this is a chance to make a comeback. Now, power rankings, again, this is up in the air because I myself am a bit confused. Axleft comes in first place, but when you do that stat comparison over there against, say, Soul, who has just been on fire for Donowa, I expect this to shift.
And also Kickstarter, you know, 2 average kills, 376, but it's multiple things, survival time, wins, all these things to kind of take into consideration. But yeah, it's looking really good. These guys are looking super strong, and all these teams here and all these players on this list here, they're gonna be heavyweights.
If you need inspiration for your fantasy team, you have a couple of minutes left to put those picks in. These are guys who are great anchors, whichever one you pick to run your team. Now, Gamers 8 Club Awards ranking. This is unique to the Gamers 8 event. Explain this to me, please.
Obviously, we're at a festival here, 8 weeks long, many tournaments going on, different games. But if you're able to have, from the same organization, have a top 8 placement in multiple games, they are awarding $5 million extra spread out across this. So this is the tier list right now, but you need to be top 8 in 2 different games.
Gotcha.
So here we have, of course, some representation. If you look at the list that is also playing, Twisted Minds, Team Falcons, it's looking really good for them. FaceClan, of course, already in there. So if you're able to grab a top 8 in this tournament here, it's pretty hard though in this tournament. We have 24 good teams. You have to wing it all the way to the grand finals. So, but if they are, they're in the running for another $5 million.
To make it there, you got to make the journey, and every journey starts with a step. The first step is going to be in the beautiful deserts, the dusty dunes of Miramar, to kick us off. We'll have 2 rounds there, and then it happens, Martin. Tego, the new map, an international play for the first time.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see. First of all, where are the drops going to happen? Are we going to have contests? And all these things are going to be super crazy to see. I'm excited to see the Tego, of course, but we have 12 games. It's only 2 times. You have to have your kind of backbone in your Miramars, in your angles to make sure everything is going on.
But it seems like players are approaching Tego differently than they did Sandhawk. Sandhawk almost felt like they were let's just go crazy. They seem very strategic with how they're treating Tego.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, there's, you have your slow playing teams that's going to be going into some of these loot areas that have a lot of loot. Try to get all those emergency pickups. Try to get as much crazy gear that they can. And also, rotations are quite comfortable on Tego. There's some open spaces that you can kind of traverse, but not all the teams and players are as comfortable on Tego as they are on the other maps. There's still going to be times here where players are going to be like, oh, this is a new spot I didn't know about. I didn't expect to be able to play here. I'm going to remember that, and they're potentially going to be able to have some good games from those new areas.
It does. It seems like the sight lines are interesting, a little bit of a difference there. A good place is to sort of hide your whole team. The dips, I like the way that they design them, and the players seem to like it too. We've also seen things like blue zone grenades that used to be just in Tego when you talk about comp play. In the regionals are now available everywhere. So that is sort of that branch out of teams are expected to adjust throughout this entire event in very, very different ways. Is there a team that you've been watching that you're like, these guys have really been adjusting maybe better than anyone else we've seen, or you expect them to utilize the new items?
There's definitely a case where you can go in and say utility is the new king of mid to late game, and if you're able to stack Molotovs and blue zone grenades, all these things here, there's teams that are strategic about it. Now, how are they going to play it out in internationals? They're definitely going to be having a focus on where are we in the map. They're trying to have play chess, be two moves ahead of everyone, but kind of for my worry and what we've been seeing at other internationals throughout the years is we have a lot of teams that start slow, play edge. So the teams that are going to do really well here in the group stage are going to be the teams that have a heavy focus on getting in, kind of not loot as long as everyone else, try to get into some of those center positions early on.
All right, so we got a couple of minutes or seconds left before we actually jump into this thing. The players are getting ready so we can get to meet them. I want to go over some of those changes. We talked about it at the pre-show.
Right.
But for those who are just tuning in, there's a lot. So in about 30 seconds, give me the short take on what we need to be watching for that's new.
Of course, all the new utility, emergency pickup, Tego is going to be crazy. And, there's some gun balances. We're going to see some new guns we're not used to.
P90.
Potentially, we're going to potentially see some, snipers going on. I was hoping to see some bolt action throughout.
Absolutely.
Let's see if that's happening.
Panzerfrost, mortars, blue zone grenades, jammer packs, emergency pickups, a new map, a crazy amount of rotation. Remember, you can stash stuff in cars. We didn't talk about that at PGS 1, but it's still going. Guys, it's crazy, and it's only get crazier. Let's go over to Banks and Sandstorm to kick this thing off.
Cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. I push that way to get that dough, but I don't break cause I told y'all. All you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race.
Riyadh, I have one question for you. Are you ready? My name is Banks and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host Sandstorm, and we are here to bring you unforgettable esports action powered by Gamers 8. And yes, that means we are finally set to kick off the PUBG Global Series 2, co-hosted by Crafton and VSPO.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا من قلب المملكة العربية السعودية في بوليفارد الرياض أرض الأبطال. أنا معاكم في التقديم داوود ساندستورم داوود، وموجود معي في المسرح التاريخي بارني بانكس. رجعنا لكم مرة ثانية لنستكمل الأحداث التاريخية في جيمرز 8، وأخيرا إجا الوقت لنبدأ المرحلة الثانية من السلسلة العالمية لببجي، الببجي جلوبال سيريز 2 تحت رعاية كرافتون وفي اس بي او.
24 teams have fought their way through their regional qualifier to make it to this point. And over the next 11 days of competition, we will bear witness to the best PUBG players across the world as they fight for pride, for glory, and of course, $2 million.
المنافسة شرسة، لكن أعزائي المشاهدين أفضل 16 فريق في العالم اتأهلوا معنا من خلال التصفيات الإقليمية لينضموا للثمان فرق الشريكة العالمية ليوصلوا للمرحلة الأخيرة من الببجي جلوبال سيريز 2. ومن خلال ال 11 يوم الجاية حنشوف أقوى لاعبين ببجي في العالم عم بتنافسوا معنا على البطولة وعلى اللقب، وحنشوف مين يا ترى حيكون هذا البطل ومين حيطلع بجائزة $2 مليون.
And so, if you're at home or if you're here in the Gamers 8 arena, please join us in welcoming your PGS 2 teams to the main stage, starting with our qualifiers.
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين والحاضرين معنا، رحبوا معي بالفرق المتأهلة من التصفيات الإقليمية للبطولة العالمية الببجي جلوبال سيريز 2.
Kicking things off in the region of the Americas and qualifying first in their region. Make some noise for Team Falcons.
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين رحبوا معنا بالفريق المتأهل بالمركز الأول من التصفيات الإقليمية الأمريكية، تيم فالكونز.
Next up, qualifying third in their region and looking to make a statement here. Make some noise for Friendly Fire.
والآن الفريق المتأهل من المركز الثالث من البطولات الإقليمية الأمريكية، رحبوا معي على المسرح فريق فريندلي فاير.
Another dominant team in their region. But how does that translate to the global stage? Everybody, please welcome Luminosity Gaming.
والآن متأهل بالمركز الثاني من الإقليم الأمريكي، رحبوا معي في المسرح التاريخي أعزائي المشاهدين والحاضرين فريق Luminosity Gaming.
And now, moving into the region of APAC, all the way from Vietnam, it's Cerberus Esports.
والآن ننتقل إلى الإقليم الآسيوي والمحيط الهادئ، متأهل بالمركز الرابع وممثل لفيتنام، رحبوا معي في المسرح Cerberus Esports.
Now it is time to welcome to the stage your first place qualifier from APAC. It is Day Trade Gaming.
والآن أبطال الإقليم الآسيوي والممثل التايلندي، رحبوا معي في المسرح فريق Day Trade Gaming.
Looking to make an impact on the PGS 2 main stage, please welcome E Arena.
الممثل الثالث من الإقليم الآسيوي، والآن متواجد معنا في مسرح جيمرز 8، رحبوا معي بفريق E Arena.
Moving on over to the qualifier that placed second in their region, it is Forest Gaming.
والآن صاحب المركز الثاني من التصفيات الإقليمية الآسيوية. رحبوا معي بفريق فورست جيمنج.
Stepping out onto the main stage and claiming third place in their qualifier all the way from Thailand, Teraton 5.
والآن صاحب المركز الثالث متواجد معنا في المسرح التاريخي. أعزائي المشاهدين والحاضرين رحبوا معي بفريق تيراتون 5.
Making their way to the main stage, this clearly is an opportunity for this team to make a splash in PUBG Esports. It is the Expendables.
والآن أعزائي الحاضرين والشاهدين والمتواجدين معنا في بوليفارد الرياض أصحاب المركز الخامس والممثل لبلاد فيتنام. رحبوا معي في المسرح فريق The Expendables.
Moving over to the region of China, please welcome to the main stage and make some noise for DD Team.
والآن ننتقل إلى الإقليم الصيني ورحبوا معي بفريق صاحب المركز الرابع في التصفيات DD Team.
Next up, stepping onto the main stage. Give it up and make some noise for Tai Lu.
والآن متواجد معنا في المسرح وصاحب المركز الثالث في التصفيات الصينية. أعزائي المشاهدين رحبوا معي بفريق تاي لو.
Now, moving over to our qualified teams from EMEA and qualifying in second place to this competition, question mark.
والآن ننتقل إلى إقليم أوروبا والشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا. رحبوا معي بصاحب المركز الثاني في التصفيات فريق question mark.
Next up, your qualified team in third place from the region. It is Sarven Esports.
والآن متواجد معنا في المسرح الممثل التركي وصاحب المركز الثالث في التصفيات. رحبوا معي بفريق سارفام Esports.
And finally, qualifying from South Korea, kicking things off, Danawa Esports.
واخيرا ننتقل الى اقليم كوريا الجنوبيه صاحب المركز الاول في التصفيات. رحبوا معي بفريق دانوا اي سبورتس.
Stepping out onto the stage, looking to make an impact in this competition and qualifying in third place from their region, D+ Kia.
والآن الفريق المتأهل بالمركز الثالث من تصفيات كوريا الجنوبية. رحبوا معي في المسرح أعزائي الحاضرين والشاهدين فريق D+ Kia.
Qualifying in fourth place from their region and looking to start strong in this competition, If You Mine Game PT.
والآن أعزائي الحاضرين والشاهدين الفريق المتأهل بالمركز الرابع من تصفيات كوريا الجنوبية. رحبوا معي في المسرح فريق If You Mine Game PT.
And now it is time to welcome our 8 global partner teams to the main stage, kicking things off from the region of South Korea, Genji.
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين والحاضرين رحبوا معي بالفرق الشريكة العالمية ابتداء من إقليم كوريا الجنوبية وصاحب المركز الثاني في التصفيات جنجي.
From the region of EMEA, first things first, we have Navi.
وننتقل إلى إقليم أوروبا والشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا ونرحب بأول فريق ممثل للإقليم الأوروبي نافي.
Next up, please welcome to the stage your first qualifying team from the region. It is Twisted Minds.
والآن أعزائي الحاضرين والمشاهدين الفريق المتأهل بالمركز الأول وبطل الإقليم الأوروبي Twisted Minds.
And now our final EMEA team to step onto the stage. Make some noise in the Game is 8 arena for FaZe Clan.
والآن الفريق الثالث والأخير الممثل لريجن أوروبا والشرق الأوسط وأفريقيا. رحبوا معي في المسرح فريق FaZe Clan.
What a fantastic hard hat. Now, over to the Americas. Please, welcome to the main stage, Sonics.
والآن نرجع للإقليم الأمريكي ونرحب بالممثل للإقليم. أعزائي المشاهدين فريق سونيكس.
They're getting more and more creative, aren't they? Now, it is time to move into the region of China. First up, we've got Petrichor Road.
ونعود للإقليم الصيني ونرحب بأول فريق في المسرح فريق باتريكور رود.
Next to step onto the stage, you don't want to get on their bad side because it's 4 angry men.
والآن الممثل الثاني للإقليم الصيني من الفرق الشريكة العالمية. رحبوا معي في المسرح فريق 4 angry men.
And finally, your defending PGS 1 champions. You know them, you love them, make some noise. It's 17 Gaming.
والآن أعزائي الحاضرين والمشاهدين رحبوا معي بأبطال PGS 1 17 Gaming.
The players are prepped and ready. PGS 2 starts right here, right now. So without any further ado, let's go over to the desk so that they can break everything down before we dive into our first map of the day.
أعزائي الحاضرين والمشاهدين والمتابعين أخيرا حان الوقت لنبتدئ PGS 2 فهيا بنا إلى الاستوديو لنبتدئ مباراتنا الأولى.
And they will have themselves a championship. The spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
谁都不会料到 PGS 一开始的时候，我们贯彻坚定的信念来证明我们的实力，然后我们站在最顶峰，超越所有人的期望。
We literally dominated 17 Gaming on a bigger stage, the PGC. It will not be any different this time in Riyadh.
พวกเราต้องการพิสูจน์ให้ทุกคนเห็นว่าพวกเราสุดยอดกว่าที่คิดครับพวกเราทุกคนพร้อมแล้วพร้อมที่จะทำให้ทุกคนทึ่งกับการเล่นของพวกเรา
There should be no need for words. We'll show you through our gameplay.
Our play is exceptional, not like anyone else. Championship is ours anyway, so enjoy your trip and get home safely.
我们来是为了赢，来点有趣的比赛。
tournament, especially mine, is to redeem ourselves for our poor performance in PGS 1. We've all had sacrifices, whether it be time or health, and we're ready to win.
거진 한 3주가량 머릿속에 맴도는 거예요. 아쉬운 PGS 1이었고 성장통이라고 생각을 하고 있긴 해요. 과거가 중요하지 않은 걸 알지만서도 계속 얽매일 수밖에 없는 과정이었습니다. 이번만큼은 절대 빈손으로 돌아가지 않을 겁니다.
所有人都低估了我们的实力，但我们是以卫冕冠军的身份来到利雅得。
What is up, PUBG fans? We are here getting ready for the group stage, day number 1. I'm Matcham, joined by the one, the only Godspeed. And Godspeed, I gotta say, as America's casters, I'm slightly concerned. We've had 2 teams take casualties before we've even gotten in. Just in the walkthrough, we've already lost Tig and a couple members of Friendly Fire.
I think it was Sharp Shot as well, yeah. I think those entrances were absolutely fun. I love the Global Gym Purple Cobras, you know, a little shout out to that. That was really good. Tig obviously being carried by Mime, no surprise. But yeah, I really enjoyed what we saw there. And I seriously cannot wait to get this thing started, man.
I mean, apropos, we're starting on Miramar. We're over here right now in Riyadh. We've got ourselves set up with a lot of assistance here. We've got Honor that has been coming through helping us out with the new Magic 5 Pro, so we appreciate you guys so much for that.
Make sure you unleash the power of the magic. That's going to be highhonor.com. Make sure you check them out. And then, of course, we have other sponsors as well in Spotify, so big shout out to them. But this is going to be... this is going to be one of the best events, I think, especially with all the new changes coming. But again, Spotify.com, make sure you check them out. Have your playlist going, especially while you're watching this tournament, whatever hypes you up, because it's going to be hype.
Dude, that song coming in, I was astounded. Like, yeah. That was really, really good. Okay, before we get into the nitty-gritty of all the thick stuff that we know that we need to break down, because as the desk was talking about beforehand, we've got new map, we've got new utility that's going to be coming into play. All that considered, did you prefer James's hard hat or Dano's matching kicks?
I did like the matching kicks, but the hard hat kind of had me in stitches.
I need to know more about that. Like, why did that one end up happening?
You know, James is he's a special individual, but he's also a very talented individual, and that's another thing that I really wanted to talk about, especially coming, you know, from perspective playing in internationals before. The calm before the storm, basically right before you get into the game, it's the most anxious, at least for me it was, going into events. But once that server kicks off, especially on the LAN client, it's just a completely different beast. We'll start seeing that confidence coming from these players, and I think we're going to see some disgusting plays, especially because of the chaos that is caused from a group stage, right? We have the group stages, A and B playing today, C in the wings waiting for tomorrow, but there's just so many unknown variables, whether it be drops, obviously the new addition of the map in Tego, as well as all the new items such as blue zone grenades, the emergency pickups. I am so excited to just get this thing started. I'm just waiting for you to hit that start button, man.
I know. Look, we got a couple more things. I got the button right here. We'll get to it in a second, though. But I'm kind of egotistical, and I want to talk just a bit more about some of these other things as we're moving in, and follow up on something that you were talking about a moment ago, and that's the anxiety leading in. You know, like we often talk about LAN jitters and stuff like that. There's a lot of teams that are can sometimes be nervous, like specifically before that first game can be like a lot of anxiety that builds in and make for an awkward, specifically potential hot drop situation as we're going to be looking what's going through there.
Yeah.
But whenever we watched the entrances, there was a lot more play inside of it than usual, except for LG. I saw you, LG. You were just like walking out.
Oh, but, boys.
Everybody else was starting to be like, and more relaxed, if anything. And that makes me feel like we're seeing a lot of these teams start to find more groove, more comfort in LAN. And I think that that's going to lead in as we're going to see contested hot drops probably.
Yeah.
And so that means the fact at least coming in comfort-wise.
And that's the thing, like as you said, we are going to see probably some hot drops as well. That's what happens when you have a group stage with 24 teams, with some of the best teams in the world. Again, with all the new changes as well, there's going to be early contentions there. But again, as a former player, I will tell you that once you just get in the server and the match starts, especially in the tournament setting, and you at least get that first frag or that first knock, then the blood starts flowing, and then everything starts to kind of fade away, and you get that confidence. And that's what I want to see, which teams and which which players specifically are going to get that first and start to really get the ball rolling.
There are so many sub-factors that we're going to be looking at just off of establishment for locations in drop as we're going to be going through the group stage. You mentioned the fact that there is an entire tertiary group that's sitting back right now that's going to be watching. So if you are playing Twire, a reminder to everybody, you set up your team today, you're going to have to set it up again tomorrow because we're going to be cycling out players as we're going to be moving through this. But that also does mean the fact that you need to be setting the pace, getting everything prepared and localized, not just for the group stage, but for the potential groups that are going to be coming after that, and hopefully not being in the loser's bracket.
And that could be, I mean, for some players it's an advantage, for some players it's a detriment. They just want to get in and start early. But those players that actually do like to wait and kind of see the chaos and watch exactly what happens on day one, they can then formulate maybe, okay, this rotation might not be good against Group A, or this rotation may be really great against Group B, or this drop is going to be contested, and that does actually affect, you know, the way they come into the day of play.
And that's just going to be exacerbated by the fact that we've got ourselves Tego that's going to be coming in. And that's going to be our third map, so we're going Miramar, Tego, and then Erangel to kick everything out. But whenever we talk about, okay, we've got a ton of teams, different groups that are going to be cycling in, drops specifically like you're talking about, whenever the coaches, analysts are working with the players and saying, okay, this team likes to rotate here and do this and everything else like that. There are so many variables at this stage. It means the fact that things are going to be a little bit more chaotic, which everybody knows I'm all about. I mean, that's what I love about PUBG.
Yeah, we absolutely do love the chaos. And you were kind of speaking about it earlier. You a little worried about Americas. I will say, don't forget, PGS 1, LG, and Sonics did amazing in the group stages. Not so much after that, but I am very confident, especially as we look at a team like Falcons, right? We know what they did in the qualifiers, coming in first place, kind of, I wouldn't say sneaking up the top, but they definitely did make that run towards the end, and they had an incredible run. And even talking to them yesterday, right, when we went up to the stage, they were very confident and very excited to just get the games going.
And I gotta say, speaking of the games going, let's go ahead and get everything shifted in. We're going over to game number 1 on Miramar to kick off everything, and stage lighting up. We're going to be popping off and moving in. I know that there's going to be a lot of eyes drawn to different regions, different teams, but specifically, I want to point out going into this, the conversations around 17 and 4 angry men. I know that there's going to be a lot of fantasy, a lot of points picked onto these teams. I'm very curious on how we're going to see this evolve out. Specifically, as you were talking about the, I guess, less happy or less angry 4 angry men.
Yeah, as we were watching 4 angry men come out, because remember, that is now half of the championship winning team of New Happy, right? And so HSMM and Xiaopian are now on that team, and they looked kind of like 4 somewhat happy men.
I guess it's balancing out, right? Yeah, you're 50% New Happy and then 50% still old and angry, so at least now they're starting to get some therapy and starting to work it all out. As playing path's going to be coming pretty friendly for everybody. We should be a decent idea on how most of these drops are going to be coming into play. So we're going to be coming in right off of Tyloo, and I know a lot of people talking about Shen.
This Malaysian superstar, this young gun he's probably on every fantasy roster. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, he's on mine as well, and he is just an absolute machine on that team of Tyloo.
And speaking of, we're hitting all of the conversation points right now. We got ourselves a little ghost that we saw just a second ago. Na'Vi, I know also a lot of eyes drawn towards it. They're going to be landing around that Minas graveyard area. As we are seeing the push come out into the west, it looks like we've got maybe a touch of Twisted Minds DK that might be bumping into each other for a vehicle, but no, it looks like they're going to go ahead and get the inside route on that with DK, and that's going to force the one member, I think it's Perfectix, out and kind of back down south.
And so far, yeah, we've obviously been watching what's been happening in scrims, which really isn't an indicator of what's going to happen in game, but no hot drops here. We see, look at this circle, circled right around, centered right around El Azahar. And that is going to be very interesting, considering none of these teams are really in the circle, but really I'm looking at that road in the middle, that ravine. We talk about it all the time. It's a very difficult place to play.
Death Star Trench coming out the west side of Azahar kind of makes for its own massive demarcation area, right? Because if you're either going to be playing the north or the south of that, but with as much of the circle still being the east, you have some very interesting pathings in that Badlands area that's going to be kind of close to Junkyard, or you can kind of cut up along that very far east against the wall and get over there next to, like, the electrical towers and stuff like that and get some good pathing.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see which teams are actually going to go for a more northern rotation. Obviously, Sarvem will be all the way up there at Bronco Blanca, and they can potentially rotate in, but Petrichor is going to be right behind them as well. And so, as we see, Theraton, they actually have a pretty good position here to maybe hold out some rotations. I doubt they'll kind of do that as they're pretty spread out, but overall, yeah, this is going to be an interesting circle. Most teams will opt to probably rotate in on the north or either come in on the south.
Just like in business and PUBG, location, 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 as we are going to have GP and FaZe already inside the circle with a smidgen of Na'Vi down in Southwest. But with this, Corexi already doing a good job of getting control over the northern part of Death Star Trenches. We're going to be looking at that. Na'Vi also has a couple of their members, because you can see that Minas Generalis is technically inside the circle, but it's right along that cusp position there. So we also know the fact that they're probably not going to stay there for too long, is a lot of our early movements coming out. And yeah, you can see Corexi already getting a very strong position in the circle.
Yeah, and Corexi is going to try to hold that as long as possible. That is going to be a nice little town and a dip there just north of the trench you're talking about. And so I'm sure FaZe is going to consolidate as soon as possible there. We also see Game PT actually with a really nice position there to the north of El Azahar. They can actually hold that and cut off a lot of rotations that would be coming in from the north. So I would love to see them try to employ that and just get those early points, right? Group stage, you want to get as many points as possible. Make sure that you're making it at least in that top 8.
As we're looking at this, there's a lot of different ways that you can try to opt into playing it. The general north-south locations that we were talking about a second ago, but later rotators are also probably going to be coming in directly into the trench and playing some of those low area compounds. If you do commit into the lower area of the trench itself, you're not going to get a lot of kills, but it can kind of get you into some safety positions into the later game, provided you can get out. That's always the problem whenever we look at this location, is it's going to be teams shooting across from each other on the north to the south side. Specifically, the south side also is more elevated, so has a smidgen more vision to look down on what's going to be going on.
Yeah, but the problem with that south side becomes, Matt, when the circle shifts off, then you have to get off of that hill. It becomes a big, oh, look at this, example, and Duck Juice right on top of each other, just on the other side. First shots, who's going to be the first knock of the event?
50% on both sides of it, looking through. Looks like Example feels he's got the vibe on this one, moving in. Dance around the rocks, hasn't spotted anything yet. Does it? Rock's going to eat a lot of it, but he still has some ammo to work with. 12 bullets. Is it going to be enough? And it looks like he's going to try to back down just a moment. Reinforcements coming in on both sides of it, but it's going to be mostly TE coming around, and it's going to be Example going down first.
And Duck Juice is going to find that first knock. Tanvu as well here to help. Uba in the background trying to desperately just put some cover fire on there, but Example is going to get flushed, and the first frag of the event has been seen.
While this has been going on, we also did have, it was a couple of rotations over into the east. We were talking about Shin just a moment ago. They've got some vision on what's going to be coming in, as well as 17 that are going to be backfilling into the position that Na'Vi just left. So it looks like the damage done, though. That's about all of the commit we're going to see. Just one kill, and with that, TE in first place right now.
Yeah, and you saw that Na'Vi wanted to support Example as much as possible. Uba just to the south, but you just got to cut your losses. And I was talking about that confidence. That's going to be huge for the Expendables. Getting the first frag of the event, having all 4 members up. That could have been a hairy situation, and now they're going to be able to rotate further in.
Yeah, TE also coming in, doing a pretty wide split across this road that's just going to be to the east of Minas itself. Potential trap locations that they could set up and spot out a couple of things as the rotation's coming through. TL also doing a bit of a split, as it does look like people are leaning into kind of that more southeastern area, and that's no surprise. This is just easier to navigate and rotate out of, as it does avoid majority of Death Star Trench. But the reason why we were so focused in that conversation, circles just go there. It's like a magnet.
Yeah.
It's always where our in-game ends up at, it feels like.
And when those circles do go there, again, it's so difficult because you have to, as an IGL, you have to choose which side you essentially want to gamble on, right? Because if it does shift to the other side, getting to the other side of that trench is hell. It's very difficult, and you generally do lose quite a few players en route. So we'll see if it does end up shifting there. Obviously, most of the team's still in. Petrichor still rotating in from the north, and then you even have Forest just going for a very, very long rotation there north of Oasis.
I mean, we also did see SRM come in from the north. While all this was going on, our Azahar team in GP did step out and also did manage to get a crate. I didn't spot out exactly what they managed to pick up, but we've seen the impacts of a couple of P90s going through the qualifiers to get through that. So
that gun is disgusting.
An early gun picking up. And again, I don't know if that's what they picked up yet. We'll have to see as we monitor through. Our teams on the outside are still what? Petrichor Road, we've got Forest doing their wraps like you were talking about. Twisted Mind in no rush. And then we kind of got a cluster around that Pozo Nuevo area.
Yeah, and then D plus Kia, I mean, they're rotating in late, but the latest team to this circle is either going to be Forest going all the way around Oasis, or you have Falcons, right? They're still very much on the west side of this, and they are just taking their sweet time. They will be able to rotate in on the south and find a good position there, but I do worry, especially if this shifts north, that they're going to have some trouble rotating in.
And this is a very important circle, specifically we're talking about emergency pickups. We've been talking a lot about the different locations and rotations and how they can be so difficult. An early game pickup could be massive to get you across what could be an absolute bloodbath if you have to make one of these more terrible rotations. Might be one of, we're seeing a lot of these teams play a bit more to the south as it is going to be serving, taking some shots and just getting territory control. Nothing crazy.
Yep, just to the north of the center of circle, they're just going to be, you know, peacocking a bit, just make sure everyone knows that they're here, and this is not a good target as far as a crash or any sort of rotation. And CC and Global Armor from Sarvi, you know, or Sarvum, excuse me. Oh, she's actually going to find a shot there, but yeah, they're in a good position. They just need to make sure they're not taking too much damage as Uba and the Expendables are still continuing this fight from earlier.
This is a very, I don't want to call it a fight because it's more just like, they're just kind of like walking up and like slapping one and then retreating back away, and then the other person like walks up. It's just a continual kind of disrespect moving between them, and I think that they might be done again for right now. We'll see if, well, nope, no, 777's now coming in, so who knows.
But that slap earlier from the Expendables was much bigger, as they did take out a member. They took out an example of all people from Na'Vi, an absolute beast of a player, and so they're still just very comfortable here to kind of harass, and they should be. Yeah, they're on the south side of this circle. There's really no one behind them except for a duo there of Tai Lu, and so they're really going to be able to kind of spread out and try to either get a knock on Uba or just take complete control of this side.
Uba can defend up in this position, but it looks like he is going to retreat back, and I think that's
I like this.
We do have 17 that's just to the west of this, so if he needed to get reinforced in the middle of the firefight, 17 could have moved forward, cut off those reinforcements. So just discretion, step in, and again, it's just a lot of just, I guess, banter between these two squads still.
Again, I really do like that consolidation there of Uba. Obviously, Mel and Alia were there to kind of monitor that and just make sure he can get out, because Expendables were eyeing that compound, definitely wanted to take it from them. And now they have a nice split there with the compound and 777 just to their south.
Coming in, we do have Petrichor Road that's going to be coming into the north. A couple of eyes are going to be drawn onto them. Outlier teams past that are just going to be Forest. We've got Cerberus that's going to be coming in, DK, as well as Falcons to the south.
Yep.
Teams that are known for rotating late, so no big concerns, and this is an early game still. And as most of our action has been in the southern Azahar area, as yes, Na'Vi and Expendables, that's where they've been at, but also where most of our just kind of hello bullets are coming out of, right? Like, hey, I'm here, don't crash this, it'll cost you something.
And we saw that from Sarvum, right? Just trying to take shots. And sometimes we see that with a solo player or a duo that's in a compound and a split, just to sound much more threatening than they really are, especially if it's solo. You hear one set of shots. We have seen teams try to take advantage of that. Look at this. Spyro actually, yeah, spotting that rotation there a little bit from Petrichor, but they're just going to go right by.
Directed follow-up.
Excuse me. That's Teraton, not Petrichor.
They're all so similar in color. We got all the blue teams stacking up over there into the north, as is wont to do. Let's see, coming in back behind this one, we did see most of the circle still stay on Azahar. So there is the potential of an Azahar finish, but highest likelihood we're going to be shifting into that southern hillside. So specifically Na'Vi and the Expendables, who were doing those skirmishes earlier, going to be rewarded for that. Our late rotators also going to still have some space to play along. But the teams that were playing closer to Death Star trenches, we can see right now, Four Angry Men, Theraton 5 over here. We also do have Twisted Minds and Batula and the rest of the crew that are going to be trying to path over here as well. It looks like they did manage to get about 200 to 300 meters away from the edge of the zone, so there's still some play room over there.
I really, really cannot stress how much I love this split coming out of 4 a.m. Having a duo in that trench, as you said, and then kind of betting a little bit in Azahar as well, just on the west side, that's going to be very strong if this circle shifts either north or south, or even just pulls away, because they'll have a really good foothold to rotate further in.
Let's see, Kia making the rotation in right now is it's getting a little bit clustered. They're going to be pathing between the two different sides of the 17-2-2 split. They've got themselves that dip. They can start to hear the firefights that are going to be going on. Navi's taking some pot shots into them as well, but it's still going to be a comfortable enough dip that they can stop into right now, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to be crashing along this angle at the time.
You say comfortable, and it is for now, but as soon as this circle shifts, look how central all these teams have already started to get as far as their rotations. Just betting on the south side, a lot of teams actually have kind of settled to the south of Al-Zahar. As Sarvum as well is going to be, I like this rotation actually coming from them. They've gone all the way to the east side, and they've now got themselves just below LG.
But it's happening the exact same time that LG is starting to expand their presence as Relo is starting to move into the south and could be kind of a gate-kept position depending on how we see this go. But looks like they might just be content to stop in here, just play right along the edge. Falcons also coming on along this path. Maybe we'll have to see how their approach vector is going to be coming in. Most of the other teams look like they're eyeing more to the north, which is kind of open except for T5, who left one of their members back and are presently harassing Cerberus on their approach.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Twisted. I really also like Twisted's position here. They're on the west side in that massive compound. They're going to see that it's pretty much open. There's a couple warehouses there, and they're actually going to have so much western control, which is going to give them a lot of confidence. And the last team you want to give confidence, I promise you, is Twisted Minds.
This is true. This is 100% true. Going back into this 4 a.m. split you were talking about a second ago, I love this because if this does come to Azahar, that line that they have with those two members are going to be so crucial in making sure to stop anybody that's going to be flooding down that hillside. While we're not getting an island circle, we could see if this goes Azahar, you know, if you see people ever get an island circle, it's running down that hillside just into an onslaught of bullets. We could see a smaller version of that if people need to make the push into Azahar from this angle.
And I can tell you from experience, fighting in Al Azahar is kind of a mess. There's obviously the roads that intersect there on the sides, but there's so many buildings that you have to clear, and then just getting to the north side, if that is where it ends, is a pain crossing that main road. We've seen teams get shredded in that approach multiple times, and so it's a tricky city to fight in.
Looks like we've got another crate that's also going to be dropping on, I believe, GP in their location. So already got one. Going to go ahead and pick up a second one, as now we are getting in skirmish range. You can see it is going to be Tyloo pretty close.
Oh, and it does center on Azahar. Oh, my. And as you said, and then we're talking about 4 a.m., it is a great position now. They're going to consolidate those last two members, and they're going to have a very strong position in the city, and everyone is scrambling now. The south side is going to be a mess, Matt.
The southwest is a death funnel. We've got 17 Gaming as well as FaZe. They're going to be pushing where DK's at. Na'Vi, remember TE, we saw them just a moment ago. Twisted Minds, Cerberus, all doing a long rotation up into the north. LG is going to be doing the same, hopping inside their vehicles. But remember, they had SRM next to them just a moment ago. They're going to get sight lines on each other in just 1 second. I mean, my eyes are still going to be drawn in as 4AM is actually abandoning that southern defensive line and is moving just directly in. We've got DK that's get vision on 17 Gaming and now taking a couple of pot shots, but this is in the safe zone, just right on the edge of it.
Yeah, for now it's in the safe zone, but all these teams are going to have to fight on the southwest side. 17, D plus Kia, Na'Vi, as well as it looks like, the Expendables, and now look who's finally joining us, Falcons.
Emergency airdrop coming into play. It is going to be TL that's trying to jump over Azahar. That's going to be the shots that you hear in distance. No! Longs gets hit by a long-range shot. He's already down and out. FaZe trying to defend this one up. Lost one, but looks like they should be able to get the other three into position.
I'll tell you what, though, losing one with that emergency pickup is not bad at all, and still keeping Shed alive is going to be huge. FaZe Clan coming off the south side of that, also trying to center up an Azahar so they don't have to deal with those major road crossings. And look, Falcons getting in a fight with the Expendables and a knock coming from Capitan.
Just directly pushing into this position. They want it. Remember, Expendables were kind of dealing with Na'Vi, so they were separated out, and that was exploited by the Falcons coming in. Capitan now gone down based off some nice shots onto this, but TE not wanting to stay in this position for too much longer as they do have some hesitation with Na'Vi. Na'Vi is playing for Circle, though, so separated out. Falcons providing some support, but you can see it's really just trying to shoo as many of these members as they can away, most notably Duck Juice, who's going to be playing into the west, as the rest of the Falcons are just trying to make a full-on approach and breach this building.
And they want to get this fight done as soon as possible because they don't want to be stuck on the edge with the next circled post. And as we saw, it was, I think, Emmy just worlds away as he was providing some overwatch here for his team, but Tanvu in such a good position to be a menace as he's kind of rotating around, and Delwyn as well just on the top side of that ridge.
I like this. Delwyn, I think, that moved into the north, spotted out what's going on with Na'Vi, realized the fact that they have some pathing to work with, so Tanvu doesn't have to make the commitment into defense. They can surrender it, stepping out. Yeah, see Delwyn taking those shots into Na'Vi right now, so good read on the circle, realizing how the rotations are coming in. Our Azahar teams presently are DK, Theraton 5, who I believe lost one inside their rotation coming in, 4 Angry Men, FaZe, and TL.
FaZe's position, the way they split that, the way they even got in was just very impressive, but as we see all these fights, how Twisted Minds caught in a fight now.
Ooh, right along this hillside, Nade's going to be prepped. Is it going to land on the outside of the rock? Good roll, come in, hit some damage. Oh! Nade takes him down. Twisted Mind starting to get in their vibe. They already lost Spiral in this position, but you can see Cerberus realizing that they need to play this a bit more aggressively if they want to try to defend up their teammates. Going in for a quick res, or a little bit of meds, but it looks like the res trying to come out on the opposite side. Perfectix reads it. He goes down. Follow-up's going to be coming up for Twisted Minds, playing low, trying to use his teammates' information. Spots out, trying to go for flushes. There is no cover. Cerberus is just entrenched into this. Haisaki finally takes some damage and have to step away, but it's going to be Batulins lined in and trying to see if he can take out the last bit of Cerberus, creeping in slow and steady.
And I know he wants to get that res. I don't think it's possible. He's just trying to fight this out. He knows there's Nox. He's going to back up a little bit. He is the last member. And what a recovery here from Cerberus. They're able to get 3 members of Twisted down. It is just Batulins backing up.
That Rock is MVP right now. Batulins trying to go for the spray. Too many targets. He's going to go down. Circle did pop while that fight was going on. It still has Azahar in it, but shifted up into the northeast.
And what a fight, but now their prize is to get into this. Look at this circle. It is so wonky. It is actually shifted to the northeast of El Azahar. And a lot of teams already set up to kind of take advantage of this. Petrichor, one of those gifted by this circle.
Oh yeah, that was a nice rotation coming in from them. They've got so much control in this area over here. You can see 17 now trying to navigate in, but they're going to be coming in kind of that northwestern area. Pretty open. Really, it's just going to be 4 angry men taking some shots in, but they can't really move. 4 a.m., I mean, inside regards to that, as they have T5 and FaZe that are close to them. So we're kind of looking at our hillside teams trying to rotate in and get more comfortable, while our Azahar committed teams just kind of stuck there for now.
Yeah, Luminosity just kind of picking apart the rotation coming in late from Falcons. Again, they had to deal with that fight from the Expendables, and they're just flipping all over the place. Snaker's now taking shots over towards Draft, and Emmy flipped as well. This is very dangerous.
Car's already smoking. It's not going to take too much more to get some damage, or maybe a car flip out of it. Draft King reads it, steps away. Emmy already headed for the hillside, being like, nah, man, this is not working. We got to get out of here. LG's sitting at 1 kill right now, but there's the potential for a couple of more as Draft King is just kind of pinched into this. As I like this from LG. Just go, okay, you know what? We're already so close to the zone. Let's just go ahead and keep it instead.
And this is exactly what they were planning on, right? They actually stayed outside of circle here just a little bit. They knew they had a clean rotation in, and they were just going to hold out whoever came in. And unfortunately for Falcons, they were that team. And so 4 up still, they just have so much control. They'll be able to go up that hill later once they clear out this south side. They will have to worry about Na'Vi, though, because they will have sight lines on the back ridge that LG eventually wants to play in.
Miles getting taken out by 17 in their defensive position. The rest of Cerberus do have some vision on what's going on, taking some shots into Zhao Wu. We also do have Suju. It's going to be rotating in from the north. That might be able to get a nice flank into Cerberus.
Oh, what a nade from Xiaobei.
Oh, connects in. Haisaki in some trouble. Let's see if we see the nade go up. Just a bit short, but this is going to be up into the northwest, so don't have to be worried about shot from behind at least. I'd be more concerned about the directed push right up into your faces. Is that what it looks like what Xiaobei's going to do? Goes for the spray and picks it up, and Cerberus is out.
And the circle this is such a just disgusting circle. If you're in the city, you are starting to worry. If this shifts away, getting up that hill is almost impossible, especially with a team like Petrichor up there getting ready to start to center up on that hill. But 17 doing an amazing job on the northwest.
They've got a new set of company that's going to be coming out as Forrest now making the wrap in, as also Duck Juice has managed to kind of creep his way over here next to 4 angry men, and you know they're not going to like that. I think that they have a pretty good idea. You can see that they're all scouting into that. Suju is feeding over information to the rest of 17 as Forrest has stopped. This isn't in the safe zone, though. So instead, they're just trying to make sure that they get Suju out. Nade's not going to go in the doorway like they wanted it to. So really, he's just kind of got to defend up and give time for his teammates. If anything, this is a sacrifice in allowing reposition to set 17 up perfectly.
Yeah, as you can see, I mean, the 2 members there of 17, Xiaobei and Zhao Wu, are watching over Suju, but he's not quite out of it yet. Scappy trying to find the nade in the building. They don't realize he's actually on the outside of it. And this is really not that great for Forrest. As you said, Suju kind of being that anchor for them, not necessarily sacrificing himself. He does also have the jammer, so he's going to be able to sit in a blue for a little bit and kind of harass this team.
Yeah, and you can see what angle are you going to try to approach from. The other 2 members of 17 got good defensive lines, and while this is happening, Petrichor Road is just to the east of what's happening. Oh, this is being so sneaky. Look at this. He's just holding down. Is he going to get a vision on it? Takes some damage, but he at least scares him out from real life. Got to step away. He's going to go down. Defensive line and shots not going to be enough as the knock did come out. Scappy is down, but...
Xiaobei was knocked too, actually.
Yep.
That's not great at all for 17. This is a big opportunity here for Forrest to potentially move up.
We've got Munzo that's going to be over there to the north, playing along that hillside. He's the one that kind of opened up. He's got the keys to make this one happen. But while this is happening, Petrichor Road is hearing more and more and now starting to take shots into it. Forrest realizing they don't have much time to work with. They're just making the commitment in. The res does come out from 17, but they have got to be careful. They've got this ridge line. At least it's safe.
Yeah, the ridgeline is safe for now, but Forest is definitely going to be pushing down very quickly. They realize 2 of them are left. Scappy is actually going to get knocked from Ake's left. Off in the distance to the north, and now, yeah, Petrogor is going to be coming alive as they hear these shots, and they're going to want to third-party this as quick as possible so they can clean up these kills.
They also do have SRM that's back behind the Petrogor, so they have to be very careful. With the Limbus trying to go for the spray in, it's not going to connect the way they wanted to. Smoke's already down, and it's going to be 17 just trying to cling to life. This is a squad you've got to be careful with, though. Whenever they start getting lowing arm members, they almost get madder and madder as they go. They're just going to step up the hillside, get the knock on to one of them, and suddenly Forest finding themselves a bit more pinched than they would like. Petrogor being far more aggressive with it, and another follow-up from 17.
And 17 is just not giving up quite yet. 2 knocks now on the side of Forest. Scappy now just trying to get the nade. Xiaobei is so low, but they're going to get finished. He's going to find 2 more, but Forest has to deal with Petrogor.
They're just flooding into this one, but Forest is holding the line just barely right now. So outnumbered, they're going to go down, and now Petrogor has all of the north to play with.
That was still a very solid game, though, coming out from Forest, coming in and taking the fight to 17, pushing forward. That's going to be a little confidence building, even though they went out early. But now it's time for LG to make their approach. Again, they were on the east side of this. They had just taken care of Falcons, and this is a difficult rotation. Teams aren't either going to see them if they are on the south side of that hill, and they still have to deal with what's on the top, which actually isn't much, but being center early is not great on this circle.
Yeah, this southeastern area is very peculiar. Specifically, you were talking about the hill heading out of Azahar is very, very open. You can see that's kind of what we're eyeing right now, as SRM is going to need to be moving into the circle a bit more, and that's going to be to their eastern position, or to the left is what they're going to be looking at. Presently, they're just looking directly into the south, taking those shots at GP. As LG hears this, it might be coming in back flank into it, and there we go. It's going to be a quick exchange between the two. GP trying to make their push up this hillside, but it is just so hard.
And that was a really nice steal coming out from Flood. Again, you want to get as many points as possible. 5 kills already on the side of LG as they're now holding on Game PT. Oh man, there's so many teams just stuck on the southeast side.
Oh, that nade just did enough to finish off the tail end of D+ Kia. And so now SRM is going to take a second, probably get a bit of a reset. Keep in mind, we also do have Emmy alive from Falcons, hanging out in the shack, hoping that nobody bothers to check it for a little while, but that's going to be about it. We do have GP probably going to feed this one over to the blue zone. That's no surprise. Yeah, you can't step out, right? There's just, you're dead either way, so why give it to either one of these guys that's just kind of screwed over your game?
And I'm looking at Tai Lu, the team that sent it with that emergency pickup. They're still in. They only lost 1. They haven't done too much damage, but the important point is that they're still alive.
Ooh, blue zone nades coming out, gonna make their Ton 5's life really tough. Lou getting pretty low on life there, manages to take it through, but they're just walking through right now, sitting at 6 kills. They've just been urban fighting for so long right now. FaZe hears this, they're gonna shift a bit more to that southeastern side and just let this fight kind of happen. They're gonna instead focus on what's going on in the hillsides. They just wanna take out whatever happens after this.
And now making this push, HSMM, realizing that that member of D5 is in the smoke. That's actually Hatswat in a very, very interesting position. That's not an angle that you're used to clearing, especially because most of the smoke is covering the doorway, but he has full vision of that.
All he has to do is just listen for the footsteps, and he can just make some type of play. Oh, instead, I like this. Kind of abandon it out, realize the fact the numbers aren't going to go in your favor. LG is going to get eliminated on that eastern front as they were kind of caught out in the blue with what was going on over there. So Hatswat just kind of tanking this one for the time being, letting 4 angry men continue to be angry, but at least not right up on top of him, giving him some space. SRM now making their push into Petrogor Road, who did venture into this direction, and a bit more of a 2-2 split, and that's going to cost them one of their members.
Yeah, Sarvam is making a great push here. They've actually survived so long on this hill, fighting multiple teams, doing wonderful to stay alive with 4 up, most importantly. And look at this shift, Matt.
You know that hillside we said was going to really suck to have to deal with? Voila! That's where we're all going to be going towards the end of this one. So Petrogor Road and SRM needing to make sure that they take care of what's going on up here in the north, because it is not going to be cozy. How the commitment comes out is going to be the more awkward situation. As remember, FaZe has been kind of taking some shots at this one. Oddly enough, Tai Lu, our sneaky team that kind of jumped into the thick of this, has been the ones that have been finding a way to kind of edge their way into the circle yet again.
And they're crossing in. All members now have actually made it into the circle. FaZe as well, very aware of that. But Ty Lu just continuing to try to move forward and get as far north or as far center as they can.
Nicholson coming out from SRM. They're just going to jump right up into the face of Petrichor. They've got the numbers advantage. FaZe also taking some peppering shots into the side of it. You can see Ty Lu in their approach that they made just a moment ago. They're trying to get away from FaZe. They've got that wall force of safety. They have a phenomenal position and a very awkward circle. You can see it's just going to be the wall eating all of those nades as out in the distance, Uba still eyeing what's happening over here, and those 4 angry men still seeing what's happening. We've got Blue Zone nades coming out, middle with a nice pickup, both sides reading through, and it is just a massacre over here. Petrichor Road rolls up, defends in, and they've got the hillside.
What a disgusting play coming from Mill. That triple with the nade and then the single shots to make sure he hits the headshot. Beautiful stuff. Petrichor going to have a wonderful position now. The only team on the north side, the only team on the hill. But Ty Lu, as you said, have managed to get in probably one of the best positions, if not the best position in the city.
I hope that Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib was watching that, as we did see one of the Petrichor members pick them up their other down member and run them to safety. You want to avoid the sight lines coming up from FaZe, so good read into that. FaZe Gustav, though, trying to hold the defensive line to make sure that the 4 angry men can't come out, but this has been a very sneaky, quiet Uba over her for a very long time.
Yeah, Uba's been alone for quite a while, but he is at least in the circle, and he can take his time here. He doesn't need to force anything. If anything, a fight that happens between 4AM and FaZe could be a big point opportunity for him, but look at this. Nade's getting closer, and 4AM getting much, much closer than Uba would like.
He's just playing this one patient. You can see both teams kind of caught up dealing with each other. He's just hiding out in the shade of the bullets right now, seeing whenever it is the best moment to strike. FaZe Clan moving more aggressively into this, getting very close to Uba's position, but it's going to be Petrichor Road that's taking a couple of shots at range. Blue Zone nades going to slow it down a bit.
Oh, he didn't see.
I don't think that he saw it, but it's going to be Summer that gets the knock. So Uba's still not quite having to reveal himself, but Summer already knows. He's taking the shots, and Uba's just stuck there.
And he didn't want to shoot. He didn't want to go for Correxy, give away his position. But as you said, Summer already knows. And so Fex now looking for where Uba could be.
Slow, steady goes for the spray and hits the box instead. That box paying up big ways. Uba just kind of bouncing between different positions, narrowly surviving. But we do have the blue zone that's going to be moving in, making it much more complicated. As the longer that this stays an edge fight, it's just no good for any one of these 3 teams.
No, not at all. FaZe trying to move up as well. Like, they have to deal with 4AM. But really the problem is Petrichor. They have that northern position. They have the hill, and they can just rain down. I'm not sure if they necessarily have the greatest cover there from potentially Ty Lu, but we'll see. They do have vehicles to use there as HSM is trying to get a knock on to Fex and just get rid of one of the last members of FaZe.
We were talking about how much it sucks to fight around Azahar. Here's your example. It's a 2v2v1, and it is seriously next door neighbors just getting explosive with each other. Uba's going to try to make the move out. Looks like Lu has already got the read onto it. If the pre-fire doesn't come out, it's just going to be a send down for Petrichor Road. Lost one of their members. It's going to be TL still trying to defend up. Nade's going to go too far. At least 2 of the members managed to make landfall, but now FaZe distracted by this. Everything's just getting more and more clustered. Uba, 4 angry men, the outlier on this one, trying to survive. Mill's gonna go down. Petrichor Road is out.
And Ty Lu, they have Shen knocked. 4AM on the west side of this, just trying to fight something. Fex, so much damage.
Ty Lu unrelenting over here. Everybody's just caught up in this firefight. 4 angry men still picking up more kills as they fight their way in this one. Finally touching the safe zone. FaZe down below them, and we are dealing with 3 members up for TL, kind of, with really just trying to commit into the res. Potential of the 2 members for FaZe and 2 members for 4 angry men, and it is just a triangle of destruction waiting to happen.
FaZe has recovered here a little bit, though. This cross is what I was talking about earlier. It is very difficult. Fortunately, it is Ty Lu trying to recover, but it's going to be HS on the other side of this, just trying to deny that cross or trying to deny any cover. Gustav now trying to look for an opportunity as well.
TL kind of gets to referee this at the time as they've got more control over where that center dot is going to be. It's going to be at their back, so everybody's got to come to them. That's why Gustav is making this really sneaky play. He's separated out, left Fex back behind. He's trying to creep into 755X. Know this. Stepping in. Utility was out. The flash is going to come out. Good pick up. Gustav just spins it back around, trying to go for at least a flush onto this. He is now revealed. While this is happening, Fex trying to hold back 4 angry men. Is going to take down Jalu. 4 angry men out, but FaZe in a world of trouble. Just 1 up. Looking into 2 members of TL as TL trying to get a read on exactly what's happening.
This is a 1v2, though. Gustav can win this, especially if they give him the opportunity. He goes for the flush, so he'll get that point at least. And he's actually going to cross. I don't think they saw that.
Oh, that was so sneaky, making the jaunt across into this one. TL keeps their eyes back down into the south. They should now finally be realizing how the setup's coming into play. Gustav looking at, gets a lot of damage over, but has to dodge out the nade. Creeping up this hillside. It looks like now he's starting to get more and more control over the center dot position, but he's got to be careful. Takes a lot of damage. He goes out, and Tai Lu picks up our first game.
What a heroic attempt there by FaZe in the end. They were trapped in that city for so long, fighting against Foringerman, fighting against Uba. But it was Tai Lu with the emergency pickup to get in that position to win that game. That was incredible to watch.
That was just one of the craziest ways to start this one off. Just an Azahar finish? An urban Azahar finish to kick off everything? Is that what we're in for in this?
And that's what we're talking about as well. Fighting in that city can be just so hectic, but man, what a game and what a way to kick off. The confidence that these boys have has to be sky high.
Yeah, this is just such a phenomenal situation. We're trying to get everything set up. We will see you guys in just 1 sec.
We're back. A wonderful game and an incredible win by Tai Lu to start off so gosh darn strong as they come out and get themselves the first chicken dinner of PGS2. There was a moment where we thought perhaps this is where Gustav makes the big play. He had that shotgun, but it wasn't quite enough to walk away with the win. Congratulations to them. It was good seeing how hard it was even for Tai Lu to get to this spot, Martin. They had to use the emergency pickup. They lost players on the way in, but that's what PUBG is about, making the most out of a tough situation.
And that's exactly what we're talking about, right? These new things coming into effect, and we literally see in the first game somebody emergency picked up into a fantastic spot. Lost one guy, sure, but if you did it in a car, you would have lost 2, 3, everyone.
Absolutely.
So here, they're able to clutch it up. Good to see from Tai Lu.
Very unique. Let's see their victory. They celebrated after they got the win. Welcome back, guys. This is the Analyst Desk brought to you by STC Play. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Martin here to break down the action, and it came down to Tai Lu. They were unwilling to Tai lose that match. They submitted everything they could to getting their team into Azahar, and it was a unique shift combo. It sort of went to the city, away from the city, and then back to it, and Tai Lu was stoked when it went south again and held up in that sort of D spot.
And it's extremely hard as well, right? You're in a situation where half of the circle in the middle is like uphill where nobody's able to play, right? You're able to have Petrica Road, clutch it out on the top, but they had to get down. And there's no easy way out of it. They're not going to survive that when you have so many teams focusing on them, right? And that's exactly the reason why Tai Lu was able to get into such a good spot. Took what else was like the most central compound. They're able to survive kind of the onslaught that we saw from FaZe Clan and so forth.
It really was, and it was an onslaught, but I think part of that benefited them too is we saw 4AM sort of coming out and forcing FaZe to face up there. We saw the Na'Vi exchange also, but because of the fact that it was the teams that committed to getting out of Azahar, which I think is generally the right choice, there's just no way to come down that hill once the shift goes back.
Yeah, you have to kind of, in this case here for Petrica Road, they're on the northern side. They're able to get kills, they're able to get placement, they're able to get the most out of it that they were in this case here. And yeah, you're not going to be able to win the game, but they squeezed out as many points possible from that position.
They absolutely did. And I do want to give a shout out. Tai Lu is one of those teams I think coming in here, a lot of people had some questions about. It seems almost like this team was built around Shen, this upcoming talent that no one knows for sure how you're going to do at the international stages, but we've been waiting for him to sort of hit that point. The team surrounding him seems very well built, and it was. You saw how well they worked as a team when they went down behind that warehouse, the focus on getting everybody back up and into fighting form. This is a great start for them, and honestly, a team that I think needed to have a good momentum push right out of the gate.
Yeah, we've seen what he was capable of course, at PGC last year, also what he's been able to do regionally, so here, good to see him pop off in the beginning here like that. Yeah, young prodigy like him. Yeah, it's good to see him coming in and start like this here. The question is, are they going to be able to build off this momentum here? It's only 12 games, 11 more to go for them. Of course, we're only playing 5 more today, but still, in this case here, this amount of points that they're able to get out of 17, that you could literally have a foundation and build that into the winner's bracket.
And I hope that they will. And that's the idea behind the team. You've got Shen, the young gun, and then you got Xiao Yang, who's been around for a while, 8th at PGIS. So like the veteran with the new blood, it's a really great strategy and seems to be working well. We'll see how it continues throughout this event. Second place went to 4AM, third to FaZe. This is sort of that utility. And you said at the start of this event, utility is king, especially in the late game. These numbers seem to prove that.
Yeah, for sure. It's like kind of a semi-urban ending. It did not end completely there, but it's on the northern side, right? But you still have to see so many kills go the ways of utility because you're trying to clear houses, you're trying to clear shacks, and of course here Shen, most kills here for him.
It makes perfect sense. I mean, that's what we thought would happen. This is the reason that the team exists the way it does. He comes out with a big 4 as well as 4 knocks and just a ton of damage. But again, the Elder Statesman right next to him, putting up 2 kills in that fight. Now, when we talked about utility, I'd also noticed at the end of that match, Blue Zone grenades played a very big role here on Miramar.
Yeah, it's Blue Zone grenades is such a good utility to clear houses, right? You force them into corners or move them out of corners, or even make sure if you have to pass somewhere along, or there's 2 open windows in that building, you put a Blue Zone there and you can push towards that position you want to get into, right? But yeah, Shen, of course, man of the match.
Deservedly so. And again, I got to remind everyone, this came off the back of one of the riskiest plays we've seen in a minute. That airdrop or the emergency pickup drop into the warehouse was dangerous. They lost a player in the air in order to get there. Thank goodness it wasn't Shen. Now, match leaderboard, exactly. This is the same as the overall leaderboard for one game in every event, and this is the moment that it is. 17 total points is going to put them in a great position. In a game like PUBG that is so momentum-based, this is a very big deal.
Yeah, huge for them, of course. 4am again, another team that it's the first time we see them in this iteration at the international stage, and they're popping off like this. Also kind of scary for all the other teams.
FaZe, a team that we've seen some back and forth, a little bit of drama in the past. They come out with a good start at number 3, and Luminosity, who I know is chasing that circle shrink every single round in that game, took a lot of fights, managed to get themselves into 5th with 6 kills. So some good kill counts.
And cleverly also denying 2 potential kills going the ways of them.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that from the Falcons too. I think that they put a denial out there. It seems like teams are very, very aware how important these PGS points are going to be. And every point, whether it's a denial or a kill, is going to go that distance. So,
oh, yeah, for sure.
Those of you watching home are like, why would you die to the blue? If you're new, it's because every kill is 1 point, and that point could be the difference maker in whether or not you get to go the distance when it comes to PGC. But we're not there yet. Right now, we're here at PGS 2. That's the stage as the players prepare themselves to get into the next match. What stood out to you the most as we looked into that game?
It was definitely, of course, you know, where you have a very strange, sort of rare circle where you have El Asaha. It's kind of on the northern side, and it's in a case where you saw in the very beginning, 4am was the only guys that actually have a spot inside the circle, right? So everybody's kind of rushing to, they're realizing, okay, if we're in the southern side, we're going to go into city. If we're in the northern side, we're going to try to keep those riches, kind of try to farm some of those points. Luminosity was on the eastern side. They're like, we're going to have to go on the northern side, try to get as many points as or kills as they're able to do. They got 6 and squeezed out of that. But you on the other side, they're able to take Sabim out. Quite good to see from Mill there, completely smashing them and getting as much out of it as possible.
Absolutely. Taking a look at some of the teams as they get ready. You can see their setups. This is my favorite part. I love going through the team shots, seeing exactly what the setups are. In fact, there was like a tweet this morning. I think it was Kickstart was using a ruler to measure exactly what angle he places his keyboard at. So these players do take everything from setup to equipment very, very seriously. We want to make sure that they look their best. They got the hand warmers, which is crazy because it's like 110 degrees outside. But, you know, keep those hands warm, lads.
It's air conditioned inside, right? And I have cold hands, so like even in the winter, I close the door to my office just to make sure that everything heats up so I don't freeze on my hands. You know, you want to have the reactions to picture perfect.
17, you know, it was funny in the intro videos they showed us. 17 said no one expected us to win PGS 1. I feel like that I'm a little skeptical about that. I think a lot of teams know these guys are good, and I expect them to do well here at this event too.
Yeah, with the confidence that they are able to come in from with PGS 1, right? You're the defending PGS champions. You should be able to do good, and they're definitely a top 5 team, I feel here.
Twisted Minds is a team that I think is also potentially a top 5. They look really, really good, especially in that match. I want to see if they can continue moving forward, and we'll keep searching around.
Sorry?
Yeah, this team is interesting to me. They seem like survivors, but when the fights break out, nothing's happening. We'll find out. Maybe they turn it around. Miramar, game number 2, about to get underway. Let's head over to the casting duo of Godspeed and Matrim.
One Miramar was not enough. We need more Miramar to get everything situated, as everything's gonna be kicking off. Getting everything situated, and the first one was amazing. Let's hope that we get some similar vibes coming out of the second.
Yeah, the first game was an absolute slobber knocker, if you will, and I cannot wait to see how this one shapes up. Obviously, that circle was very awkward, centering on Azahar and then having that North Hill half in, half out. And again, just that emergency pickup, that new item that we now have, just coming in clutch for Tyloo.
Yeah, I mean, that's what got him there. They did have to take a small sacrifice in one member, but they kept 3 up in what is one of the more ridiculous circles that I've seen in a while. There was, that rewarded, I guess, aggressive positioning inside that last circle, because as we saw, it was just continually the people that were willing to take the risks to get into position were the ones that were managing to get into the later stages of the game, where the more passive styling is, okay, let's play this a bit safe, let's get a feel for what's going on along the edge. With the hard shifts, that just wasn't allowed.
Yeah, well, and something that, I mean, I was actually talking to Toby and Martin about in the green room was just that this happens a lot at internationals as well. There's just so many teams that are comfortable or prefer to play edge that if you are one of those passive teams that eventually does get caught on the edge, you're just going to get swallowed up by those strong teams that are used to playing there. So we saw a little bit of that, but you want to talk about our opportunity. Let's talk about Gustav. That play on the edge, that cross, that shotgun that I'm sure he had just picked up was so clutch.
We didn't even get a chance to really see the shotgun until it was in hand, popping off close range, and almost turned the entirety of the game on its head. And that's what you want, right? This is the stage where you got to see your playmakers. You got to see how much heart they can bring into it and how much innovation you can bring. And that's exactly what we saw coming out that stage. Circle's going to reveal itself more friendly by far than last time.
Yeah, you do say that, but then I look at the position around like where Rossida Jr. is, right? That really nice little cliff top right there, that plateau that we see often end there. There is nothing to play in the center of this circle, especially where, yeah, Theraton 5 are currently sitting.
Yeah, we've got the water treatment and the God compounds that are just crossed to the west of it. There's a lot of very interesting things. I know that once we're at the international stage, if I see Crater Fields every single time, I've got to kind of have a flashback to PGC, right?
Yeah, true. But, I mean, we haven't actually seen a Crater Fields ending. Did we see one in qualifiers? I think maybe 1 or 2 may have gone near there, but we haven't had a proper Crater Fields ending in a while.
Yeah, we had a couple dance around that location across the regions. We haven't had the same level of commitment just quite yet as with the circle. I mean, yes, it is still not the most friendly, but it is at least far more manageable. We still even have Oasis inside here. So Petrichor Road's going to be holding down on that one at the time. You can see that we got TR Bronca even getting some attention. I love this, coming over into the rodeo ring.
And again, as far as rotations, just looking at this map, we're probably going to have a lot of teams come in probably around El Pozo, go to the northwest, try to come in a little bit on the north where around that we see Perro looting and Cabrera. And then we also have teams coming in, as you said, from the northeast, obviously Forrest being one of those.
On the team, and he's doing well, very well. And I think we have very high expectations for this tournament. Like, we're definitely aiming for like a top 3 at least. We've been playing really good in Europe, I think. And we can easily get way better. Okay, so the ultimate goal for PGS2 for FaZe Clan is for sure top 3. If we can win, we're going to go for it, but we're going to maybe save the win for PTC. So my personal goal of this event is going to be to become the MVP. Now I'm not the in-game leader anymore. I can focus a lot more on myself, be a little bit more selfish probably. So I'm definitely going to go for like be one of the top killers this tournament.
Doesn't surprise me. I mean, with the plays that we saw in that the first game, I should say, yeah, he very well could be the MVP.
And that should tell you something. There's a lot of money on the line for this event, right? But still, the focus for the players is PGC points, making sure you're aiming for the qualification. Getting first, yeah, great. Extra cash in the pocket, I'll take it. But if I can get into the top 3 and get in a comfortable position for the next event after that and get more money, yeah.
But he also brings up a very important point, which is the fact that he's no longer the in-game leader, right? We've known Gustav to be an IGL for so long, but as he said, when you do make that in transition as a player, you know, going from someone who has also kind of been somewhat of a co-IGL, when you get to just focus on yourself and not worry about what the team is doing and kind of, as he said, be a little selfish, it actually does help you, you know, kind of gain a little confidence, especially when you go in for those sick plays and you actually make them happen as he did in that last game. So that's a big difference going from an IGL to then just as, I don't want to say mindless fragger, but you get to be a lot more selfish, as he said.
You get to be a part of the machine instead of like the core gear that's having to make sure that everything's spinning.
Exactly.
right? Instead, you just got to do the job that you're assigned to do. And Gustav did it well inside that last one. See that it is going to be HSMM making a retreat away from Navi's positioning. It's going to be along that area just north of Hacienda, so nothing too crazy. He should be able to retreat back up. Rest of reinforcements also coming in.
Yeah, this is that area that I am talking about, though, when we were talking about it earlier, is the fact that Navi is in that compound, and it is so strong. When Circle ends here, that is the compound that you want to be in because you have sightlines on everything in the center.
It's like a chain of compounds right along this road, right? Circle goes to the south, that's where you want to be. If it goes just that bit more to the north, and you've got that one that's right along the hillside that's just looking down inside the ravine itself. There's a lot of very dynamic positioning to be played around. That is 2 games in a row, that kind of ravine roadside being a key factor for
but I am happy it didn't end in that trench because it is just chaos. It sucks to play in that. Let me tell you, coming in on the wrong side of that trench is almost certain death. But, oh, speaking of certain death, Menuda here from D+ Kia now looking at Twisted Minds.
This is pretty centered up. I'm not surprised that he's not wanting to take too much into this while Twisted Minds is coming in. He's
also alone, though.
Yeah, we've got Kia that's kind of playing over here. You can see he's getting surrounded, but 17 also around this area. Haisaki from Cerberus getting some vision in. We have SRM that's coming back in behind this as well. At this point, it's now just gotten awkward, though. So what do? I guess you just try to pick up your bait-free kill and hope reinforcements can come in, as Batulins is playing down to the south of this. Is kind of by himself at the time.
Yeah, as you see, the rest of D+ Kia is coming in now. And Batulin's hear this, but I don't think he knows that Menuda's right above him. Oh, that nade was nasty.
See if it gets enough to get him across, and it does look like it. He's going to play a bit more defensively, and the spray's going to come out, and there you go. Should be able to at least reinforces. Now you just got some noisy neighbors that you're not too happy about, right?
Yeah, but they're at least in a decent position. Rotations out of this will be difficult, obviously, with 2 teams on either side, but they're well within the circle and should at least, should at least be fine until the next shift, as Dave is going to eat a nice little headshot there.
Starting to use some of this utility, see if maybe we can connect with a nade. Hail Mary nade not going to go quite far enough in, but Spyro
was almost really nice, though.
Yeah. You got to step away from it because it got some ears ringing, so it could have been far, far worse.
And yeah, so as we look at Twisted Minds and D+ Kia, we're also looking at LG coming in just to the southwest. They're coming right around where El Pozo is, and they're actually going to have a nice rotation. The only real issue they would have is maybe Sarvam CC kind of holding them out, or at least taking a look at them, but they actually have a nice swath of circle to play here.
Watching, you can see we also do have the 4 Angry Men running a 2-2 split, as it is going to be the Expendables getting pretty close to them, playing the outlier of the southern grouping. Navi is just going to be to the east of this positioning, as a 2-2 split coming out from Cerberus, as well as 17 is going to be what's going on to the west. A lot of 2-2 splits happening in that, I guess, roadside along here, as we also see Thanawant that's holding down a very similar position to that. Even TE is running a 2-2 split back behind this, so it's just duos versus duos all over the place.
Yeah, and this is the point of the game as well in phase 1, where a lot of teams have already kind of centered up. And as a player, when you're sitting here, I actually hated this the most, was just the waiting, right?
Yeah.
The waiting for the circle shift, waiting to see if any team's going to rotate around you. It's just the anxiety I got from this was much worse than any team fight I ever got it.
Once you get in the firefight, you know what your job is. Whenever you're sitting there not knowing what's about to happen next,
right,
the anxiety just continues to mount.
Well, especially when you also have a team like the Expendables here just slowly stinging up. I'm not sure if 4AM has realized. We do see Xiaopian kind of looking in that direction maybe. Oh, yeah, I think they do know something is up here.
This is a strong defensive line, and he keeps speaking the 2 angles of approach. So just playing this patient with it. Now that the shots are coming through, it should kind of an idea. But with the amount of reinforcements that are coming in from T, now Duck Juice going to come back into this one. 777 still going to play down next to Hacienda. Seeing if maybe he can defend up, provide some support. But it's going to be 4AM coming in from the north. Now, having hopped inside their vehicles, are going to be coming into this and should be able to provide some pretty solid reinforcements that nothing that the Expendables can really do anything about.
No, and this is a really, really good compound for these teams to fight over, and they're setting up, and they're going to be here for a while. Again, even if this shifts super far north or just away from them on the west, they're going to be in the next circle at the very least. And James is going to find a knock here on Bobsenged from Game PT.
Nade's going to not connect all the way, but let's be honest, it's going to be a matter of time before he bleeds out. Nobody's going to make the commitment down into that sight line to try to do anything with it. But you can see James doesn't want have his kill taken away from him, which can be pretty common in situations like this. As for Angry Men are like, yo, this is ours, but crazy. Going to overstep into it. He's going to go down. Tanvu doing a good job on defending up. 777 did go on the outside of this one, did get taken down, but the Expendables doing a good job of holding into this one is now just 2 members up for 4 Angry Men.
That was a disgusting little double there. Coming out from the Expendables there, Tanvu got that beautifully. As you said, just 2 members up. They did lose 777 earlier, but now they are assaulting. This is a difficult building to push in. That angle is not advantageous when you're being held out, but look at the sprays. Duck Shoes trying to find it, but Xiaolu is going to get 2.
Beautiful angle and peek around there. He just held it. Molotov going to go ahead and slow it down. Now he can reposition flank into this one however he wants. Support now coming out. HS looking through, making sure that nobody's making the push into this one. It is now slowed down with the new circle having popped. We're going to see a couple of rotations come out from a couple of teams. Yes, we did go to the southeast. Hacienda looks to be the focus point, and that's why 4 Angry Men wanting to finish this off. Nice bounce onto that, but I don't think it's going to connect as much as he wants it to. Molotov's going to slow him down. As you can see, the Expendables in the present situation that they're in is Tanvu is going to down for the nade and just walking down, picking up the kills as it is just the Terminator walking through the squad.
And again, that was a beautiful double from Tanvu, but traded right back by Xiaolu, and it's just Delwyn, and he's not going to be able to get Tanvu up, and so 4AM have held this, and look at the circle. They desperately want to get rid of the Expendables so that at the very least as a duo, they can just continue to maintain this compound.
With the way that this circle has fallen, yes, this is pretty centered, but that's the inherent issue, right? They want to finish this fight fast because somebody could just choose to crash this and mop both of them up. Delwyn finding himself a nice angle to play from, gets the damage in on HS, forces him to retreat, but this has just gotten to be too awkward. Deal with Luminosity Gaming, though, making it push down on the bottom right of your screen. As you can see, 2 members down, trying to creep it through. Snakers trying to hold it together. Expendables finally do get eliminated, and we're going to pop back over and see what's happening with the Luminosity fight.
Yeah, and they've kind of run into this awkward fight here with Sarvim just to the west. As we said, Crater Fields, this was the team I was kind of worried about LG running into. Kick now just trying to do as much damage. They've already lost Flood. Rillo knocked as well. And this is a bit of a mess here for LG and Sarvim.
This is kind of just a vengeance fight at this stage. This is so far out of circle that it's really just trying to figure out a way to detangle yourselves from the situation, as it's kind of everybody scattered across different sides. As now, Shilla's going to make a commitment into Rello, but at the same time, it's going to be Snakers that's trying to move in. Oh, says no. That's my kill point, man.
Yeah, he's
no
going
rest
to
for
run
you.
over, and 3 members up for Sarvim, only 2 now for LG, and this is definitely not the start they wanted at game 2. As a duo, you almost want them to just kind of back out. At least I would love if they can just get out of this and stay up as 2, but the shot's coming out from Sheely. He's trying to get another one here as Snakers drives away.
Sorry, I'm still caught up in the sound effect of whenever somebody gets run over.
It's glorious.
It's so good. Snakers should be able to regroup with Kickstart now, as, I mean, this is still a pretty frag-heavy duo that can fight their way into the circle. Issue is, as they make their approach, if they're not careful, they could be bumping into Petrichor Road 4-man that's going to be playing to the northwest of Water Treatment.
Yeah, and that position right there specifically is so good for a team to hold out any rotations. And speaking of rotations, these 2 teams who have been entangled for quite a while, finally, it's going to be D-Plus and Kia just trying to get the hell out of there. Spyro, will he land a shot? They've taken out the tires. And Menuda all of a sudden in a lot of trouble as he's just rolling away, Matt.
All the tires gone, but he's still trying to make it. Vehicle is going to spin. Now he's trying to make it to the rock and does at least get there.
For now, I mean, it is a decent enough distance. I think they should be able to potentially get Menuda out here. But yeah, Twisted stayed for a while to make sure that Dplexia was at least going to have some issues rotating out of that as we look at the next circle shift here, Matt.
I think that David got kind of waved off. Americano also going to the opposite hillside to try to fend up. You can see that the zone is about to collapse in. We're going to get our new one, and we are shifting over to the west. No surprise.
What did I say? This area of the circle that Theraton 5 are now in is the best spot to currently be in.
It's them God compounds with so much vision. Looks like they're going to go ahead and regroup. They now get control over, I guess, the recess down into the road that's just going to be on the outskirts of Water Treatment. Petrichor Road has spotted out what's going to be going on with the repositioning coming out from Twisted Minds. As D+ Kia still just trying to hold out anything that's going to be going on to the south of that, is really looted kind of wrap all the way to the north. And I like this read from Twisted Minds going, okay, we saw them drive across, guys. They're obviously right there. Let's just not deal with that.
The only issue is I worry about Lou potentially getting caught out, or maybe the other 3 members rotating in a little late.
Summer just shifted down back behind Lou. I think that Lou saw it, but the rest of Twisted Mind are going to be coming in from this. While this is happening, Ty Lou, guys that won the last round, are going to be running right across that open field. Spray's going to be coming out. First part of the gauntlet is going to be Na'Vi. Follow-up's going to be potentially Cerberus, but no. Tyloo does a good job on using the rocks, trying to break through, and it looks like they have their eyes set on Theraton 5's positioning, but I don't know if they want to make the commitment in with the amount of people who are taking shots. Finally, Long is going to go down, and I think that they've just got to make do with whatever they have found in this dip.
Yeah, they're going to find this nice little dip here. They're going to be okay for now. I do worry about later when teams start encroaching on the south side. Very nadeable position, or potentially even mortars, right?
4 Angry Men still in their compound. They fought hard for this compound, and they're not going to leave it until they have to. Blood, sweat, and tears. It's still pretty centered as well, and they do have some control on this play from. 17 is kind of, I guess, pattering and looking into that direction and might move in as HS making the shift into shotgun going, yeah, okay, somebody's coming for us.
Yeah, if someone's coming in close, that shotgun is devastating. As we saw even in that last game, just so good at helping breach buildings, because that one shot to the chest is really all you need.
Forest now trying to make a run past Petrichor Road into the north. You're going to hear some of the firefight coming in from that. Falcons deciding to take to the sky, and MAE does get knocked, but I think that he might be... trying to get the shots. It does manage to get one. Del Capitan is going to go down for that one, though. Quick exchange between the two of them. Cerberus just trying to hold together. Hivas Tycon, the last one's up, but the rest of the Falcons just pushing through. Draft King, it's going to be him and Silzen that are just trying to rack this one all up together.
And that was a very ballsy airdrop as we now look at the fight here between Forest and Petrichor. Forest actually makes it in front of Petrichor here. And this is a nice position as long as they can just get rid of this team. But that team is Petrichor. They're going to be very difficult.
Force positioning, though, has a slight problem in FaZe Clan. It could be at range as Jeems might be able to make some problems for him. And that's one of the reasons why you start to see them playing more into that western side to try to break that sight line into it. Is Petrichor Road going to go in and start prepping up the nades? Good
nice
throw coming out
nade.
from Scappy. Yet again finding some solid work for his squad.
I am so glad I put him on my fantasy roster. He has just been a workhorse, even in his first 2 games, getting 3 kills in the first, now a nade there. It's going to be a nice bit of damage, and Forrest is still 4 up. I've been really impressed, even just watching this team practice, and that circle shift puts Theraton 5 in the prime position. I also do want to talk about Navi's split, though. I love that split.
There's a lot of control to be had in this. Low ground's going to go over to Navi. High ground's going to go over to T5. Petrichor Road, though, finally going to take down Scappy, who's been putting in some pretty decent work. He cast a curse. Look what you did.
100%.
Said they had 4 up still, so they had to fix that, right?
And of course, it's the player that I just talked about. Even still, though, Scappy's been wonderful so far.
You can see that we do have FaZe still leaning into their commitment to fend up. While this is happening, guess what? Twisted Minds. We saw them a while ago. Remember their rotations? They're kind of eyeing the same position. So we've got Twisted Minds on one side, FaZe on the other, and Petrichor Road and Forest trapped neck and neck in the thick of it with each other. Smokes down, realizing that they're going to have to move in just about, probably another 30, 40 seconds as the Blue Zone's going to be coming into this. And yes, Petrichor Road sneaking around behind into it. Blue Zone nades coming out, see if maybe they can force out Forest from their position. But a good defensive position lineup outside the building means that they don't have to.
And fighting in these buildings is so awkward between the smokes and all the different angles. Sarvum, though, trying to get in, and they're just actually going to get rid of Falcons. Remember, they were just a duo earlier. 2 knocked, though, and Global has to be very careful here. That's it.
Everybody just dies over there. There is no winners to be had. As now we're finally seeing Petrichor Road trying to make their move into it with the shift out. Olympus's position could be quite tricksy. Gets his med back up, as there is still 1 member for Forest on the outside of this. Opposite side, Petrichor Road did leave 1 out as well. Still, FaZe and Twisted Minds both going to come in and just kind of hang on the outside of this one. 17 going to wrap around and go for the compound that's going to be to the northeast of where we see 4 AM at. Navi going to be over there, but GP also making a wrap, could be coming in on a similar angle.
We also see D plus Kia kind of dropping in as well. That's going to be a knock there from 17, who have taken the position we just saw Forest in. And this 1 circle shifts will be a nice little spot for them to move up and take care of that hill. But now back to Forest. Can he find it? He's going to find it first.
Tries to get it all together. Gonna go down. Now Summer's gonna start trying to mop this all up and together. Remember that there is still 1 member for Forest that's on the outside of this, though, and I don't know if he wants to make the commitment in too much, as he still has FaZe back behind him. So even if he tried to get out of this position and assist, there's not much he can do.
No, and I'm now looking at the map as well. LG actually kind of eyeing this fight. We also see Twisted Minds trying to find a rotation, maybe to get in front and hold out these 2 teams once this blue comes in. So Petrichor still have to deal with not only this last member here of Forest, but the teams ahead of them.
This is a good read on the fact that somebody's probably playing those hillsides. They know where FaZe is likely lined up at. So Exlip takes a longer path out. Doesn't mean he eats some blue, but they want to make sure that this Forest is entirely cut down. But instead, it's going to be shots at range. Take him out. Twisted Minds on that opposite hill. Somehow the last member for Forest lives and gets away.
And as I said, Twisted were very aware of that fight happening, and they just wanted to get, they just wanted to get an angle to try to take advantage of getting some kills. They are going to find it, but they find themselves on the edge. And this circle is absolute hell to play, especially if you're not already established in it.
I also want to give a shout out to FaZe Clan's positioning, as they're going to be able to reposition, keep an eye on what's going in.
So good.
Down to the south, you can see it's going to be GP making the push into 4 Angry Men. This is their house, man. They've been here for so long. Blue Zone nade, got to put in some work, got to get away from it. Already down to about half life. Remember, this is a weakened 4 AM. So I'm going to be very, very cautious as we do see Petrichor Road get eliminated, trying to make their rotation out. LG also starting to line up against Twisted Minds up in the north. Something you're going to see pop off probably here in just 1 second. Hello's trying to survive, but GP, you stepped into the Hornet's nest as well. They were a little bit of new happy beforehand. They're definitely angry now.
Yeah, and that's going to be, again, another kill. This duo here of 4 Angry Men with HSMM and Xiaolu have just been devastating. Another nade now going to get Hush very low. He's going to have to get off of that res. And these bricks are just such chaos to fight in, but 4 AM, it feels so comfortable here.
Xiaolu's still coming in with shotguns both sides. They're like, nah, you want to fight us? We're going to drag you down into the mud with us. We're going to do shotguns, close range fight. Oh, HS doesn't even see him roll up right on top of him. Hush coming in all kinds of silent, living up to his names, being sneaky.
I like that. Well done. The fight's not over, though. It's now just Hush versus Xiaolu. The amount of damage that duo from 4AM has been able to do here was pretty disgusting, though. Look at this. 5 kills at least. They survived. They did a lot of damage to teams rotating, including 17 as they crashed that little bunker. And now Xiaolu knows that Hush is going to be above him. Jammer pack as well, so if Lou wants, he can really kind of hang out for a second.
You can see what's going on with Twisted Minds down there, as life's not too good. As from this position, Xiaolu can't even do much more. Blue Zone 1 tick is probably going to finish him out. Twisted Minds got held back by what was going on with DK and LG. So there we go. We also see the finish out on the fight going on over here. Is well, you do end up getting the moral victory. There's not too much more after that to be had.
The fight I'm really interested in is actually going to be Tyloo and 17 once everyone on the south is cleared out, because that dip, as I said, is very susceptible to being naded. And 17, I'm sure, has a lot of utility. They have not had to use too much, but Navi's duo, that position is so damn strong.
I'm going to be curious to keep an eye on them and see how they regroup. Opposite sides of the road, they still have opponents on both sections to work with. Kickstart, though, he's got his own separate set of problems, as he is not inside the safe zone. You can see he's got pretty much everyone in the circle taking shots at him. Most notably, though, it's going to be FaZe that are kind of looking in, as their Ton 5 is caught up keeping their eyes on what's going on with Tyloo. So Kickstart still needs to make his way probably about another 10 to 15 meters. He's got some
He's got like a road
ridge,
rage, kind of, yeah, but he's going to need to use a lot of smokes and utility, and I don't know how much he has left after that initial fight that we saw earlier. And so this duo is in a wonderful position, but as a duo, I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to do, especially if 17 does want to push around, and it does look like they're going to consolidate, which is a very wise decision from Na'Vi.
And they're leaning into the northern side with 17,
especially with that shift.
Perfect. This is exactly what they wanted, because now while we do have the God compound that we said T5 playing from, not going to be as big a beneficiary. As again, we're moving into a section where we're going to see a whole bunch of people on the top of the hillside having to move down into the low ground, while FaZe, Na'Vi, and the remnants of DK are just going to be shooting whatever comes their way.
Whatever team wins this south fight is going to have a solid position, especially if the circle shifts back south. That being said, Na'Vi has an amazing position to hold out pretty much everyone else that would be trying to come down off that hill.
And they've got a couple of little odds and ends that they can play for as well to kind of move in closer to the circle, as well as having that crate that landed pretty close. That while it's nice to get presents from heaven at this stage, just getting the cover I think is almost better. FaZe says, nah, man, we want to go ahead and get done with what's going on with DK. Blue nades coming out, gonna go ahead and step into it, running right into the smoke. There is no safety to be had. That is just an absolute amount of aggression coming out from FaZe Clan. They do lose Gustav. Vortex is down, but they get the position they want. James coming back behind this one, and a little bit of vengeance coming back out. Now it's their Top 5 having to keep an eye on what's going on with Tyloo, as FaZe does finally get the finish up in that fight.
The amount of times I've died in that shack.
Dude,
I hate that position, man. It is rough when you are just kind of hunkered down, but at least FaZe staying alive for now. And looking at Tyloo again, this is the fight I was most interested in, and it's already done. 17 have just decimated the team of Tyloo.
Lots and lots of talk going on between what's going on with Petrichor Road, 17 Gaming, and 4 Angry Men. We saw a lot of firefighting coming out from 4 Angry Men in the last game, as well as Petrichor Road. It looks like this time it's going to be 17 Gaming coming up pretty big, as we've got a pretty solid FaZe Clan feeling pretty good right now. Specifically, the amount of circle control that they have due to that push push. It was aggressive, risky, but happened while other firefights were going on, and that's why they chose that.
It also needed to happen because their current position was not sustainable, and even if they did lose 2 members, at the very least, Corexi is still alive, and he has that shack for now.
They have a good crossfire position too, and that's what they're trying to exploit the most of. Na'Vi, as you can see, going to be on the receiving end of that crossfire, as James is going to find Mel, get the knock onto them, and while we do see a real
That was a beautiful knock for Amalia, because now there's no way that Corexi's going to be able to get that up.
Crossfire is good, but sometimes aim is just better, as Na'Vi are going to shut down that plan pretty efficiently. 17, though, going to have to contend with T5. They're pretty close. As you can see, we've got a 4v4, a v3, a v1, and Corexi in his shack.
Just want to let you know as well, Corexi has 7 kills right now.
Yeah, he's vibing, feeling good.
He's doing all right. And that play from Fex, I mean, he was really just trying to buy as much time or as much room as well, maybe do as much damage to Na'Vi as he could. So him going down was really more or less a formality. I don't even know if he had a vehicle, but again, that play from FaZe has got them a lot of points and put Corexi in a position where at the very least, he's going to get a few more placements here, maybe.
And he can really make problems for T5 with 17's positioning. Oh, and the way that the circle
Never
moves.
mind. Never mind.
All those conversations we were just having, yeah, let's just go ahead and say 17 Gaming have themselves a very nice position to play from, and it's going to be Na'Vi having a smidge of their compound that they can still play, but that's going to be about it. Remember that crate that we were talking about a second ago? That could be dividends for them.
The position that 17 has is going to be so devastating for Theraton to fight into. Yeah. That being said, I would love to see some utility smokes and usage there going into that push, as Corexi is just being an absolute just menace right now for Na'Vi, but they know that he has to move, and they know he probably doesn't have a vehicle or any real way to get out of that position safely. So it's just biding their time at this point.
He's racking up them damage numbers, man. Got to keep pushing him up as he's getting the harassment in. I'm kind of curious to see how T5 is going to make the move in.
There is a potential for them to try to vehicle send it here to the north around that pipeline. They're still going to be well within the sight lines of 17 as well as Na'Vi, but it beats kind of just running head first into that position, which 17 is very entrenched in.
If you're looking at T5, which way do you just want to charge into, right? None of the options are good, and so that's why they're trying to weaken up what they can that's going to be in front of them, as any stretch out is starting to get a lot more complicated to deal with. And 17 now realizing, okay, now let's just go ahead and cut off anything that T5 is wanting to do.
They do have a bus at the very least, and that is a wonderful form of moving cover, if you will. If they can just get that in position, they can also send it right underneath that hill if they want to. Now that Corexi is gone, they can probably do what they were trying to do in the first place, but that knock coming from Uba is going to slow them down.
The longer that T5 can manage to stay up and move in aggressively into 17, this is actually far, far better for Na'Vi by the moment, because they can exploit more and more of this movement. And if a big firefight happens, it's just Jaibe that's back behind this one. That's just trying to make sure that nothing can happen with Na'Vi. If he goes down, they've got a go moment, and they're already inside of cars. It looks like they're sending it in. They're realizing this is their opportunity. Only one member. They're just going to cut it up the hillside. He switches over, trying to see if he can get the sprout. Instead, no. Nade, try to cook it, see if he can get the God toss into it. How far is it going to go down? Going to bounce, going to connect for some damage, but Na'Vi, perfect timing on that.
Absolutely incredible timing. You are not wrong, Matt, as they now have the south side of this and the most cover, but 17 has shifted completely now to go fight towards Na'Vi.
T5 says, thank you, Na'Vi. We appreciate that so much. Now we've got some breathing room, and 17 is dealing with a plethora of targets and having to make sure that they're focusing on the most threatening one. The issue is, everybody is so close at this stage, they're just having to fight for the scraps, while 17 is making sure they're trying to fend up. New circle shifts, and Na'Vi with the only member in it.
Right, and they have actually left Uba behind to try to anchor as much as possible, but the whole team of Theraton has realized that, and if they can get rid of Uba, they can actually start to kind of make a push here on the north side of the hill, which is on that slope, to fight Na'Vi. But this is such an awkward circle to fight in, because essentially whoever fights first is going to be at a huge disadvantage.
How many times do you think that sentence has been said by players? If we could only get rid of Uba, as it's going to be 17 making their push. I know, I have. See if they can get something. That bus, you mentioned a second ago, trying to hold headshot, just going to continue to find opportunity. This
is not good. This is not good at all for Theraton 5, stuck behind 2 vehicles. The knock again from Xiao Bei. But look at Na'Vi. They hear this fighting. 17 at the very least have done an amazing job of keeping their heads on a swivel and trying to hold back Na'Vi.
They just have to focus in and realize, okay, it's time to take two different fights. Have to be careful with Example going to step in, go for the sprays, but 17 holding it together. 3-5 is going to go down inside of it. Now up to 6 kills. They get to focus back in, but remember, Uba, one flank wasn't good enough. He's now shifted in all the way around to the north. He's coming in on the backside of 17 Gaming, and he can absolutely demolish them.
And that very unfortunate whiff there coming out from Example cost them, as 17 is going to take it.
Whew, that was a crazy game to look into. As I love whenever we get to the international stage and we get these circles that these players just navigate so efficiently. It is just control, solid read on what's happening. A firefight happens in one location and the teams just exploit it, bounce in and try to move into another one. So much quality movement.
Yeah, that was chaos, man. 17 doing such an incredible job of managing both the threat from their west and from their north. That was impressive as hell.
Oh, my fantasy team's feeling a bit better too, so I'm not gonna feel so bad about that. Specifically, late game, taking those two different teams in a firefight from defended positions, so much respect. As we got highlights, and Boy is gonna give you a breakdown on what happened last game.
Hey, Avenger, you know what time it is?
Highlights.
Highlights, baby. Let's get into it. 17, a team who said that people didn't expect them to win. PGS 1, who went ahead and did it in a resounding form, came out and win game number 2 to walk away with. Let's take a look back at how it happened and the journey that our teams had to get there.
And of course, in the rotation that they did to get there, they realized, right, that there's a fight going on, and that exact compound, they had a feeling, a gut feeling. Lil Ghost sending it, scouting it, making sure that was the 1-3. He got in there and like, guys, just follow up to me and we're gonna win it from here. 4 guys strong here in this southeastern position.
And then they do. They end up going with that 4v4 up against Na'Vi at the end of that match and come away with a big chicken dinner. You saw the joy on their faces as they ripped off those headsets and celebrated the big win. Guys, welcome back to the analysis desk brought to you by STC Play. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger again for the after action report. 17 looking good, but not just them. Na'Vi as well, 4th in the last game, 2nd in this one. You know, we were kind of joking in the back room about do you pick a Na'Vi player on day 1? Well, apparently you do.
Yeah, of course, jumping into that, they're holding a really strong 2-2, being able to get into this situation where they're able to poke a little shots. Good timing from their push as well with the car pull up, but they're just able to hold on, making 3rd and 5 could go down. Yeah, it's just an easy fight for them there. For of course, 17 game just looking really strong in this position there.
I think it was a tough circle when we saw that shift. I mean, I shout out to water plant. I love what it's doing, cleaning up that water, but it made it a really difficult thing to get those transitions. Teams, there just wasn't a lot of real estate. FaZe held it well, and after that, everyone had to play south.
Yeah, Correction had a really fantastic game for them too here. They're able to hold the whole ridge south of Waterstream, right? They're able to put out shots so they could kind of take that next position, but it ended up for them when they went towards that shack. It didn't kind of follow through where they're expected to. Again, it's really hard to get off that ridge because you don't really have anything unless you're the last team to kind of play up towards 3rd and 5 in that case. Then you're just gonna get shot from everywhere.
Speaking of little shacks, I think we saw again the blue zone grenade coming into play in that sort of mid to end game. Teams hunkered down in shacks because there's no other option. All you have to do now is drive by and throw a little blue zone out the window, and there's nothing they can do. We saw that. The team had to run out. They're in the open, and they're either going to get picked off or burnt down. There's no other choice.
Yeah, exactly. You have to pop a first aid basket, right? It takes out the amount of seconds that you get. It opens the opportunity of the teams that are pulling up. It kind of takes a player out without taking him down.
Yeah, it's almost like it's at a point where I almost want to prioritize jammer packs over tier 3 backpacks because you don't have to run out or deal with it, right? It works just like it does outside of the circle. So I think we're going to see teams adjusting because again, the BZ grenades in the preliminary rounds were only on Tagos. The first time we've seen it absolutely everywhere. Let's take a look at the top 4 teams. 17 does get first place. FaZe comes in 2, T5 over in 3, and then Na'Vi shows up in 4th with those 3 kills.
Yeah, it's a lot of points coming in this way here for sure. 17 stepping up like that. And I know, I mean, we heard it outside in the back there. Have some guys cheering on Na'Vi, of course. It's a good pick. Not a lot of kills coming in that way, though. It's 3, but the placement points are important for them.
All right, team stats. Look at how it came out for the chicken dinner there at the end. Xiaowu gets 4 with 3 knockouts and a big damage total, but the damage dealer, the king for the team, was the, I don't know, a little ghost, right? It's gonna be Poltergeist at this point, man.
Yeah, yeah. Of course, Kyler's out in the back trying to come up with jingles for him, and it's like, ooh.
And here is the man of the match, brought to you by Kadia. I mean, 29 minutes up, 32% control. This guy seems unstoppable, and this is what 17. This is what everyone else's problem is with 17.
Right.
The entire team is a threat. They're online right now, and I don't know that they can be stopped. Coming off of that momentum from PGS 1, they seem absolutely brutal. Match leaderboard, where the points fell out. Yeah, FaZe finished in 2. You saw him in 4th when we saw that last sort of top form. That's because they didn't walk away, I think, with some of the kill counts or whatever they wanted.
Yeah, they had enough kills to get into 2nd place for the total points that they're able to get. But yeah, only 4th place in overall. But again, we saw Corexi popping up. The amount of kills that he's able to accrue for them puts them into 2nd place right now for FaZe. But yeah, 17, of course. 5 points last game, but here 20. They're able to take away the 1st place there from Tyloo.
Without that first chicken dinner gear that gets them up there on the top. FaZe, though, no chicken dinners to their name, but they're already up in 2nd place. And I think that worries me. When you talk about a team like FaZe who plays so well on the back half of a weekend, to start so strong has to worry some of the other teams a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And again, it's just 2 games. We have 10 more for these, but it's 4 more today, and you really want to have a strong start in this case, right? You are coming into this, you want to feel comfortable. You want to feel like, okay, we can take on these fights here. You don't want to feel like, oh, it's circle, so you know, no more excuses. And next is Tego.
And that's a big deal right now. So guys, we're preparing to leave the deserts, the dusty dunes of Miramar, and move to Tego for the first time. And if you guys want to get yourself a taste of something new, you can as well. Head over to Doritos, Instagram.com/Doritos Arabia, and hit that follow button for a flavor of something special, which I think we're going to give you with Tego here in a second. Totally different map, totally new experience. Also follow us on Instagram at RazorMENA. What is the thing that I think you're most excited about when it comes to Tego?
Oh, there's so many things. It's obviously, I think it's the lack of knowledge from all the teams. They don't know it fully yet. Like, it's not your Miramar, it's not your Angle, it's not everyone, oh, they're in this dip that have all the different callouts. There's going to be new places, and we're like, oh, this is a pretty good spot for this circle. Because even though people are grinding ranked and whatnot, or playing it in scrims, they haven't been everywhere. It's just too big of a map to have tried a late game everywhere yet. So the prospect of teams are going to be somewhere near, and then we're like, whoa, or we're going to see new areas at the international stage here for Tego for the first time. It's going to be super cool.
Also worth noting, you guys just saw it on the screen. If you also like something new, the brand new GPT skins for our next 4 teams are available right now. So you can go get those in-game and show a little bit of love to your favorite teams that are out there. You know, some of them on the field today, some of them on the field tomorrow. But either way, I know they're going to appreciate it if you go out there and tell them you care. Tego, I think, is going to be incredibly challenging for some of these teams, especially if we see something up in the north. The transitions on the north side feel a little sketchy to me. It's sort of the rivers don't have the same cover that they used to. Either way, it is going to be an absolute challenge for these teams as things are changing. It is a totally new landscape, and we're going to head there next when we get them back.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر. أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm going to show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave them with nothing. حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Defense Derby to the fullest? Easy. Gather 4 close friends and engage in battle. Be wary of every glance, every word, every breath. It's all part of an intense mind game. After your victory, don't forget to celebrate and cheer your opponents. This is the fun of Defense Derby, after all. Win the bid, defend your castle. Defense Derby, available now. At the end of thrilling bets, so begins an intense battle for survival. Depending on what you bid, the battle can be a fierce one or a little more relaxed. Win the bid, defend your castle. Defense Derby, download now.
Here we are, getting to our first ever international Tego. Godspeed. I am excited.
I am also very excited. I mean, some of the play that we have seen from these teams, 17 has just been the way, I just have to talk about that endgame. The way they were able to hold off Theraton and Navi at the same time was just really disgusting.
That is such a difficult position to do. Sure, they had a strong position to play from, but both teams were exploiting every single time 17 shifted to try to hold back the other one, and it was just so beautifully read, the point that 17 finally was just like, nope, it's just time to trust in our aim, and boy, did it work out for them.
Yeah, it definitely did work out for them, but I do want to give credit to Theraton 5 there for being able to kind of hold out. Yes, they were in that compound for a long time, but they still were doing their best to kind of fight back at 17, try to get the opportunities of knocks, but they just were not giving it to them.
There is a world where if 17 didn't finish that as fast, Uba could have gotten into a better position to really cause some issues for them. So just how clean and quick they did that, but that's it. Let's go, Tego.
So Tego is going to be very interesting. Not only is this our first time seeing this map internationally, but we know that quite a few spots were being contested, specifically looking at terminal between like 17 and 4 a.m.
So drops coming in, we're going to be following all of the usual suspects. There's so many different things to be looking at on this map. Hot drops being one of them. Location contesting. First circle is going to be a key factor. We also do have a lot of the water that's going to be coming through off of this one. Notice we do have the canal, river, whatever you want to call it, that's going to be cutting through. So loot, get control quickly, because we see a lot of early game fights on this map.
Yeah, we do. So it does look like, for the most part, though, terminal is actually going to be somewhat uncontested there. 4 a.m. have actually shifted to the north to Yongchan, so that's going to be really good for them. And then phase looting, my favorite part of the map, which is going to be Buksansa.
See that we've got Tyloo, DK, and Cerberus that were kind of looking similar pathing. LG decided that they're just going to cut into the west, so if you're looking for them, they're kind of underneath the picture-in-picture that's going to be to the left over there. But also notice that players were in the air for a bit longer than normal. That was just kind of scouting where landing was happening. Nobody really wanting to do a contested hot drop off the start. Better to instead loot slower and safer instead of just jump right up on top of somebody. As Shilla trying to make some use out of that, but those cars are going to cut out, and Circle's going to go pretty centered on top.
Yeah, and in talking to Trevor, actually, you know, they were really comfortable for LG dropping here on the west side of the map. They have really good rotations coming off that as well, and so I'm really looking for LG to kind of make their way in. Again, their biggest strength has always been finding the best windows of opportunity, not only to rotate, but to start team fights, and they have a really actually solid position there on the west side to come in from, especially with the circle. The one thing I do worry about, though, is the fact that this is, again, being cut in the center by that, I say river, it's more of like a puddle, but
it's a slow creek. We've got one that runs through the family ranch over there. Whenever it's raining, yeah, okay, there's something there. Whenever it's not, okay, just kind of walk through it and your boots get muddy kind of situation. Looking out, you were talking about the strength and how much you like Terminal. We saw 17 Gaming. That's their de facto drop right now, and coming in with some momentum off that last game, as well as getting Terminal, is going to be a team to keep an eye on.
We've also seen 17 in the past, specifically like when they fought at Sonics in one of the international events. I mean, no one really wants to mess too much with 17, even though we have seen 4 a.m. do very well against them regionally.
See that, and this is the benefit of it. There's just so much loot, and given the fact that this could technically probably support two different teams, the fact that it's just one team that's getting it all is so ridiculous good.
希望能保持 PGS 的赛跃啊、手感，然后团队配合都保持下去，然后争取取得卫冕冠军。我觉得能够进入 PGS 的总决赛，每一支队伍都很强，都有自己擅长的战术，所以说虽然很强，但我们也不会畏惧任何一支战队。在这次 PGS 中，我们肯定也会突破 PGS 的我们，就更上一层楼。
I mean, that would be incredibly impressive if they surpassed their PGS1 performance, because I don't know if you know this, but they won that event.
Just a solid performing squad right now, so we'll have to see how everything moves in, as the first game wasn't necessarily the best, but come on, we're playing through a group stage. First couple of games always going to be a bit messy, but I know that there's probably a lot of fantasy points riding on the line for some of these members, specifically whenever we start looking at more of the international stage. We often see that Taiko be an early rotating map. I think that with what we're seeing with the water coming through the river, creek, whatever you want to call it, that's cutting through the middle of the map, making that 50-50, there's a lot more hesitation this time, and everybody kind of waiting to see how this is going to go down.
Well, on top of the fact that the elevations or Tago are very much different than we see on most maps like Miramar, even Erangel. It's more of a gradual elevation. There's no real like just cliff sides. Aside from some of the stuff on the south, I mean, even if you look at like the area just south of Army Base, it's pretty much just a gradual rise up in forestation, and that area, it's pretty open. Like what you see here in front of LG is how a lot of that terrain on the hillside happens to be. Is now Lou from Twisted Minds is going to be taking shots, trying to get rid of LG potentially coming in to crash their compound.
Yeah, LG made a cross over the bridge that's just to the west of where we saw those shots coming in, while Twisted Minds going to go ahead and shoo them out and force them to regroup just a bit. Nothing too crazy right now, as though it's more just a, no, this is mine, you get out of here style of fighting. No firm commitments coming out just quite yet.
No.
GP is going to be to the north of this, but that's really the only contested that we might see in that area, and that's not even going to be a lot.
Yeah, and as I said, LG is perfectly comfortable playing from this compound as well. They have a good place to rotate from if they want to, so they're just going to chill there on the west side, and I'm not really worried about this at all, especially if they get a nice split, which it looks like they are going to go for. They are very close to Sarvum, though, but at the very least, the circle now, there's no reason for them to fight.
And Moss going back to the lobby here in just 1 second. Wouldn't be too surprised whenever that goes down. It should be pointed out as well that Twisted Minds that we see kind of roaming around does have themselves Palace to play around. So a very complex section of the map that if we see the circle go into this direction is very, I guess, it's a very interesting place to try to defend if you can get the good lines into it. But Falcon's going to go ahead and bring themselves out some toys. Not going to go ahead and get the car flip yet. Emmy did go down, but that's a good way to say, no, Tai Lu, you don't come over here anymore. We kind of need a second.
Xiao Yang trying to support there, getting Shen out of that position. He is kind of stuck. He's got to back up, but the spray, Capitan actually finds himself on the side of this. A nice little flank position there.
Xiao Yang now in a lot of trouble, has to figure out what he wants to do. It looks like he's headed into the north. Capitan in that flank position now getting a bit more assaulted by the other members of Tai Lu, forcing him back into that hillside. But this now means the 2-1 split that we see coming out is, this is interesting, as just to the north of this, we do have Cerberus, who's playing along that line, and Navi's just going to be the east. So I like this coming out from Tai Lu. Don't overcommit. Not worth trying to breach in. Your initial kind of feelers into it already cost you 1 member. It's just going to get worse from here.
That was a very expensive mistake there, though, from Tai Lu. Losing Shen on that team is pretty devastating. Obviously, the other 3 very capable fraggers, but yeah, Shen going down there early is not ideal for Tai Lu.
I mean, also you got to give respect. Falcons and that Capitan flank was just so well executed in position. Really exploits it, as now GP is going to be running through LG. We're kind of eyeing a different angle, so looks like GP is going to sneak this one by. The problem is, GP, where are you going to go? Remember, it was Twisted Minds that were taking shots at LG just a moment ago, so that's going to be the new replacement coming down into it. And if anything, LG's like, hey, thanks for doing our scouting for us.
Yeah, LG is actually hurting GP into the direction there of Twisted Minds, but threading the needle is GP done really well here, actually. They're going to go right through. They're kind of coming underneath Sarvum, but they're going to land right at Palace. And nice. That's a nice rotation. I can't hate that.
And this is what I was talking about. Like, Palace is really, really strong if you can defend it. But whenever we saw the 2-2 split coming out from Twisted Minds early, they weren't expecting somebody to make a commitment into an urban position at this stage. This is pretty uncommon for, I guess, the meta of competitive PUBG.
Well, the fact that it even got through, nice knock there from Spyro, is, again, pretty well done there from the side of GP, but now they're going to have to deal with Twisted Minds slowly starting to try to pick them apart. But being on those rooftops, I don't think they're going to commit too much, so at the very least, GP will be able to recover.
SRM does hear this and is kind of venturing in to defend the north. The other 2 members for Twisted Minds are like, nah, man, you got this. Yeah. We trust you. Just don't let them get you, and we'll be good. So they're still keeping an eye out back over into LG.
It's a throwback from one of my very early teams. Don't let him get you.
Don't let him get you.
As Batulin now taking some shots there, finding a good bit of damage there. But yeah, they're just going to back up. They have the rooftops. There's no real reason, especially as just a duo, for them to get too aggressive here. But they do need to be wary of GP potentially making a push onto their position there.
North of the river is where all the chaos is happening. South of the river is far more quiet as they're kind of just listening in and giving each other the evil eye. Not too much else happening with that one. Is the Palace being the place that's popping off right now, as it's where the party is definitely going down. So we're seeing even more of a commitment. Chilla was really contemplating moving more aggressive into that Palace line, but I guess he doesn't have the, you can see him up on top of that hill. He doesn't have the angle that he wants to work with, but as Toffees talks about a lot, the trees kind of get thicker the further up you go on this hillside, so it provides Chilla a couple of different ways to kind of angle down into this, but he doesn't want to overcommit, because if he does go down, it's going to be so hard to risk.
Yeah, it will be. And now moving over towards FaZe and Na'Vi, and this is on the south side of Palace, of that river, as we see Vex and the rest of FaZe actually with a very wide split here, and this is good. This is good for Control. There's really not that much of a threat for them to lose any members here, and they can support each other from that. So at the very least, everyone at this point is just waiting for that circle to shift.
Cerberus is holding down an actually very important
I like this
position.
too, yeah.
Because if we do see this go north, it's not necessarily a bridge camp location, but it is a control point that is very, very strong to play around. Yes, there are some bridges, and especially if you got Haisaki's toys to play with too, right?
Especially if you have an Om in your hand, that's definitely not bad, but fortunately, Cerberus did lose a member early with Hamas going down, so they still have a strong position at the very least, but Circle is going to close here, and this is going to be where we start to see some of those problematic rotations come out from teams kind of left on the edge.
Remind everybody to go ahead and open up the Esports map as well, so that way you can keep an eye on everything that's going to be going through. 4 AM is playing the north right along that kind of eastern front in the curve where it makes like the S out, so they're going to get a lot of control and vision. Remember Gustav in his interview just a second ago also talking about the fact that he's a bit more free to do like bigger plays. Well, he's definitely a lot more free in this position. As you can see, he's playing very far to the north.
Oh my goodness, what the hell is that shift?
Cerberus feeling a lot better. Twisted Mind's going to go ahead and regroup real quick. A lot of people already inside of vehicles. You can see that it's going to be Forrest already cutting down through here. 4 Angry Men were playing along that curve point that we were talking about a second ago. Looking at your map, you know, those things just come out of nowhere, man. You got to be careful.
That was disgusting. The way that
Twisted Mind and the Cerberus, though, this could be a moment for that AWM choke.
No, they're going to cut off. They know there's a team that's got to be in that. Yeah, there's no way they try to drive through that. Haisaki trying to find a very cheeky little knock there with that but again, they're just going to be holding down this with no issues really. Twisted going up to their left, and then LG we saw actually rotating back off that bridge on the west side.
I have a small problem for you, SRM. What Twisted Minds just did kind of opened the doors, and now you can see Twisted Minds stopping, being more comfortable. SRM wants to do the same idea after Cerberus already has kind of taken a defensive line against it. And that might be a bigger problem for them to have to navigate. 17 also going to be pathing in along the northern coast. SRM going to cut in the same path, though. They're going to lean far more into the coast, but see, Lou's now going to have a bit of vision into this as he's got himself a nice trap position. So the gauntlet going to be quite strong as 2 members from Twisted Minds going to be to the south. This Perfectus very far over to the west as LG is going to be what he's having to contest with.
Yeah, and you can start to see a lot of the issues here with this terrain. It's very flat for the most part, and there's really not that much cover at all. As Spyro taking shots at SRM, finding themselves in the rice paddies, and he's going to find a beautiful knock there onto Global Army.
Just continuing to rain in some damage. Tycon getting closer and closer by
Here comes GP.
Yeah, and add in some more, and they've got up in the earth. They've decided that they're going to crash into this. They should spot out the smokes, though, so they're not going to commit into that drop. I have to assume they're going to shift out. But remember, Na'Vi, and they were positioning that we saw a second ago, they're falling into more of the Uba line, so remember that AWM as well. It could come up a really big. Uba's kind of watching them falling down and thinking, hey, maybe I can pick up some free loot if I can line into this one, but realizes he's probably outnumbered, hops in the vehicles, and decided he's going to regroup instead.
I mean, GP find themselves in a decent position for now, but is that Haisaki with an and a P90? What is that, a raid boss? That is ridiculous. Is Alia now taking some fire? And look at this. LG is going to be scouting out Twisted. They know that they're going to be in that fishing camp. And right now, they don't necessarily need to make any crazy plays. They have a good position. Really, they need to worry about their back with Theraton 5 rotating in on the West Bridge.
And SRM's life's not going to get much better. And yeah, you're right. Haisaki got the double presence. Doesn't have too much ammo left right now. Looks like we do see Shilla have to play back that nade, man. Doing some big work on the Baron peak. He ain't going to be peeking that corner too much longer. As we do see a chain of crates going to be landing. A reminder to everybody, those aren't like the big boy crates. That's just kind of a spattering of a whole bunch of different stuff inside.
It's like a couple big boy. I mean, obviously that's where Haisaki got his toys from, but nice nade from the man we are speaking of, as Sarvim is just getting berated and assaulted here with utility, multiple knocks, and this is going to become a big problem.
And Everybody just stacked up into that corner right now. Naisaki just continuing to make a mini red zone. He's just got everything in the world that you could want to play with right now, as they are still going to be able to defend up. While this is happening, though, TE is going to be trying to make a move in back behind Cerberus in the position that we saw playing on Bridge a second ago. And they're going to be kind of more directed in their pathing, stopping just to the north of this compound. And that might be great for SRM, provide some form of relief.
It might just be, and as we now look at this shift, look at the way Theraton 5 have actually taken this position on the west on top of LG, and that's going to center in right on Batulin and Spyro.
We've got a no man's land down to the southwest. As you can see, it's going to be LG and T5 that are trying to make their passing through. Cerberus trying to eye what's going on to the north, as it is going to be TE. I don't even think the TE needs to move anymore. This is a great spot.
No, they're fine. Yeah, they're okay for now. Definitely a strong position. Sarvim just trying to survive. At the very least, they've gotten 4 members up.
All of this is great, but I'm just going to forewarn you guys. We've got FaZe, we've got Falcons, we've got Forest, 4 AM, and Petrichor Road all playing to the south after the circle shift is going to come in. Everything has pretty much got some type of team right along the edge, so this is going to get spicy pretty quick as D+Kia taking the shots at a T5, as T5 trying to cross over a very open area, and you can see regretting it fast.
Yeah, and the more that they're driving around, the more chances they are of just getting knocked and losing members here, and that's the kind of consequence of the circle. This is a very difficult circle to rotate in, Matt. There's really not that much playable area aside from what's pretty much already been taken.
We've got a couple of hillsides that are going to break out stuff. Most notably, the one that Navi's playing from is kind of going to be a sightline break. So a couple of teams might be able to hide in and around that. This is what we were talking about down in Hosan itself, is we've got this FaZe Falcon fight that's brewing and slowing down both of their rotations, while Petrichor Road is making the send in just to the west of them, opposite side of TL. But Forest is also pathing closer to this by the second. And Capitan really wanting to get the flush into that
point, yeah.
It's just like baiting him right there on the side of him. He's like, finally got it.
Will you just die, man, please? As here comes Petrichor, they're going to have to thread a very difficult needle here as they head towards Sarvim.
Oh, no.
Twisted Minds as well.
Not SRM. Out of everybody, it's going to be SRM again. Rolls in. Nate's going to come out. And Petrichor Road just rolls out with bullets. Trying to take it down. But look at the defensive line. It is Petrichor Road coming apart. Only Summer still left. He's going to go down. And that was a combined effort from near on everybody in the map to say, nah, that was too aggressive.
Perfectus and the rest of actually the members there of Twisted doing a massive helping job there towards Sarvim, keeping them alive even though they were harassing them earlier, as James will find Silsden off in the distance.
Potential follow-ups for that is we still have Forest as well as Falcons. FaZe going to be moving 4AMs, moving more aggressively into this position. You can see them popping up on the mini-map just to the north. That's what gets Falcons' attention right now. FaZe, though, with just their 2 members having to be, I guess, cautious in this, is now Forest making their run right next to TL. Pretty close as Scappy is not feeling too good. Jumps out of the vehicle. That happened. He was already so
He
low.
was low. That's not what we want to see, though. Scappy going to go down. Mistake from him there. He's going to pay for it as well as the rest of Forest. I mean, that was a difficult rotation for them to make in, especially with Tai Lu just sitting on the south side, ready to gatekeep that all day long.
All right, so Munzel's going to be able to pass through. DK is just going to be the north of that. That's going to make that his time in this world doesn't feel too much longer, as even Navi, if he managed to pass by them, there's going to be T5 follow-up. New Circle is going to shift down to the south. No surprises.
This is a rough circle to play, man. I'm not even going to lie to you.
Yeah, Navi's hillside is going to be big to keep an eye on moving forward.
Yeah, Navi is going to have a hell of a job trying to hold that against all the other teams that will need to come in from the south, whether it's Tai Lu or D+Kia, even Theraton 5 if they want to make some sort of push after D+Kia moves in. But I'm also looking at LG. They have a hell of a rotation in front of them.
I gotta say, I'm impressed with SRM surviving for as long as they have.
Yeah.
I don't know how much meds they have. If anything, the crash that just happened for them was a blessing in disguise, as they finally got some more meds, armor, or something to work with.
I mean, some of their members are on their 3rd knocks, I think, at this point. Which, as soon as you go down, Snaker's though going to find Rosseted there. That's going to be nice, but they still need to do a lot more, as that's just T5 rotating in front of them.
17's positioning on this is making it kind of awkward for TE. 17's playing more to the south, which means that they're eyeing into 4AM, and they're starting to exchange some bullets, with kind of slows down a lot of what's going to be happening here, and that allows TE to make the shift in, as Cerberus still being the focal point of so much, as Batulin's going to go ahead and hit himself into a vehicle explosion, take down Pathmon.
Yeah, and LG has pretty much taken over where T5 had initially gone. They're just on the west side of the hill that Twisted are in. And I think Relo's even kind of eyeing the north side, seeing if there's a possibility for them to go play over there on the other side of that hill. Which would potentially be strong for them, but again, they would have to deal with TE on the other side.
This is just getting more and more compressed to the south, most notably, and so many of these teams are kind of being forced into this. Munto's going to be down, DK's having some issues over here, third on 5. See, trying to navigate through this Na'Vi low ground position. This is about the only safe place that they could have potentially found, and they're not going to be peaking out for this for a while. I mean,
safe is relative, but
I mean,
at least they're alive.
Place you got, right?
Yeah, at least they're alive.
They're not. I guess actually, oddly enough, SRM is in a very strong position now.
I mean, even still, yeah, just to the south there of Cerberus. And yeah, it looks like LG is actually opting for that northern shift. I saw Rilo looking at it the whole time, and I really like this from them. It's probably their best option, as long as they consolidate the other 2 members there, as D plus Kia also making their move.
With eyeing what was going on with TE and them shifting more to the east, if they saw that, that was a perfect opportune reposition onto it. The problem is,
go boys, go.
Twisted Mind's making their life a bit more difficult. They've got this hillside that they've been cowering behind for right now, but they're going to have to cross, and you can see these vehicles aren't necessarily the happiest, but there's a ridgeline that they can kind of use. They just have to play very, very carefully for the time being, and it looks like they should be able to regroup and crest into this hill, and
I really like this from them. I really, really like this rotation.
It's going to be them and kind of Na'Vi playing on the top of everything, looking down into the valley where everybody else is going to be real sad.
And now Falcons, I think, just down to Capitan potentially. This fight between FaZe and Falcons on the southeast is just going on for ages. Pretty much almost the start of the game as they've been rotating in. And that's going to be another southern shift. And this is going to pose so many problems. 44 alive. There is, I promise you, there is not enough space to play. Not only that, but this is a very open circle.
If we end up with more than 15 or 20, I'm going to be astounded, as it is going to be 17 that does their shift in initially. As you can see, the reason why this FaZe and Falcons fight was going on for so long, they've got 4 angry men that are sitting right next to him that are now being harassed by 17. FaZe still not capable of making too big of a move, as James Gustav kind of caught out on this Tai Long, also taking some pot shots into him. And this is going to be the nature of the beast for the rest of this game. You see these hills, people leaning into cars, whatever divots they can find, that's the new lifestyle.
I do want to talk about 4AM's rotation, though, because they were very late, and the fact that they were able to take their time and kind of thread that needle on the east side was very impressive. And now they do have to deal with 17, though, who are very comfortably in a strong position in this circle, and they're going to be taking shots here at Jalu from Little Ghost.
There's also a big opportunity for James to make something happen the longer this happens. Also, Capitan. The entirety of this time that 4AM keeps having to creep away from 17's position, good old Capitan is getting, they're kind of creeping into his area. So there's a couple of thorns that can just suddenly appear in the path of what 4AM is trying to do.
Expendables as well. I'm looking at them. Their rotation in is going to be very rough, as the other duo of 17 looking straight at them. They're going to need to find a knock here if they're going to come in on the east.
We got Twisted Minds going ahead and hopping in vehicles while they're making the rotation. You can see LG already inside their vehicles, making a quick pass. This is the circle, guys. Look at it right now. Where do you go? And that's what LG is trying to figure out. They've got their eyes set on a prize, and they're going to be sending it all the way to the south. It looks like they're going to be going right next to where Daklu's going to be. He's trying to defend in. Spray's going to come out. He doesn't manage to take down Rello. Looks like he's trying to go for the flush, and suddenly everybody else from LG just pops out and says, no, we want this rock because that's all there is.
Yeah, and honestly, losing Rello there is... it's the lesser of 2 evils, the other one being they're just getting completely wiped, so they will at the very least find a good position to play for now.
GP playing the opposite position from where we see LG kind of hunkered in. Tai Lu had to just kind of watch that happen. Not too much that could be done. 4 angry men still making everything's life terrible as far as FaZe goes. Jeem's going to go down. Gustav just going to have to try to figure out some way to path in. TE trying to make his play into this one. 17 Gaming having to contest in. This has been a fight that was brewing for quite a while, as TE has been kind of hurting 17 this direction. But remember, GP is also now starting to play the eastern side of their hill.
Yeah.
So this is a lot more like trench warfare than it is hilltop warfare.
17 doing a good job for the time being, as you said, holding off that push, but I do worry about them, especially with GP on the other side. Twisted, meanwhile, has just been so devastating on the west side. They've caused all of these difficult rotations for these teams.
But their life is getting harder, as now they're having to contest in with Na'Vi, who's creeping into the north. You can see 17 getting picked apart by these repositions. It's just kind of a leapfrog setup that we see coming up from the Expendables. They're just popping in, taking some shots, repositioning, taking some more every single time they get a knock or a position in. Just one member up for 17, and look at all of the Expendables trying to exploit it. Nades coming in, still just trying to hold the line, does get the knock onto one, but there's still more to happen. The circle pops, it goes to the south, so even this is not inside the safe zone. It's holding it together. He does not want to go down. He wants vengeance. He put up one hell of a fight.
The amount of damage he did to multiple teams there was disgusting, but the Expendables, as I said, if they could get those knocks, they'd be able to make the push, and they do. Beautiful stuff for them, but the circle has shifted south yet again, and LG with that rotation earlier.
Oh my God.
Finds himself alive in Sarvum. Global Army, how do you do it?
They managed to survive in a fight that was longer than Wano. Only one of them walking away, but finally Cerberus goes down. Issue is they still need to rotate out. Na'Vi as well as TE are going to be watching.
Na'Vi cleaning up that Northwest. I cannot believe still Global Army and just Sarvum have survived from the amount of harassment they took earlier. Very impressive. Even if he goes down now, he has done his job.
Most of our eyes are going to need to be drawn down to the south. We do have Na'Vi that's going to need to rotate. Remember that we do have Forest and Master, the last one still up over there. 4AM is now shifted right back into that position that FaZe was trying to approach. And Luminosity Gaming having to deal with GP in close range, though. As you can see, it's not going too well. Dip's not going to be enough. They're going to get taken out. GP, 4 Angry Men, going to be looking in. And TE, they're on a tear over here right now. They're kind of watching everything, and this game is starting to feel more and more theirs.
4AM, though, they have not had to contest with too much of what's been happening here, and so they have 5 kills already and still very much healthy. 3 helmet invest there, as you see on Crazy 112. But as you said, the Expendables now starting to come up behind them.
They have just been pathing through everything. Delwyn is way up to the north, like what, almost 200 meters away from the rest of the squad. But 4 Angry Men looking in, one of the members goes down, and you'd think the fact that if you knock one of the Angry Men members, that the team would get less angry, but no, it gets even more mad the more of them that are down at the time. But TE weathering it, using these hillsides, jumping time and time again, exploiting the little bit of damage just to creep a bit closer. But the cost is, look at that armor.
Yeah, Crazy coming down off that hill was the correct play here. Now as the Expendables here starting to push up on that peak there, they're going to be able to pour over, but now 4AM has realized this, and they're repositioning here for the fight on the edge on the east.
Opposite siding, Na'Vi, oh no. Master's just cooking it. Bushwookie gonna toss it out. That's gonna be terrible for Na'Vi. Oh. 2 members instantly dropped. That's gonna be some points going over for Forest. Feeling pretty good. They've got to be careful though. Na'Vi just sent their other members straight into the center of the zone. And while they can take some shots at Master and he's gonna go down, there's not much that they can do for Uba.
Yeah, that was, no, actually he's going to survive. So he's going to get some points. He's going to find some meds as well, and this is a good position for now.
All right, 4 Angry Men says, okay, enough of this. We're going to have to contest what's going to be happening, but it's going to be TL taking shots on one side. TE just brute forcing this through. They say, look, we're done with fighting in the low ground. We're just going to push it up, force you out of this one. But the problem is, as they crest that hillside, everybody can see them, most notably Na'Vi, who's still caught up looking at Master right now, though. So that's an unexpected benefit for TE to have to deal with. Circle Pops, Na'Vi, and Tyloo, the only teams in it.
Tyloo has a lot of that road ridge there to play. As we see the Expendables, I mean, they've just been so impressive on this east side, fighting multiple teams, going through 17 first, now fighting their way through 4AM. But the problem becomes, where do they play once they do potentially wipe 4AM? There is not a lot to play on the east side of the road. Very little circle even in there for them to try to take hold of.
The strongest squad that we've got sitting right now is TE, but they're in tatters after everything that they've been having to put through. Tyloo trying to defend into the south, Na'Vi on the opposing side of it. You can kind of see Hillside still caught up in Master, man. They want this kill. It's a moral victory whenever they finally get to take him down, but there's a world where he gives it over the blue. TE, though, looks like they're starting to eye pathing back into the north, into kind of more of the Na'Vi pathing instead of relent, let 4AM. They did the damage. There's only 2 members there. Let's shift our perspective elsewhere.
There is like a little bit of a dip in there, but again, it's just so open. Na'Vi will very much be able to see that. And even Global Army, who's managed to stay alive this long, will have some angles. They finally get rid of Master. Na'Vi, though, in the best position currently that you could find yourselves in, as they now take shots towards Tyloo.
And this is problematic specifically.
Look at Global Army.
Yeah, he's got goals in life. If you want to talk about a team that has been surviving, you know, we talk about the land, loot, survive, and all that other stuff. They're epitome of that right now. They have been hunted, fought, crashed on, everything.
And 5 kills still, and in a, top 4 situation?
I wouldn't be surprised if they at least out-survive one of these teams. Nobody's expecting him to be coming into this one as 4 Angry Men's pathing, and now that Na'Vi isn't distracted, it's going to be a lot harder.
Still, Na'Vi, they are definitely the beneficiaries of these shifts. As The Expendables are starting to make their way in and using those vehicles because there really is no cover in the circle. Tyloo desperately wants to find some of these knocks, some of these kills. They know they're going to have to move soon as well.
There is absolutely nothing expendable about the Expendables right now. 4 men still up, fighting their way in, and everybody's got focus in on them. But finally, Tyloo taking some shots into Na'Vi. This is a crested hillside fight, so it's just going to get more awkward as we move in. And keep in mind, 2 solos opposing sides of TE. But while this is happening, and TE had to kind of regroup and shift down, Longs has moved to the opposite side of that road. And did you see the tripod coming out there? That's scary.
Yeah, the MG when you're prone is absolutely disgusting. And speaking of which, Long's gonna find a nice spray there on a Tan Vu, and this nade could actually get the second knock on 777. It's not close enough.
Yeah, it is at least going to take down 1 to make this a bit more of a fair fight. Tyloo's trying to hold it together. Circle control definitely not going to anybody right now. I'd say that Tyloo has
Tyloo and Na'Vi really
chunk of it, but you can't really control the circle so much as you can just kind of hunker down and shoot what comes at you.
Well, the remnants here of LG's crash is going to be really beneficial here for Tyloo. Again, Na'Vi is pretty much just stuck on a rock. Tyloo has quite a bit to actually play with as the Expendables are just trying to stay alive with no cover here on that northeast side.
It was good for a while, but Delwyn just doesn't have a lot of options to path down.
No.
Everybody's focus is on the Expendables right now, realizing that they've been running amok on everything that's been happening. So they're going to be trying to move through. Goes for the 360, gets to the tree. Can he get to cover? Drops down. Still not in the circle, but close enough to feel better about it.
And HSMM is just still prone, looking for any opportunity. He's just trying to get points at this point. And he's gonna find one, but Longs will find him and get rid of him here. 7 kills on the side of Tyloo, just making it work.
Tyloo in first place right now, sitting at 28 points, wanting to get even bigger lead on everybody that's going to be back behind and go up and spray across, and there we go. The Expendables finally down. Guess what? That means the Global Army kind of has a pathing point, but he has at least been spotted.
The fact that he's still alive.
I mean, respect. Oh, he hit Longs and knocked him on top of that. Now Tyloo has to come up and reinforce. Na'Vi and Mel know where he is, but they don't have the cleanest sight line into it. Global Army is somehow making this game work for him.
That man is a hero.
He is.
That man is an absolute hero. Obviously not dealing with the smokes. That nade landing very close. He will be able to somewhat get away for now. He knows that he has a knock on Tyloo, but that timing in that window has closed, and now it's just going to be down to a 2v2 between Na'Vi and Tyloo, and they are equal distance from that center.
Global Army, I feel, has been playing that entire game with the ringing in his heroes. It has just been nade upon nade. Now down into the 2v2, and oddly enough, they're pretty equal distance. I would say that Tyloo has a little bit closer of a position to the circle, the center spot. Na'Vi has, I guess, a more controlled angle that they can play from, though. So the wreckage of vehicles being key factor, but also, yeah, no smokes.
No smokes, really, on the side of Na'Vi. I imagine both of these teams are somewhat out of utility, as Example's going to eat a headshot. He was trying to bait there. Potentially trying to cover. Oh, Mel, he's going to go down. Example now, down to his solo. Blue at his back. Tyloo, are they going to win their second game here? No helmet as well.
Just trying to cling to life right now. That small difference in the blue zone is going to be big, but he uses this opportunity to reposition down. Example gets the knock on 1v1, clinging to life right now. Tyloo trying to use this rock, gonna go for the nade, throw it out. You can see opposing side of this just trying to feed information. It is going to be Example trying to creep forward, use whatever is being provided by Mel. Finally, he's gonna go down, creeping out. Example shifts to the south, trying to use that tree to block the sight line, creeping
those bushes though.
He knows blue zone now gonna be back behind Tyloo, and with this tree, that means Example actually has a close spot into the circle, goes for the spray, does get the knock on a 1. Example sitting on more life. This molly could be massive to get control over what's gonna be happening. Peek, back and forth, between opposite sides, shot's gonna come out, and it's gonna be Tyloo getting their second game.
And what a play there. That was a beautiful display. Na'Vi as well trying to do their best, but a second win here for Tyloo, and what a start for the team.
I mean, and you gotta say they earned that. Nobody walks into that one with any circle advantage, any favor of any type. You are just fighting tooth and nail, as that has just been our third absolute banger game in a row.
But that also goes to show you how difficult Tego can be, especially when it ends in those areas where there's really no cover at all. And we saw some nice adaptations. LG tried to send it there early, but it just wasn't enough.
There is so much to look at. We've got some highlights that are going to be prepped, and our desk is going to give you a walkthrough of all the cool stuff. We'll see you guys in a sec.
Land, tie, loot, and survive. They do it. They come out with the second chicken dinner of 3 games. We had questions. We wondered, will this roster stand up, put up, and show up? And they have done all 3 so far.
Yeah, that was an insane game, but that was so unfortunate for Na'Vi to be backstabbed by Forest there. They would literally won that game if they were Forest strong.
Yep.
It was close. He got to the tree, and he managed to survive long enough for Tyloo to get off the rock. But yeah, that was a courageous spray down with a headshot coming on, denying that. And Tyloo with another one, insane toughness.
It was, and it was an example of incredible like rebound ability by Na'Vi.
Right.
That backstab was incredibly difficult to deal with. Example, saw his teammate go down, and like I think Matt pointed out, he moved very effectively. Every time he forced Tyloo back, he relocated. The problem is there's only so many places to go. That was a tough circle to play. Tyloo came out on top. Welcome back to the analysis desk, guys. It is brought to you by STC Play. My name is Toffees. I got Avenger here in the After Action Report, and I'm going to be real with you. I didn't expect Tyloo to come out this strong, especially because Shen hasn't been proven, in my opinion, at this level of play yet. It seems like he's ready to go.
He got some at PGC last year, but still for sure coming in here. And he wasn't even alive for the last parts here, right? So obviously for them to grab 2 games like this is going to put them in a fantastic situation for winner's bracket. I would say at this point, there's almost no way they don't make it to winner's bracket.
I remember, we only play 12 games to get your spot in that winner's bracket. So when you come out with 2 chicken dinners to start, there's a lot of freedom there. As we go into our next map grouping, there was rumors that they might be hot dropping, I think maybe with Falcons possibly, looking for a fight over Razak. Now, if I'm Falcons, I'm changing some plans. I'm putting my nest somewhere else because these guys are set, like you said.
Yeah, for sure. If you're this far ahead already, like you're a team that maybe have 10 points. You want to avoid them at all costs. Like you don't want to run into a team that is like almost guaranteed to make it into the winners bracket. Yeah, it's scary for some of those teams that have not solidified them just yet on leaderboard.
Quick pivot, Tyloo dominating right now, playing very well, but they're not the only team dominating.
Sure.
Na'Vi, yet another game where we see them in that top 5, putting massive points on the board. I mean, at the first match of the day, they lost example as the first kill of the tournament.
Yeah,
and here they are still just racking up points though. Like Na'Vi is looking really good.
Yeah, and as I said before, like if they had all 4 guys live, if they didn't get backstabbed in that situation, they would easily have won that end game.
Yeah,
because they had so many. They would have had Tyloo on that rock, and they would literally just destroyed them completely. But yeah, 2v2, they got pretty far. They got some good points here, got good placements, but still, it could have been better. 8 kills, second place, still 14 points coming their way here. A lot of utility usage though.
And in a way, you kind of have to give a shout out to, Forrest. It was a masterful backstab that cost Na'Vi that game. I didn't think he'd be able to pull it off. Master came in and did make those moves.
Impressive to see them only having, they're only a full squad for 5 minutes and 45 and still go out and win with 11 kills. That's an impressive feat there for them.
It is very impressive. Let's take a look at the stats at the end of that match. And this is what we come on. And this is, again, that we talked about. He has pedigree. He's been through it before. He's been in this business a long time. And I think that's what we saw in that game. Because when things go as badly as that circle did in Tego, you kind of lean into, listen, I've seen this before. I know what it's like when all you've got is a rock and we have to make it work.
Yeah, for sure. And there are so many cases where like the circle went in areas where there is so little cover. But here, the Gadia, of course, man of the match, Yao Yang has to be him. It's 744 damage, 6 kills. So many points coming in that way and clutching it in the end, of course, has to be him.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a hard clutch, and it was a clutch against a player defending world champion, right? Like, you're in that 1v1. You guys are trading shots. The confidence to go ahead and get those repeats was impressive.
Oh, impressive here. Of course, 20 kills so far. Really top heavy, of course, for him also getting in there. But they had to cross the road, and they were in a rough spot. And again, Luminosity Gaming, they got on the right side of the road, but you're going to be pressured from so many sides. So even though they were over there, they didn't survive for too long.
I mean, you mentioned Luminosity. I will at least give them props for surviving as long as they did. They sent into a spot that had just no cover. And I remember in the green room, you and James were counting down the moments till the grenades removed them from the match, and it was inevitable. Match leaderboard, again, we see Tyloo come out with a massive point gain, 21 off of that. When we get to the overall leaderboard, it is going to be absolutely brutal, I think, how far ahead they pull off the back back of this one.
And also Expendables making some good decision making here, getting into a good push, getting 4th and 4 kills, so they're up there. Of course not 21, but let's take a look at the total. 42 here, Toffees for Tyloo. That's insane. But as you said here, Na'Vi in a good spot. And in general, we have a lot of representation. But if you're on the right-hand side of the leaderboard right now, Toffees, you are looking to step up for the rest of the day, of course.
Yeah, I mean, because we're going into a totally different shift. You only get 6 games with these 2 groups, right? That means your next 6, you're going back into more ununderstandable, unknowable situation.
You potentially could have like 2 or 3 rough games again, and then you're going to be going into the losers.
Absolutely. I do want to say this for Tyloo. They are highest on the placement points, but they're also highest on the kill counter, tied for highest. That means this is a team that is doing it all, which is very, very impressive. 4AM, kind of the opposite of that. They're getting those kills left and right and center. They're just not putting together the placement. I think it's maybe just some shifts that haven't worked in their favor, and that, to me, speaks well of them because it says they're making the points wherever they have to.
Yeah, and in general, like now that we're halfway through, like there might be some, like you're getting comfortable, you're getting into a decent spot here, like at this point, there's no more excuses in terms of, okay, where like you've gotten enough used to this stage, you're like the land feeling, now focus up. You have the rest of the day to make sure you got those points there. Otherwise, you're going to be potentially too far behind to catch up.
There it is on the desk right now. Our current leaders, they look happy, they look excited, not surprising. On the opposite side, we've got our team that came in 3rd place in the last game, trying to make it work. These guys told me at lunch today, if they could say anything to the world, it's get used to seeing more of us here. We aim to stay, and I've heard that as far as grinders go in the region, Sarvum works harder, grinds more than a lot of other teams from the area.
Right. And at this point here, for PGS1, the cutoff for the bottom 8 was 56 points. So 42 already now, having only played 25% of your games, is just insane for Tyloo.
Absolutely insane. We saw a shot of Master, but you know what? It's time for us to head over to the grassy pastures of Erangel and game number 4. Let's do it.
We got ourselves the new flavor in Tego, so let's go back to the classic style of PUBG as we're shifting over to Erangel. As I know Global Army is kind of new to the scene, but I think he's starting to build up a global fandom.
I think more or less you are his fan, especially with the way that he was able to survive there as long as he did. That was, again, Sarvum's resiliency there was just incredibly impressive.
You know me, I'm a sucker for underdogs, dude. I just can't help it. I love people that manage to just like, it feels like it's the epitome of PUBG. Like whenever the whole deck is stacked against you, you're not expected to be like the top dog, but you're still finding ways to get your points. That like resonates with me because I'm kind of bad at the game sometimes.
We can all be bad at sometimes, but looking at this play, there's actually a pretty northern plane, and my eyes are actually still glued to Twisted Minds and potentially any drops there, but no, they're actually going to get apartments for free, and 17 obviously going to get Pachinki. I can't imagine a team that would want to contest them there.
If anything is going to be more formulaic in drops, it's going to be this one. Everybody kind of knows where everybody's wanting to go. So as we can see, 17 is going to be making the push in for the very center of the map inside of Pachinki. Is not going to be glancing around at different stuff. The split coming out from Twisted Minds, which we talked about just a moment ago. Petrichor Road still doing a bit more of a push. Forest actually going very far up and getting that area around Zarki could be something to keep an eye on. So we're still waiting for that first circle to reveal itself and see where we're going to be headed for this game.
I absolutely love Zarki. I mean, you know, that's...
No, we're not going to Zarki.
Okay, well, I know we're not going to Zarki, but even a circle like this, I mean, being someone who's actually looted Zarki multiple times internationals, I actually really love that position. But for this circle, the rotation will come in late on the northeast, sure. But yeah, that's a very, very LG-esque, old school Rumblers Melt to Power circle that I love to see.
Yeah, this is going to be the LG backyard. So I know a couple of people have been waiting for a bit more of an LG pop-off. So there is the potential for that one right now. Cerberus also going to be pretty comfy inside of this position. And SRM not going to have to do too big of a rotation either, as well as FaZe, who's just going to be playing Milta proper, just to the west of Relic.
And I can tell you from experience as well that, I mean, we love to see this circle back when I was playing. The difficult thing is like kind of where you play again when you have so much room to kind of choose from. Generally, we'll see teams, we actually just really like to take mini power there and then like one of the compounds to the west, whether it's like a flat top or something, but LG very well versed in this area. They'll know exactly what to do.
Looks like Falcons was wanting this. You can see very low economy right now is they're going to have to deal with that. Shift away, there's nothing to the west. Like, there are no other teams, so just take your shots, avoid anything coming at. I did want to follow up on what you were talking about having the circle fall on your major loot location, especially in an area such as Milta, which is more wide open. respect. I guess now we know who's in charge of the squad, right? You got to hit him with the car a bit, like give him a love tap. No, you listen to me. I want to do this. But anyway, back over to the Milta section. What do you look whenever you're looking at the circle like this? Where do you are you based off of where you think people are dropping? So that's how you set up your defense. Do you just go for the power positions and location, like the buildings you like to play best? What are the barriers?
So I mean, for instance, us, right, Rumblers, we always used to like to take mini power at the very least and one of the main compounds to the west. Not so much Monkey where we see Relo kind of rotating from, but either the flat top or the two stories there. Those are good positions. You can set up kind of by the we used to call them the phase yellows to the north, right? Because that actually does help cut off a lot of rotations or do quite a bit of damage to the teams coming in. But yeah, generally mini power is just a very good position to hold from, which is where we see LG kind of setting up right now.
And let's not forget, one of the big things about this circle that can be problematic is that with the whole lumberyard hillside, you kind of end up with these couple of bottleneck positions
yes,
that you have to work with. That's slightly resolved now. Whenever we look at the emergency pickup, it's still not going to be safe, but it does provide you different pathing options that were a bit more limited inside of the circle.
And we've already seen teams like GP as well as Falcons use those and get it. I mean, Tai Lu obviously winning the first game off of that drop. So yeah, emergency pickups have been an amazing tool for these teams to use, especially because, as you said, rotations before through those bottlenecks were absolutely hell.
Up on the top of that hillside, not wanting to deal with it, is going to be SRM, who we're talking about beforehand. Cerberus, you can see playing Lippo. No inherent rush. They have Haisaki that's going to be playing in the buildings that are just going to be to the west of that, opposite side of the road, as well as Duckby hanging out and just making sure to defend up so that way they have a territory of control. I'm going to be kind of curious to see how a lot of the rotations do come into this. We do have Navi that's opting into a much earlier rotation, right on the edge of everything. We also have 4 Angry Men who are doing their Yaz-9. Kind of drop at nothing too crazy. Don't even have anybody that's going to contest around them.
Yeah, 4 AM usually loots here. I mean, no one's really going to want to contest 4 AM anyways. But yeah, they're just going to come in just off to the north, right? They have plenty of things, whether it's going to be J Compound or Mansion. They'll be able to kind of rotate in. And you already see HSMM actually going towards that hill just to the west of Lip.
Looks like he was even keeping an eye on where Cerberus and whenever they got the timing to make their move and following him back behind them. Well played is TE making their pathing down as it's going to be Petrichor Road. Remember, we did see them rotate late into this as not necessarily probably in the best looted position right now, but at least trying to get that back together. TE looks like they're going to try to opt away from that. Are they going for a milli base cycle?
I was just about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a team go from the west bridge over to the east bridge. They're rotating on Millie Island because no one's going to be there, especially with how north the plane was, right?
Good call. And with this, a couple of shots now being exchanged between
your favorite team, Sarv and Navi.
Lined in. I mean, I think that there's a slight advantage into one side of this one as Navi is starting to make their push up the hillside. It is contained, though. I do want to point out 17 Gaming is also pathing down next to Farm and does have their eyes set up along the sight line, but it doesn't look like they haven't even passed the road yet to get near Lumberyard Hillside.
No, and Lumberyard, as you know, especially in this circle, can be really difficult to fight down because it is a massive slope leading into Milta Power. So a lot of the teams that are at least setting up around it will have good sight lines on the rotations coming in. But yeah,
it's actually one of my favorite places to watch whenever we get to the top of Lumberyard, is just because it's so dynamic.
That, but it sucks to play from.
It sucks to play.
Let me tell you.
But the rocks, the way that the hillside all comes together, there's so many dynamic features. Sure. Even like the recess section that comes in. I love to see how different teams opt to play around this hillside.
Well, especially like kind of the newer, I should say, newish version of Lumberyard, right? Because there are some now embankments as well as like you have some cannons as well spread out along there. So there's much more cover now than there used to be.
See, I'm, I guess, evil or whatever you want to say, but I like to see players whenever they have those difficult choices and specifically how they want to play a location. Everybody knows that, you know, if we end up going,
you're a terrible person. That's what you're looking for.
I like to see the smart players play smart and want to try to figure out why they're doing their smart thing, and it's very peculiar, specifically in this area. Now we're starting to see most of our class.
Twisted actually is kind of getting dangerously close here to Forest as they also try to rotate in on the Yas Bridge here.
Yeah, Yas Bridge versus gas station bridge, pretty much what we're looking at, right? Is it looks like it was just a vehicle theft. They just come up, grab it, and they're out.
No big deal.
Yeah.
And Twisted Minds.
I love the horns, man. I don't know why, it always just makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted has been trying to find their footing here, though. It's not been the greatest 3 games as they're currently sitting in 15th place with only 6 points, and that's you know, it is just to start an event, and it is group stages, which can be a little chaotic, but yeah, not the start I would have envisioned for Twisted, and I'm sure, but Batu would tell you the same thing.
Batu's on my fantasy team, so yeah,
it's an amazing pick, amazing player. I will say I'm not really worried about Twisted though, because they are just so consistent, and they do tend to fix any issues that they have pretty early.
That's a big part of PUBG whenever you look at it on the competitive stage. Sometimes a day can be bad, but how much do you learn from it, right? It's really easy to get mad and do all these other things, but whenever you go back and you do the research, bring it in and go, okay, we could have done this slightly different here. These small minutia changes to turn what was a catastrophe into success. Twisted Minds, they've got the minds to do that.
They are absolutely one of the most consistent teams in the world. So again, not really worried about them. I mean, if they finish out the day still kind of struggling, then yes, because they don't want to be in that position where they're not going to make the top. But again, I think they'll be fine.
We'll be to a loser's bracket that has Twisted Minds in it is the way I'm going to be looking at it. You never know, though. We'll have to keep an eye out. As now we do have Forest that's making their pathing in. Expendable is going to be coming in as well. They did opt into going that melee circle.
But look at Petrichor, Matt.
Yeah. I like this read from Petrichor. I mean, there's no big rush to fight your way into Lumberyard Hillside, right?
Exactly. And I think they did see TE actually rotate onto the island, so now they know that they're going to be able to hold them out.
Oh, and
speaking of bad starts, though, yeah.
As Twisted Minds coming in this one a bit late. And it's going to be Forest. This is a squad that they've kind of bumped heads against a couple of times today.
I mean, they're only sitting with 8 points, but they've really been impressing me so far with their rotations, their decisions on where they want to rotate, taking the fight early with 17 in that first game, and the fact that they've just been really scrappy and causing issues for some of these teams that, you know, punching above their weight.
I love what's happening here. I love the fact that we're about to see the potential of a bridge camp, but I also got to point out 4AM and DK are both in Lippo taking shots at each other right now, so we might see a Lippo fight. Yeah, here it is circling around, is going to be running right through this. What Crazy says, nah, okay, maybe we need to get away from this one. This is a very intriguing fight that you don't see very often.
They are going to be able to skirt by, use that ridge, and then go all the way towards kind of that central road that leads down into Milta Power. As this first circle is going to post, is it going to leave a lot of water in? Oh. Wow, okay.
You're not allowed to talk during circles anymore. It's no longer allowed. You've got the same rules applied that I do. All right, so I guess good if you're in the south. You can see people already cresting in. It looks like this is going to be...
What the hell is that shit?
Mad Max Sin to Milta? Is that what we're doing?
Oh, man. I mean, Expendables have found themselves with more time right now, though. Being on the south side, I guarantee you they weren't expecting the circle to shift that far south, so they could actually kind of just take their time. Petrichor's no longer going to be camping that bridge. They now have an opportunity to get a much more central position here.
Oh, this is about to get really weird. We have 17 that's already shifted in. Navi's going to be playing just to the north of the Petrichor Road, making a shift along that beachhead just down below them. But remember, TE can actually have some pot shots that they can take in from this range. It's a long way away, but can at least scare them just a bit. GP actually using the emergency airdrop. They're going to be jumping in on the opposing side of it. Petrichor Road doesn't like it with what's going to be going on to the east, so they're shifting back into the west. That opened the sight line back up for 17 Gaming, who's going to be taking some pot shots in them. And while all of the shifting with Petrichor Road is going on, Falcons have shifted back into their previous position.
Yep, and Falcons have absolutely backfilled Petrichor. And as you said, GP have been using those drops so far this almost every game, and they have found themselves in a very good position off of that. So impressed with that. Tai Lu coming in off the northwest as well. And look at all the fans there in attendance. You absolutely love to see it. I love land settings more than anything.
All the flags coming into play. The cheering is starting to come out slowly and steadily. We're getting everything filled up as DK now having to make some type of fill position of their own. They're going to be passing by the 2-2 split coming up from LG, who leaned into Factory, and then the compounds that are just going to be to the west of that, I guess opposite sides of the hill that we often see being fought around. TE is inside of a boat, I believe, and they're going to be cutting across in, and they're going to get the southern part of the peninsula potentially around the same time that DK could be rotating in, depending on how deep DK wants to go into this.
That's a good spot, though, for TE. Even though they won't have any other vehicles, they will be able to play that ridge into the next circle at the least. And now 17 and Forest is actually dropping in.
Forest, they've decided that they're going to jump straight into Milta. They're getting shot at by 17 by Navi, GP, LG, FaZe. They were trying to go into the east, and they were quickly like, nope, go back over here. This is our safe spot. They do,
but they make it.
Sneak it through. It's going to be Hush that goes down inside of all of that as Navi looks back into GP's position, goes for a quick exchange between them.
And Oxlef now going to find a member there of Forest, but losing one to get into the central position here in Milta, that is worth it 100%.
No complaints off that. 17 Gaming wanting to get a bit more of a stretch out. You can see them on the mini-map there. They did also have a little Ghost that went to go play in the peninsula that's just to the southeast of Milta itself. And it looks like he did bump into TE and had some shots, so he's just going to be playing that hillside. Milta is definitely the topic of conversation, though, as now we have Navi playing the outskirts of it. We have Forest that's in the thick of it, Petrichor Road, 17 Gaming, and Falcons. Falcons with a long split all the way down from the crossroads in Milta down to the bridge.
I actually really like fighting in Milta. It's different in other cities because instead of being a lot of like 2 stories, 3 stories, some apartments, it's kind of like little shacks and little 1 stories here with some of those 2 stories and that 1 3-story kind of speckled throughout. So I really enjoy fighting here, especially if it does end here. You have a lot of options and it's fun. I enjoy. I like watching it as well. Milta fights are just fun all around.
Okay, see, we can let you talk during the circle this time. All right, everything's safe. We only got a little bit of
had
water.
to shift that way.
Yeah, it did, let's be honest. But we still have a bit of the bay, and everybody kind of knew this is how it's going to be going. You see the Twisted Minds coming in late, using the blue of their name tags to camouflage themselves into the blue zone as they are now sneaking in. And
they should,
if they want to play edge, it's pretty open for them.
Well, they should actually be able to, if they see that flat top is open, that's going to be a really strong position just to the north of Milta. But look at this.
This is
Sarvam have taken this central shack. I think it was LG a long time ago that actually won a game somehow from that shack. So it is possible. They have 4 vehicles in front of it to just hold off anyone potentially trying to crash them. But yeah, this is the flat top I was talking about, Matt.
I feel like that SRM shack is just the shack of ruined dreams. It feels like every single time somebody has to go there, it never ends well. LG trying to regroup as they've got GP on the opposing side of them. LG having to regroup because they had their Ton 5 that was coming in back behind.
Good position, though.
Ago, but this is actually pretty comfortable for most of the teams. No heavy commitment's going to have to come out just quite yet.
Yeah, everyone is in the circle, even 4 a.m. You see Crazy up to the north, not quite in, but they're going to be able to consolidate just fine. And so everyone now is settling in, Matt, as you said, waiting for this next shift.
I'm just terrified that it goes, because our theme today has been recessed hillsides coming out of cities. And I just have this feeling that somehow the compound, you know, that shack that SRM went to is somehow going to be the center. So we're going to get the field north of Milta and the hillside, and everybody in Milta shaking their fist at the sky.
But that's why they sent it there. Sarvam is aware that the circle does tend to favor that shack and that area, those fields just to the east of Milta quite often. So sending it there early, the fact that they got there with 4 alive is not the worst. The fact that they're all 4 just kind of stuck in there isn't the best either.
This is an awkward situation starting to brew as DK has shifted in more and more from their coastline position. They have David that's kind of playing in the compound north of it, and it's going to be TE that kind of gets good read in as Expendables just open up a beautiful trap into that one. Tanvu should be fine as the rest of DK nowhere near here.
Yep, and he's going to get a very nice, easy res on the Tanvu there. He's not done yet. He's still making sure that no one else is trying to push. They know that they have a knock, so this would be the window for D+ Kia to actually make the push. And look at this. He knows it's just a first knock. I love this. Awareness from 777.
Makes the jump out, has to step away, going for the reload. He had a surrender position. He's going to go down. Duck Juice nowhere near position to really support in, so he's having to send it down. Dylan going to be back behind this. So D+ Kia doing a great job on exploiting in the opportunity and making the best of a bad situation.
I was going to say, I don't like the fact that T took so long to get support, but I forgot they rotated in on a boat. They didn't have vehicles to immediately send people to help that duo out. So Duckjuice made that run probably right when that fight started, but they didn't get there in time.
They're not done. They're using that tree line to block out any vision on their approach, and they're trying to be sneaky with this.
It's a 2v2.
I mean, yeah, you know that the opportunity is going to be there. Circle is going to go up to the north. Not quite as much as I was afraid of with the hillside, but now how much of a commitment you're going to make? We're going to see some chaos. The circle is going to happen specifically in the north. 4AM going to be holding back Twisted Minds, as well as Falcons trying to make their rotation. Oddly enough, SRM in their shack going to be able to defend out, take some shots. Twisted Minds going to try to wrap around for Angry.
This is rough.
This is going to be complex, and yeah, I'm not surprised that they're pulling away from that.
There is not a lot to play at all below 4 a.m. or even where you see Lou. He's going to be in that little pocket there, but yeah, there's nothing to really play here on this hillside. Is now look, Petrichor making the push onto 17, but they will lose one.
Yeah, a couple of members for Petrichor moved forward. That didn't go so well. While the Twisted Mind rotation was going in, Falcons exploited that and cut across, and they actually did manage to get pretty centered inside the circle. Lil Ghost with a great headshot onto Summer, and Petrichor Road. This is starting to turn more and more problematic by the moment.
Yeah, Petrichor just down to Summer.
Let's see if we get the reses out from them. 4 Angry Men, though, it looks like they're actually going to relent their defended position up into the north.
Some are in CUIs, actually.
Going to shift back down as they are going to find themselves an open opportunity just to the north of T5. Because remember, T5 compressed in LG a moment ago.
Yes.
So this is just going to be kind of one of those take one down, passed around compound situations that I think that 4AM was watching.
Well, 4AM will also be able to play well from this as long as they can get Xiaolu and Xiaopan, and it looks like they're going to be able to do that just fine. And so, again, 4AM in the last couple games have done a great job, maybe coming in a little later than they normally would, but they're finding these beautiful compounds, these beautiful positions to play from, even coming in late. So very impressive from them.
Remember, GP, who made that jump in a while ago, feeling pretty good about it. They're pretty centered right now. They got some decent sight lines. LG, this is kind of their backyard, not having to do too much just quite yet. Twisted Mind still going to have to make an awkward rotation in a moment, but Petrichor Road now going to be walking right into the potential of a trap if they're not careful. See, this is why we talk about how dangerous it is in the urban environment, right? You've got to look at every single corner, but then there's always the dude on the roof.
Well, especially with the one stories though of Milta, we were talking about it earlier. It's just a lot of like kind of one stories, couple shacks there. As we see Twisted Minds finding some sort of play here. They actually came into this rotation pretty well, all things considered, as they do have Cerberus now right above them though.
Yeah, our moving factors that we're looking at, Summer did go down again. Petrichor Road had one member, needs to move in. Tai Lu is still playing the northern part of Milta, still 4 up, a lot more quiet than normal, as Cerberus is taking these pot shots into Twisted Minds, who uses 4AM's repositioning as an opportunity to move into the circle itself. But it's just going to be him as Tycon taking some shots down. No real big opportunity has been presented as Forest finally does end their fight with Petrichor Road.
Tycon is so good. He's done so much damage in these games, and he's continuing to just harass Twisted Minds as no one has to move yet. Circle is about to post, and it's just going to center up right on Game PT.
SRM's compound earlier still inside, but it's going to be right on the edge. Nobody's going to want it. I wouldn't be surprised, though, unless it's just an absolute emergency. This hillside's about to come alive with the sound of gunfire. Everybody's got to start shifting in. Hisaki decides to go for a step down. He's going to go ahead and deal with all of the firing line as everybody from 4AM, T5, LG is just looking up that hillside and daring somebody to shift down.
Fortunately, that vehicle at least has back tires, right, for Ty Lu to use if they need to kind of send it somewhere. But that field in Milta it's really not that conducive for any teams to play, especially if you're a 4-man. So Sarvam actually has an opportunity here to get quite a few points of these teams rotating in ahead of them.
CS finding themselves
unless they get crashed.
Yeah. CES just shifting down into this compound. They're going to get themselves a wizard tower. And with this check this out.
Position.
4 Angry Men move back into where Cerberus was. Remember, they were playing in this area beforehand, taking shots at Twisted Mind, shifted down the hillside, realized with Cerberus
really
moving that it's opened, and shifted back into the north.
Really love that rotation. And again, 4AM's decision making right now, so far in this group stage, has been nothing short of great.
See, look, good guy. Suju's helping his teammate move and turn into it. Now 17, you got to shift by. Forrest on one side of Navi on the other. Shot's going to be coming out, catching a bit of areas. They're just trying to send it. It's going to be rolling down. Just going to go ahead and take him out. Be like, no, buddy, I'm not going to let him have you. I'm going to take you out instead. Using the opportunity, they're just cutting in. It's going to be Falcon's position. Nades out. It's going to roll down the hillside. Not good enough since he just jumps out. Little Ghost is going to go down. Just 1 up, and the commitment stays in. They say, hey, we're all going to die together if we're going to die, and that's what they're going to do.
That was one of the ballsiest. That was a game-winning play, though. They wanted straight up the best central position they could get without having to crash that compound GP is in. So I respect it, but man, that was, I mean, that, as I said, that was very ballsy. And the fact that Falcons held that doesn't surprise me with all the other teams taking shots at 17.
I mean, there was so few options. Forest one side, Navi, we talked about.
They could have played the back of the shack where we see Forest now. But yeah, they, as I said, they wanted the game-winning play there.
Back behind this, we still have one member in Tai Lu still alive. Not feeling like they're going to pick up another victory in this one as the blue zone putting in some work. SRM taking some shots. Falcon glancing that way every once in a while, as well as Forest into the south. Forest and SRM being kind of our defensive line of the field, depending on how this next circle is going to lay.
And I will say, though, GP, for being center, I don't feel like they've done that much damage, actually. LG, if anything, is taking all the shots there up to the north, and the teams like 4AM, Twisted, as well as Cerberus, but everyone else has been fairly quiet. Theraton 5 have pretty much just sat.
we have a brewing situation into the north with 4 Angry Men and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds creeping back up that hillside, so a fight that kind of started about 2 circles ago, and Twisted Minds had to go to the south, and 4 AM went back to the east. Now starting to regroup yet again as Perfectus is trying to make his way up this hillside circle. He is going to pop and favor this northern position, so if anything, that just means, okay, this is worth fighting because this trench is going to be high value. Throwables coming out, and you can see 4 Men already prepped up, already reading it, throwing out the counter utility. It's just a flashbang. It's a mini rave up here that nobody can step into.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds, as you said, know exactly what they need to do. They want to take this hilltop. They want to get rid of this team. The nade doing a lot of damage here. Perfectus gonna find Crazy, and there's no trade. They're just hunkered down in this trench, Matt.
Just a deadly jack-in-the-box. His nades are just going to go right down into that lane. Crazy creeping forward. Jan wanting to go ahead and get his meds back up, but it looks like Twisted Minds just going to commit in. They don't want to walk straight in a line, though, and realize the downside of what that could be. Multiple members down for 4 Angry Men, just trying to pick up what they can right now. And speaking of pickup, I think that we see one of the 4 Angry Men pick up the other one and is now just hightailing it out of there.
Yeah, they weren't able to get the job done, but they know they've pretty much crippled 4 AM here as Yapian is just trying to hold this off. I don't think he's going to be able to get that res. Or maybe he will. He might have bought himself enough time. Meanwhile, look at the other side of this. It's going to be Sarvam actually making that push onto Twisted.
I love this. Read what's going to be coming in. The problem with it is the sight lines aren't too favorable. What's going to be trying to happen. The Tulans trying to defend up this line. Na'Vi wanting to use an opportunity of their own. They were trying to crest into this one, but shots are going to be coming out from LG to slow them down with this T5, using the distracted LG to shift in. But while this is happening, FaZe is going to be wrapping into the south. They've got their eyes set on a more close to GP's pathing position, but we can see Forrest also not capable of moving. So yes, FaZe just going to send it in, serve him down and out as Twisted Minds, they've gotten distracted. 4 Angry Men had time for the res.
And beautiful timing there from FaZe. They actually should be able to get Jeems up here as Gustav on the west side of that shack trying to find an angle to get these nades in. And Game PT is now backed up. They've lost Daku as well.
I love this read coming out from FaZe. They realized where all the fighting was going to be happening, and they came in from the south. Sight lines along the hillside, just not even a factor. They just have to be very careful on how they path into this one. One member already down and out from GP, so have to be careful. But Na'Vi, I think, also saw this and could be choosing this. Nope, they're going to just go ahead and cut straight into the north. So FaZe taking this a bit slower and steady, and I think that's going to be rewarding.
And Gustav did push forward. He wanted to make sure he was holding off the team of GP just to buy FaZe some time to get the res, but he just got himself knocked there. That nade is not going to allow them to maybe res Gustav. I think he's going to be going down, but at the very least, they did get Jeems up.
While this is all going on, Twisted Mind still trying to make the push into 4 Angry Men's last member and alive. That's going to finally go down as that firefight was going on for quite a while, which means Twisted Mind does get control of the north, but it came at a pretty hefty cost as even Cerberus is taking some shots into them and managed to get a knock.
I think Batulan might be able to get his teammate up there, but as you said, Cerberus just laser focused on getting rid of those last 2 members there from Twisted Minds. Meanwhile, LG now have to contest with Theraton 5, who managed to get just ahead of them on the north on that hill.
FaZe right now breathing a sigh of relief. They were wanting to take this fight a lot slower, take the tempo, get back into control over it. So Circle did pop onto their compound. Really, whenever we look at our outliers, Twisted Mind's got to move, T5, LG, that's kind of about it. The only kind of problem that we're looking at is LG is taking some shots into FaZe and GP, as LG's pathing options are getting very limited very quickly.
Yeah, they do have some dips to play ahead of them, but I don't think they're quite in. They can use those as a foothold to maybe take the fight to Theraton 5, but they need to find these knocks as soon as possible, because even Theraton 5 finds themselves in a position that isn't that advantageous, and Hush gonna find a nice shot onto Lou there as Batu goes down to pretty much just 1 shot of health.
This is feeling like this is about as much as they're going to be able to get in the stage. Falcon's going to be right down below them. Hamas already moved forward to make sure to block out any type of pathing down that hillside, as this is a very tattered Twisted Minds, as they have been fighting for quite a while just to try to get into this position.
Forever, it seems like.
I feel like the last at least 5 to 6 minutes has just been continual for them.
Every circle shift, they've had to contest with a new team, whether it was Sarvam or 4 AM, and now here comes the push here. Hamas gonna find the nade onto Falcons.
I love that double up. Throw down the smoke, throw down the blue zone nade, slow down any approach over here, use the dip, and you can see it's just a step forward. Snakers is going to go down. Not a massive return just quite yet. 1 member down on T5 side of it. It's a contained fight. This hillside kind of blocking out from anything. If this is the pathing that you're going to take as LG, this is the one you want. It's just your aim versus theirs, and that's what they're trying to make sure that they can exploit. Theraton 5 taking a lot of damage, but managing to weather the storm of what LG is trying to present. The longer and longer this goes on, though, means the fact that Snakers can get rezzed and can get his meds back. back.
It's not just LG though. Cerberus doing a lot of damage here to Therodon 5 as that nade is going to find Snakers. Kickstart stepping over. He really needs to get this knock when he gets headshot. And they are just hunkered down in this dip. This is not ideal, and he goes down.
Using the opportunity, they just walk back into this one. Great job coming out from Therodon. They just step into it. Now they've got control over this hillside for now. But with the loud pop-off that happened over there, they have Cerberus that's eyeing them as well as Na'Vi.
Cerberus has done such a good job taking this position even in the first place, getting to that Wizard Tower and just dictating pretty much the entire circle. Batu is somehow still alive. 9 kills on the side of Twisted.
I mean, they were needing the points. Let's be honest on that. So just creeping in, getting some more placement points is just all Twisted Minds got their goal set on. Look at that bias. T5 feeling pretty good after their LG one, now starting to step into Cerberus. And hey, look at this as we're creeping forward. More and more position points starting to pop off for Batu. Up to the north of this one, it's just going to be T5 slowing down in position. Circle pops. FaZe, who's been kind of keeping an eye on what's going to be going on south, now starting to have to make a move of their own. But T5 still being aggressive into Cerberus's face.
And Cerberus do have a member now in Himas. At least Duckmai is trying to get him up. Tycon trying to do what he can to provide cover for this res. And they've done a great job of controlling the north, but Therodon 5, to their credit, have done an incredible job of fighting not only against LG, surviving against Cerberus, but now taking the fight with 4 up still.
In a crazy set of circles, they're kind of maintaining their own pace and forcing everybody to play around the game that they want to. And often, if you can accomplish that inside of PUBG, you benefit. You get the merits off of it. And that's what FaZe has been trying to do in the South. Play it slower, play it the way they want, play it clean. But now the circle is starting to force it. Now they're having to make some more aggressive steps in. And the doorway defense is solid. Hella with 1 HP survives.
And pushing up these pryos is always just such a pain. Getting through that stairwell, even just getting through that front door, as we saw, can be a massive hurdle. Jeeb's gonna find that knock though. Maybe he's gonna be able to do something, clean this up and res both of those members, but I'm not sure if it's going to be possible.
Yeah, at this point, I'm willing to bet he wishes he had that hard hat because he doesn't even have a helmet to function with. A bullet is going to be able to take him down. But hey, guess what? Remember, Na'Vi is still alive and holding down this position. Well, T5 now realizing where they're going to be at comes at a cost of one of the members, but that Trench doing a good job. Yeah, dude, I don't even count it out anymore. Whatever they can make. FaZe does manage to at least get 1 knockback in this GP fight. So slow and steady wins the race over there as Cerberus has had to shift back and forth around with what T5 is doing.
And this is an awkward circle to play. This is basically a King of the Hill situation with that King of the Hill looking to be Cerberus, and they're still fighting.
They have no ammo. Look at this, running around with the Tommy gun, getting the pop-offs.
Tommy gun up close is still kind of a beast. Don't count it out. Pathapong is going to go down. And again, Cerberus holding the north side somehow.
And you know who's still alive? Batulins hiding over there, just waiting to see what's going to go on. FaZe Clan finally going to get taken out. We are now into circle number 9. Everything's going to be shifting into the middle as GP has spot out with Batulins is going to be hiding at. Na'Vi is playing on to the east, GP to the south, Cerberus to the north with a friend in Batulins who's not even capable of moving, let's be honest.
Yeah, Hush, I think Hush is the only one that actually sees him.
Oh my God, the crossfire coming out from that was pretty nasty, pretty quickly. Twisted Minds is going to get eliminated, so that puts us in a 2v1v2 style situation, unless some of these reses can come out. But let's be honest, Hella's going down. I wouldn't be surprised if Cerberus Tycon tries to make the shift over, leaving Duckmai to try to fend up against Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi knows exactly what's going on now. Is 10 kills on the side of Cerberus. They are starting to move up that hill and potentially trying to crest. They just want to get rid of GP, but Hush is going to find Example. That's going to be a big thorn in Na'Vi's side.
Cerberus just rocking out right now. Those 10 kills are earned. Tycon realized the fact that he doesn't want to commit too much into what's going on with Himas. Looking down there, it looks like they might try to go for something with Blue Zone coming in. I think that this is just going to be an exchange of utility, something else along those lines, try to get some smokes out. Got Na'Vi 1 member up, but let's not forget about Hush.
This is a 1v1v1 right now.
Yeah. Oh, well, okay.
Okay, 1v1.
You can worry. You don't have to worry about Hush anymore. So we've got Cerberus to the north. Na'Vi, who's been having a fight inside the trenches. Duckmai is down, so it's Tycon versus Ayla. Now moving in, but remember, Tycon knows exactly where the line of defenses come out for Na'Vi. Trying to see if he can get a read. Using his down teammate in Duckmai.
Nice flash.
In the position for it. Steps up. Good spin back around, though. Trying to use the cleft of the hill. Bouncing in between it. Oh, that flash is going to be big. Denies a lot of vision. Utility just being dropped all over Na'Vi. No vision to be at. That's why he stepped back, and that's why he won the game.
What an absolutely disgusting set of plays there coming out from Cerberus. The fact that they were able to hold that north side against 3, 4, 5 different teams, and the superstar kid of Tycon is able to close it out with the assist of at least 7 flashbangs.
That was, I don't even know, dude. Like, at that point, you just end up with epilepsy for the rest of your life. Just going off so much is just a strong performance coming out from Cerberus. They had to contend with what? We're looking at 4 angry men wearing a vector that been fighting against Twisted Mind repeatedly. They had to go up against some of the kings in PUBG and walk away with high kills and a round victory.
And the way they were able to come off of that and clean up all the other teams as well was very impressive. But I do want to give a shout out there to Na'Vi surviving as that duo for as long as they did and getting those points off of the weakened teams.
We still got 2 more games to go, but let's take a quick look at the highlights from the last round.
It's highlights, baby, as we come away from game number 4, our first match in the grassy pastures for today, and it is the 3-headed dog that they got the fight in them, and they come out with that big win. It came down to a 1v1 at the end, and Alia could not pull it off.
No, but Dogma, my guy, could do
I
it.
know.
Yeah, I love that. No, but of course, Cerberus, a team we saw at PGS, we saw many times before do well, and they're a team that is expected to be in the winner's bracket.
Absolutely. So here we go as we watch the end of that game, and again, Na'Vi, for yet another game in a row, comes out in a top 4 position, but just can't seem to close that door.
Yeah, it's just so many perspectives for them here to come into this, and also Alia here, like it's just impossible for him. He does not have the circle. Tycon has so much utility, and it's just, yeah, a great win for them, of course, and all the Vietnamese fans out there happy.
Absolutely. They're going to be incredibly stoked to see them come up with those numbers. I think a lot of us are. We had a ton of fun watching them in PGS 1. To see them come out and get a win on day 1 is exciting. Welcome back to the Analysis Desk, brought to you by STC Play. My name is Tavis. I am joined by Avenger here to break down the action. And don't worry, it's only a few more minutes. We're going to be back into game number 5. We got 2 more matches to play here in A versus B, and then tomorrow we switch it up, and it's a new set of 16.
Yeah, 8 go out.
Yep.
New 8 come in.
Absolutely.
And we're going to see some crazy more stuff happening. Of course, in a case where there's going to be some teams that are comfortable, warmed up, and they're going to have some points, but it's also going to be the last day. So it's a case of, okay, we might be fine, but there are the other 8 teams coming in. They're obviously playing on the last day, so it's always fun here. The group stage is always a good thing, but also you only have to get to top 16 to get into that win bracket.
Right, and I think there are some teams that are playing that way. It feels like Luminosity, for instance. We've watched them. I think we were sitting in the green when James goes, man, I haven't seen them do anything, but they're sitting there in like 8th place. Right. And it feels like that's kind of the strategy they might be taking is, you know what, we just need to make it into the winner's bracket, just get that top 16.
Right. For me, looking at how Luminosity is, it's like, it's small things that is making them not get, double-digit games. But if you're able to still squeeze out, your 5, 6, 7, 8 points per game, you're fine. Because you're going to have a pop-up game, or maybe even 2 in those 12 games.
And are there teams using that? I mean, what you said is exactly right. If you can get 5 points per game.
All the teams want to win every single game, right? But still, it's a... like we've talked about this so many times, right? It's always, the sooner you realize that you're not able to win the game from a placement perspective, try to squeeze out as many kills you can throughout. Like, you turn around, focus on the guys on the edge, focus on the teams, instead of trying to kind of make your way into the circle. Try to see if you get those kills that are, also trying to make it in and not realizing they're not going to make it in.
And a team that's been doing that, 4 Angry Men, coming out with that 20 kills prior to this match. They've been getting caught in weird positions. Their transitions haven't been, sort of, I don't want to say not working. It's just been unavailable because of the shifts, but they know that, and they're making the plays that they have to make. And we've seen Cerberus do some of the same thing in previous matches. This time, though, they got the shifts. They were able to manage a pretty tough fight, to be honest, up on that hill. I mean, there's not a lot of cover there. Getting that example getting knocked, though, really seemed to open the door for them.
Yeah, completely. Like, on top of that, like, in this whole area here, that big road that kind of cuts off the compound towards the high ground, it's just so difficult to cross as well, right? So as soon as you realize, okay, it's going to come to the northern side, then they're playing off that, of course. Here, it's the winner chicken dinner team. Of course, Cerberus here with Hemas with 1,040 damage. Oh my god!
Wow, like, there's no other word for that. He stole all of Haisaki's damage and borrowed most of YM Cud's. Like, that is just an insane amount of damage, and he took 500 on top of that. So he was just out in front doing what he had to do, but he walked away with 6 massive kills, 5 knockouts, and really I think you could probably argue sore shoulders from carrying his team to this victory.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also it was one of the reasons he was one of the most expensive players in terms of fantasy, right? We saw him pop off insanely at PGS 1, so now of course he's here. He's back. Total kills 25 now. Cerberus on top. It's good to see. Na'Vi still total damage and average survival time here, top. He's on the top by far. 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's got to be. They have not finished outside the top 4 since we started this event.
That's crazy.
I mean, yes, there are only 4 games in, but you know, this is Na'Vi on day 1 showing up and putting in the work, and that I think is bad news for everybody who's not wearing the yellow and black.
Yeah, it's like whenever you have your $1 million plus event, then they turn on and like, all right, guys, let's get it going here. But 9 points for them, of course. Good to see Game PT RPL with 11, but 22 for Cerberus and 13 for Twisted Minds. 9 kills for Twisted Minds. Like, I mean, they got the placement out of it by snaking, but Batulins were able to survive to the top 4. But getting 13 here is just another game of we're not winning, but we're squeezing out as many points possible here. Tai Lu's still on top at 42, though.
And we're also seeing FaZe Clan, another team that hasn't squeezed out a win. They've been a little bit quiet as well, but they're grinding it out. A team to see them starting just like Na'Vi on day 1 is very encouraging to their overall results. 17 sitting in 6.
Let's talk about surprises on the right side,
okay,
right?
Let's do that.
We're two more games here. Petrichor wrote for me, one of them. Twisted Minds, 19. They had 6 prior to this game here. It's a kind of a rough start for them. 2 more games to go. We need to see them step up.
I think we could also see a little more love for Petrichor as they come up on top. And Falcons, I mean, this is a roster that I expected a lot more out of. They've been together. They did well at a PGC, and here they are sort of struggling to get out of those bottom 2. And now I'm not saying they're not taking good fights. We saw that crash sort of in the mid game. They were able to fight off, I think it was 17 that came after them, but they can't seem to be, they're not following up after that. They're not putting the points on the board when they need to in the force.
You need to kind of roll with the punches, right? Or they kind of push off the snowball off the edge and then get it rolling. Otherwise, you can win 1. You'll get the points from that. But you need to get into the late game to get the placement points. And of course, you need to win multiple times and have as many players alive. You could clearly see a lot of teams are playing slowly and they're trying to keep as many players alive, and that is what is going to win you late game. You can see here, it's so many times in the games, it's 1 or 2 guys. 1 versus 1 is at the very end, right? But it's 1 or 2 guys that's kind of coming in. If you're able to keep 4 guys alive going into the later stage of the game, it's a win for you.
And don't forget to game your way with Abdul Latif Jamal Motors. You can check them out at toyota.com.sa/en/gamers. And I love that they're taking, like, teams that are taking risks seem to be the ones that are thriving right now. When we saw sort of that drop by Tai Lu in the first game, they were like, we've got to go out there, we've got to get points. And if you want to get yourself some points, you can go over to the Home of Entertainment and use this 50% off code right now, Gamers8 at osnplus.com, because it is about making moves when the time is right. And whether it's to go ahead and get 50% off or to find a spot in the end game by taking a risk on, say, an emergency pickup, you got to do it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you're going to have to make these chances. We saw that with 17 Gaming as well. They're like, okay, there's teams dying, a lot of teams fighting. It could be one of these compounds. If you have a little bit of information, could be maybe 1 or 2 players only in this compound. Breach it, full format, try to take these chances here, and that's going to pay off in the group stage.
And it does seem like we're seeing more teams focusing on an information gathering layouts right now. I think there was a backfill by 17 after a 2-team wipe earlier in game number 2. That was really, in the green room, we were just like, wow, what kind of awareness was that to make that play? We saw Falcons push a 2v because they saw Cerberus was split. So I do think a lot of teams, especially with some of the utility that's out there, have been focusing on getting information. Well, I've got a little bit of information for you guys. We are going to take a very short break, and when we come back, it is time for our penultimate match of the day in the grassy pastures of Erangel. Don't go anywhere.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe. Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you wanna be? You wanna walk? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
حتاكل لين تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah, yeah.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Shall we fight? Fire away!
The power of the lightning calls me! Get struck by lightning! Surrender to the power of the dragon! Back off!
I'll repay you for your trust. Water clears the mind.
I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn!
Cause I've been broke. If ain't no pain, then ain't no growth. To keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. It ain't no race if I don't win. Get that way to get that dough, but I don't break. I told y'all. All you had to do was watch. Keep it 100, I came in to run it and bet if I had to, I'd do it again. When it comes down to it, it ain't no race. It ain't no race if I don't win.
I just can't help it. Every single time I hear that song, dude, I get a little hype.
It's a banger,
beat, dude. It's a banger, and I love the fact that we've been getting so many freaking banger games to start off the day. Godspeed.
I was gonna say, speaking of, I mean, this team right here, Cerberus, that was just such an impressive display, and Himas just 1,000 damage. He is slowly I was just actually talking to Kalaris, and he was telling me that, and I agree with him 100%, that Himas is actually kind of the star now. It used to be Tycon, obviously coming up, that young prodigy, but his performance over the last year has been nothing short of amazing.
It's just getting more and more of a groove on this squad, and you always saw like flashes of and moments of brilliance, but it's starting to be much more consistent from this squad, and specifically handling very complex situations.
Yeah, and speaking of which, complex situations, Twisted Minds, a hell of a fight there as they were just trying to survive. Batu being the last one alive at the end. The fact that they were able to make it through that fight with 4AM as well was very impressive.
Well, we got ourselves another Erangel that we are headed into right now as we're gonna, dude, this stage is so hot.
This is one of the best stages I think I've ever seen, if not the best stage for PUBG, maybe even.
It is so good. Let's get ourselves over into Erangel. We still got 2 more to roll through, and if anything has been said for the previous couple of games, let's keep the train rolling as we got a straight up north-south path plane, so everything on the table. Tasty, tasty treats for anybody that wants it.
This is the most even plane we've actually seen all day on any of the maps as far as making sure the teams can pretty much jump where they want to. Again, Forest opting for one of my favorite places towards Sarki, and then we have LG also opting for a Stalber drop here.
Yeah, no surprise. I mean, maybe it's just going to be, it's one of their secondary drops that we can see happen a lot. Stalber getting more and more love is, it's just got a lot of different opportune moments you can play from. Positionally wise, Circle tends to like to go up there or the Badlands, just the west, or you just also have a lot of rotation points out. There's a lot of good opportunities going all the way from down to No Lean, the top of Stalber itself. You get a bit of everything whenever you go over there.
Yeah, and I will also say, just talking about some of our circles, I don't know what they've been doing. That last shift as well down to the south in Milta was probably one of the wilder shifts. Even the Tego circle shift down to the south was nuts.
I was gonna say, we got 2 people in that car, but looks like they're just gonna opt away from it. They're at 5, gonna roll in, and I don't know if you want to commit in too much of that. Is that a machete in hand?
Hella does have a machete, be careful.
Yeah, I know. Get the back of the car, maybe start taking some swings. Use the tree to your advantage. Now finally a couple of pot shots are gonna come out. Can he manage to juke it? Yes, he can, and is gonna manage to dodge out.
Pathpong, though, has the angle there, and they are harassing very early, this team there. GP.
I mean, given the fact that the circle is about as far shifted off as you can get, now let's just go ahead and bring in more fun. So, gonna go ahead and pick this one up. Their ton 5 is like, nah, man, we want this. Shot's coming out. Are we gonna see any form of machete? No.
He actually hit him with it, I think. But yeah.
Pick up the machete. Give it respect.
This is an awkward fight. GP definitely did not want to be in the receiving end of this, but yeah, they're going to lose 2 there.
I mean, 2 kills early for T5, but feeling pretty good out of it. And you can see, going to be shifting in, especially whenever you look at the fact that they were in the thick, in with LG, Twisted Minds. That pushed him up ahead.
And looking at the circle post here, it is going to be a Quarry circle, actually. West Coast. It's been a while since we've been here.
Yeah, and a lot of different opportune moments as we can look through. A lot of this also is going to be field. So potential of that brewing is T5, you got yourself 2 kills, but now you're just kind of in an awkward spot. I guess what? Just let your teammates loot for a second, then come support. The other members of GP are playing more to the, I guess, Georgia pole sighting. There you got the North George section where we see it's going to be Daku as well as Hush. T5 does have one other member that's going to be over there, and the rest of T5 looks like now they're finally going to start getting into their looting groove.
Yeah, now looking at a few of these teams as well, obviously Falcon's going to be in a really great position here as they're looting around Prim and just to the east of Quarry. The Expendables as well have this kind of old West Coast Tempo Storm split, if you will. It's been a long time since we've said their names or seen them, but that's going to be that nice West Coast split between Gatka, God compounds, as well as some of the compounds on the coast.
Yeah, I still see wherever Tanvu is at in my brain, it is Tempo Compound, and I can't make it not that. LG is going to be actually regrouping and heading down to Milta. So while they did get Stalber, they have Flood that's holding up over there, as well as Snakers and Kamishki, and then also going to get Milta. So they should be quite looted moving into the later stages of this. A couple of moves early in Quarry is Petrichor Road already making a shift in. We have TL also sitting in a bit of scouting is Tai Lu, who's having a very good day today.
Yeah, and I've noticed, like, it's not necessarily always 7:55, but we've seen Ty Lue send one member rotate early to kind of check things out, and then the rest of the team comes in. We've seen that from other teams as well. I've seen Twisted kind of do that a couple times today, but yeah, Ty Lue's been doing that very effectively all day today.
It's kind of like the old school scouting strategy.
Kind of, yeah, where you send the bait, see what's...
Go out there and see who shoots at you and let us know where we can go. And
speaking of...
Look at all the information he's going to be able to provide back to the rest of Ty Lue now.
That's very unfortunate. That was kind of a wide split there as well from the Expendables, but Duckju is going to find that kill. And Ty Lue, although they're in first, not the best start to this game, but 3 up. They still have Shen. They should be all right.
And in fairness to Ty Lue, the one-man scout in that situation, usually not too bad. It's just running the old tempo storm split, right? They had 4 members, 4 different locations, so whenever he drove in, they all just collapsed from different angles on it. So that's one of the reasons we did actually see it kind of die off, is in a situation like that, you feel extremely vulnerable. Teams now coming in, it's going to be Twisted Minds. It looks like they're going to be regrouping around just that little bit of Everest that is still inside the circle.
We've seen this from them before, taking advantage of that. I mean, I used to do that as well all the time, especially this early in the circle. When you have the opportunity to take Everest and just scout, you pretty much see the entirety of the circle. A little bit of Corey and the south side, obviously not going to be able to be seen, but yeah, that's just a great area to scout from, and we see that from them time and time again.
Falcons have already collapsed in onto the western side of Quarry Hillside, which means that Na'Vi can kind of scooch in here for free. Don't have to worry about too much. Cerberus did go down to military base. They're going to be coming back along behind this one. 17 Gaming is pretty much in the thick of it and get whatever they want. It looks like this is their priority target to go for. And it is very, very centered. No surprise, but we often see teams kind of lean more into the hillside. But there is a lot of success to be had here.
Yeah, no, this is a solid compound for them. Again, you're talking about that hillside just to their southwest, Llama Hill. So a lot of teams will tend to kind of wait before they send it up there because it can be a difficult position to hold early, especially if you're very central. But yeah, I like 17's position there, as we also see a split there on Llama with what team? I believe that's actually Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons is kind of running in from that compound that's just going to be to the east of where we see Quarry into the hillside itself. Cerberus now coming in. You can see D plus Kia as well making their rotations. They're going to be coming right around the outside of Georgia Pole. No big targets, as Twisted Minds do have their eyes set to the south, and it would really only be Batulins that could take shots right now. T5 did finally finish their looting phase. They're wrapping in onto the western side of Georgia Pole in the circle itself. TL now coming in, after their phenomenal amount of scouting, knows exactly where to stop to not die.
That is true. And looking at the last teams to have yet to rotate in, we do have on the east side 4 AM as well as LG and then FaZe making their way. I don't imagine they're going to have any issues finding their way into this circle. We'll see what it does on the next shift, and the shifts today have been pretty ridiculous.
A lot of just back-to-back hard shifts opposite directional is kind of, specifically
exactly.
in the mid game. And
north to south, yeah.
If you see like a hard shift in like circles 6 and 7, those suck. But whenever it's like in circles 3 and 4,
even circle 1,
so
2 to 3, that's going to be a devastating shift. We saw it happen on both Miramar games actually.
So looking in, you can see that this is kind of what we're looking at. A lot of quiet, not a lot of shooting. I mean, this is just a tried and true Erangel. Everybody knows exactly where to go. They know the power points that they want to be playing from. They know the sight lines that they're wanting to defend, so no big chaos coming out just quite yet, except for Little Ghost. Might be taking some shots and revealing himself to Emmy if he's not careful.
Yeah, Falcons, again, on this hill, we call it llama because it does pretty much look like a llama, right? As far as the outline, some people call it, I think, like dog. There's a lot of names for it.
Half of which we can't say because they're player named.
Call it what you will. We'll just stick with Llama for now. But yeah, Falcons actually sneaking up behind the team of 17 there. Potentially might catch Little Ghost off guard.
It's a little peculiar because we were talking about usually we do see teams kind of shift more into the hillside. They took control over the compound, then sent 2 members up to the hillside to get the vision in. And now looks like they're starting to shift back down a bit more into the hillside defensively.
I mean, that's a fairly common split. But again, this early, yeah, it can be troublesome for obvious reasons as we look at Falcons there potentially making a crest onto 17.
We've got ourselves the rotators now coming in as 4 Angry Men going to be coming up alongside Potato Mountain itself. No targets in sight. FaZe has multiple members forward and in the circle already, but James is kind of back behind everybody. LG's going to be rotating next to him, but not in a scary way. I think that James is kind of playing down in the recess of that bay, so we might see him try to do something tricksy here in a little while to regroup. Outside that, it's just GP, but let's be honest, GP needs to take the time to loot given how the early game went. well, we're still in Circle 1. The first couple of seconds of the game.
The first couple, yeah, when they lost 2 members pretty much instantaneously, as LG, as you said, making the rotation in on the east. No issues really. Getting a little close to 4 a.m., but I imagine they're just going to break off. I do see that FaZe is somewhat set up, though, to potentially take shots at these rotating teams in on the east crossroad.
And that's exactly what we're hearing now. That is going to be FaZe that's taking those peppering shots into him. 4 Angry Men coming in just to the north. Not going to be too scary, all considered right now, as there's plenty of open space here, right? This is going to be the fields around Quarry to the east of it, South Pachinki, however you want to describe them. There's a lot of vision to be had, and that's one of the reasons we're seeing LG show some hesitation in how they want to move into this. With those shots coming out from FaZe, being out in the open, specifically coming into this circle late can be quite terrifying for those instances.
Yeah, especially off of a bad shift, right? Coming in late on the rotations can be very problematic. Again, right now, everyone has pretty much found their way in, but even if this is just a central shift, it causes a lot of issues for the edge teams that become edge as the circle does close.
Everybody pretty much inside the circle now, except for James and the 2 members of GP are going to be coming in from the north. Now, LG doing some scouting, as we talked about before. And oh, hey, look, never mind. James is inside the circle now. He's just going to do it in a little bit more of an aerial fashion. And this is just a friendly circle, let's be honest.
Is it, though?
I mean, it's got a lot of flatland in it. We've got chopsticks, but most of our team's not having to move too much.
Yeah, but this is going to condense a lot of these teams so much quicker than I'm sure they would have wanted to, especially with how much water was actually in. And look at this now. As you're pointing out, FaZe and LG getting dangerously close to each other.
FaZe was playing in this position just a moment ago. They shifted more to the west. They're going to step away. LG spots this, so now kind of positional reversed. It's going to be LG that was defending up, taking shots into FaZe as FaZe is going to be cutting up. Remember, James did come into this a bit more aerial. He found himself a landing point that's pretty close to where we see 17 at, and that's where the rest of FaZe is trying to regroup with him at the time. We start to see a bit more of attention being sent chopstick sided, as well as Forest, as well as Twisted Mind starting to look into that direction, as FaZe does manage to regroup, feeling better about it. And Na'Vi, pretty similar pathing, so we'll have to see where they end up stopping.
I do worry about this next shift, as a lot of this circle is fairly open. Like, yes, there is a lot to play with, Na'Vi, but they're driving actually right into FaZe, and Ollie's already, or excuse me, Mill's already down.
Ooh, that was a trap waiting to happen. James finally does go down, but this has been a very FaZe-sided firefight so far. And with that, Uba's just got to turn around and go back and say, okay, well, I guess it's a safety game from here on out, right?
Well, I mean, Na'Vi has gotten second, I think, in almost every game, so this may be the one game they finally start to fall. But as you said, Uba's still alive, so it could make something happen. Currently in second place.
17 hears this. They're moving aggressively into the position, realizing that they can use this, chunking out the nades. They already know where the smokes are gone down at, so using that, saying maybe they can fish with some dynamite, pick something up. They're not going to overextend, but not going to get too rewarded with those nades. Just, ooh, man, that is a knock. Is that going to be something they're going to follow up on? They don't want to get too aggressive because they do have TE that's next to them as well.
If they were 4 in this position, I'm almost positive they would push, but only as a duo. Actually, Shawu is going to go down as Expendables right behind you. We're calling it.
It's just the nature of the beast in this hillside. Hey, we're not done yet. 17's going to counter it back. Now with 17 losing 1, trying to figure out, okay, how much more of this do we want? And this is just a catalyst that started off with Na'Vi, and it is just not yet stopped. Is finally, I think everybody's going to separate out and go, okay, just lick our wounds, regroup, figure out what's going on. Even Lil Go saying, no, dude, look, don't even try to drive back. It's too risky.
Yeah, he's going to pick him up.
Or run back, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's going to pick him up, save him for the run back. They did lose 1, but I think they got at least a point or 2 off of that. So 17 will come out of that decently, but yeah, losing a member there was not ideal.
I mean, the biggest beneficiary is FaZe. You can see on the leaderboard they were just neck and neck with 4 Angry Men. Those 3 points being big right now, putting them much closer into the Cerberus line. As while it is they managed to prep up, they managed to defend up, good positioning on it. It's we're gonna have to keep an eye, as this is a very strong position depending on how these circles go. If we continue to see this center up, they're gonna have so much vision on what's going on to the south of them in that field.
It is difficult though to hold this from the center, Matt. And I mean, we do know this. We've seen it before. Having these central positions, especially in that forest south of Chopsticks, can be a detriment, especially when you have so many teams around you, like 4 AM, like the Expendables. Again, 17 just off to the south and Sarvin to the north. But Sarvin's not going to push. They have that really nice compound.
Twisted Minds now making their rotation, leaving their mountaintop and coming down Gatka. They managed to do their scouting. Looks like they're just going to crest right in between. Circle pops perfectly, and you know that's the way that Twisted Minds wanted it. That's the way that they timed it, the way that they did. They're going to find themselves a very open hillside with just TE. Remember, TE is running a 2-1-1 split. They have just been pretty separated, taking a lot of control over the circle for the entirety of this game so far.
I thought maybe Twisted might stop there on that hilltop and try to take the fight, but they're actually just going to get this house for relative free. But Expendables are going to be able to see that nade. Not quite enough distance. Oh, what? Oh. But Tulin, are you good?
It's fine. He's just a little bit dizzy. He'll be okay. He's going to jump out, and the rest of the team should be able to regroup. 777 wishing that he could have gotten a bit more out of that.
That was a wicked kickflip. I will say so myself. Oh. Very impressive.
We at least should give him a point for that one, right? That was hard. Kickflips in the side of a
in a UAZ, which I cannot wait to turn mine into an Aston. Dude, I haven't even played the new patch yet. I want to play so bad.
They're so pretty. They're so pretty in this one. And now we see the GP. Oh no, are they? Now they're going to bump into TE, who's been the aggressors for everything. Then we got right past the duo. Does manage to dodge a bit of those, but remember 17's just
There's
up low.
nowhere to go.
Twisted Minds, this is not the opportune pathing that you want to be taking. Already getting shot. They're going to crest back up that hillside, but remember TE is still over there. That's going to be Daku already down. It's just going to be Hush with a smidgen of life, but nowhere to go. Just a dream, and in front of them, it's going to be SRM, Global Army, leading the way. Going to take a couple of shots. That's going to shift them down, and guess what? Now it's going to be 4 Angry Men sight lines.
Yeah.
This is so hard.
I would say more of a nightmare than a dream, but yeah. Hush and the rest of GP just kind of lost after losing those first two members, doing whatever they can to try to stay alive. That nade is going to be almost enough. As Hush is not making the push, he knows he needs to at least get a point or something here.
Trying to show some hesitation on it and trying to get a read. He doesn't know exactly. There haven't been a lot of deaths right now, but you have to shoot that this is a weakened team, and hey, he'll take that one. Crazy's going to step away from it, pick up his free point, and going to make him feel a little bit better on the leaderboard as well.
And we haven't even really talked about, I mean, we kind of mentioned it earlier, but a lot of players opting to use the, the MK12, the AUG obviously being a disgusting gun right now, and we've seen a lot of that kick. Meanwhile, going to find HSMM. Nice little knock there for himself as they're playing on the east side of this.
Rello actually made a reposition after those shots and moved just south of where 4 Angry Men are at. Forrest are going to run right through 4 Angry Men, and Crazy's going to find himself another knock, and probably going to be a kill in just 1 second. HSMN did go down right before this one, though, so can't be too aggressive. We've got a lot of teams that are all encroaching on this vector. TE now taking the shots into Forest as they're continuing their rotation out. If they can manage to make it past this gauntlet, the only thing they have to worry about is the tail end, where LG will get some ranged vision on them and start taking some shots. But 17 now also spotting as well. Remember we were talking about how much it sucks to drive around inside the spiel after everybody's entrenched? You're now seeing one.
Yeah, and this is my biggest worry with the circle, especially with experience playing it, is just rotating here sucks, especially when there's so many teams already in those forest positions. Is now looking at this shift. This is a very open circle map.
Forest sneaking by with a good position in a bad circle just due to their rotation. The problem with it is they've got Falcons just to the south of them. They've got 17 just to the north. LG is eyeing much closer into that 4 AM sight line, realizing, hey, it's much better to take the fight now, but it looks like Crazy. He's just on fire right now, man. But let's not forget about James, the rest of FaZe, realizing where that reposition came out, taking some shots, gonna hit one of them, knock him down, and Forest, they can't even make it up into the trees. This is just gonna be hard.
Yeah, hell raining from above. FaZe with just all the utility in the world and no pressure on them. Falcons have obviously backed up off of this, and so Master is just stuck. Scappy, I would be very surprised if he able to get him up as he's burning, and that's going to be it.
Viking Funeral sends him on his way out. Rello does manage to hit H. Oh, hey, look, Forrest gets also another member go down, and just one alive, and that's going to be poor old Munto, who's out in the middle of nowhere. And not even inside safe zone yet, but he's taking shots at the backside of LG, which is kind of forcing more of that fight between them and 4 Angry Men. Flood did a great flank up to that eastern area, but he gets spotted out. It's going to be Lou that gets him, but a Crazy dude. Oh. He is just on a tear right now, finally going down. It's going to be Rello that takes him and opens up some opportunity because 3 kills and FaZe number 4 already. Finally, LG's also going to go
like
down.
That, LG just taking care of 4 AM, just decimating them.
I mean, I like the idea on what LG was trying to commit into there, but it's just, I don't know what's going on with 4 AM, but Crazy is just unrelenting right now.
Yeah, they are caught on the east edge, though, and so they're still going to have to fight through Sartham, who have taken control of that position that TE actually gave up to get more of a central compound.
You can hear some shots going out, and that's going to be in Munto's direction as he's kind of holed out over there. TE in a strong position right now. The 4 Angry Men starting their rage build as it feels like they start to get into a berserker rage. If they start to pick up this many kills early, just bloodlust starts to overtake them and they start to see more. Does come at a cost, though, as they are going to lose one of their members. It's going to be Global Army yet again finding a shot into this one. They should be able to polish it off. And so 4 Angry Men find themselves gate kept out by SRM and 17 on a different angle.
Yeah, and this forest does become quite difficult, especially when it's edge. Munto is going to go down. Yep, the blue.
While all this has been going on, we did see Falcons kind of regroup into the south. Uba is still alive, but Cerberus, I believe, spotted him, and he's chilling outside the blue as well. So our weakened teams not finding a way to even creep into these circles.
No, and again, this circle is so difficult to play, and with those rotations, we've seen how many people try to drive through that forest. It didn't work out for them. I will say the south has been relatively quiet, though, Matt. Most of the action we've seen has been to the east as well as the northeast as the circle once again shifts and gives the Expendables an amazing position. But my eyes are glued to the south where FaZe are, because that is going to be where the majority of the fighting is about to happen.
That FaZe hillside, depending on how we see DK make shifts around, could be big. In addition to that, Falcons are going to have to make some type of pathing right next to Petrichor Road. Cerberus, and never ever count out Uba back there. Crazy, he's probably going to do a wrap into the north if he can even do that. I mean, SRM has just beat it in on him. They realize that there's an opportunity to be had, and they want to at least pick up that point.
Well, Sartham really just need to start kind of focusing on what their next play is for. They should be able to see that those kind of the 2-story and the 1-story next to it should be open there in the compound just to the northeast of the Expendables. But again, I'm really curious what Falcons' next play is here, as well as Petrichor and even Cerberus. They're going to have to push towards the top of Llama to take that. Cerberus actually can play the west side, though, if they don't want to crest.
This is also going to be pretty interesting for Twisted Minds to contend with. While kickflips are really cool to watch, not so great for your vehicles, as even taking a vehicle at this stage could be quite problematic. They've got 17 that's very close to them. Blue Ghost already moved into the hillside, so while they're focused in on that, we talked about FaZe and their positioning and how that's going to be popping off in a second. You can see the crest up coming up from the Falcons. The hillside fight's going to start coming to be a factor. Little Ghost, though, is more focused in on what's going on with the Falcons. Instead, Falcons DraftKings managed to spot out Correxy, so that could open up a bit more opportunity. I'm just really concerned for the Falcons in the approach. Even taking down a FaZe member, Little Ghost could be a massive problem.
Well, it's not even just Little Ghost. It's going to be the rest of that team, as this is pretty much the best rap they have to them, right? Just if they were just to go in the circle, there's really not that much cover, and it's all downhill. As Himas is going to find one, but the nade's coming back. Tycon getting absolutely bombarded.
While this is happening, it's going to be Twisted Minds to hop in their vehicle, cut across. That means that DK is going to be distracted by that. Gustav's got to turn back around. Opens up more opportunities for the Cerberus Petrichor Road fight to start to take off. Uba's still back behind it. Molotov going to be right on top of Tycon, but not going to be enough to even... it's going to be uncomfortable, let's say that. 17 Gaming now making their flank down into the Falcons, and it is just going political for them right now.
Xiao Bei getting a nice knock there. The 17 just kind of picking apart Falcons, but they're going to run into FaZe. Jeeves going to find a knock on to Xiao Bei. Little Ghost also going down, but that is it for FaZe as well as the Falcons.
We aren't quite done yet. Cerberus trying to regroup, and 17 just trying to run, get ahead of the blue zone. Managed to pick up their teammate, have managed to get ahead of it as well. Petrichor Road has got an eye on what's going to be going on with Cerberus. While this is all going to be happening, Uba's going to go down to the blue zone. We have a fight that's kind of starting to take off between TE as well as SRM into the northeast, but there's a lot of moving factors that are happening down in the south. What happened with Twisted Minds as well as DK had one of their members go down on Twisted Minds that slowed them, and you can see with the blue zone coming in, 17 can't even stop. They've just got to run the entirety of the way and wait to try to met up.
Xiao Bei's been picked up like 3 times by Suju now, just trying to find somewhere where he's going to be able to res him, but on the other side of this Petrichor, they're about to peek over and I think just get rid of 17 off this map.
Oh, cresting right up into the hillside.
There's no way he doesn't see him.
But now that the res has gone through, their heads popped up, and I think that Petrichor Road stopped. Yeah, they're going to now step back away from it. They realize him and Xlef are going to play in for that angle. Summer is still looking towards the circle to make sure that nobody wraps in back behind them. Nade's going to go down. 17 still has to continue their foot push and race into the circle, but that's going to be right into the waiting arms of Twisted Mind.
I haven't seen a circle end on the north tip of Llama in a long while, and it can be fun to fight on, to be honest, if you're on the north side or even on the south. Like, there's so many different elevations you kind of mess with coming up on the west side of the hill, making up that crest. But a lot of the teams, I'm glued again to the northeast, Matt. All those teams in the compound as we see Twisted get eliminated.
And it's going to be 17 that out-survives them, but not for too much longer. Spray is going to come out from Petrichor Road, who down inside of, what was it, a second ago, they were down in what? In that 14th position, I believe. Finally starting to find some life for themselves as it looks like they're finally finding themselves the road to victory, or at least a couple more points.
And Tycon now equipped with that SLR, just running face first into Deva. He's going to go down as well as him, Ass.
Oh no, SRM's gonna make a quick rotation right into Tyloo. Good defended position is gonna be lined up as looks like they're throwing out smokes to block
blue zone right there, I believe.
Looks like, yep, we're gonna go ahead and get a couple of shots into it, and yep, blue zone's gonna come up right back behind him. And now Tyloo Shin going to use that opportunity, creeping in. 3 members down for SRM. It doesn't feel like there's too much more to go. Global Army, you got yourself some big plays, but it's gonna be significantly outnumbered, even though you are an army in and of
his pocket. Tyloo has gotten rid of Sarvam, and now look at the Expendables, Matt. They are making the push. They know this is their window of opportunity.
Expendables so hot right now as they're going to creep out of this one. Know exactly where to go. Delwyn drops an aid right on top of Longs. With this, they're going to have so much freaking control over the circle. Petrichor Road trying to come up back behind them, taking some shots. If anything, it's just kind of forcing this a bit more.
But Petrichor, they're going to actually be able to crest right over this and see this fight and potentially take a lot of damage, or put a lot of damage onto the side of the Expendables. Not to mention, D plus Kia has been quiet on the south.
Xiaolong's doing a great job at staying alive, doing some damage. He's finally going to go down, but that opened up the opportunity for Petrichor Road. Aixlif, Mill moving in more aggressive. DK also trying to use this opportunity, playing the opposite side of the hill. So TE knows they need to get themselves into a better position. They need to get their meds. They need to get everything back together as fast as possible, because it is just down into a technical 3v3v3 right now, and they want to get that member back up.
I feel like D plus Kia here has the advantage as long as, well, I say that, and Petrichor is starting to back up now, but in that third-party situation, they would have been the benefactors, as now the circle is shifted and it's going to be on the hilltop, so the Expendables will also have to make this push up.
Expendables did get their res, so they can start moving into the hillside. Looks like they are going to be playing more into the west. No surprise, given the control that we see on the eastern side of the hill with Petrichor Road. Like this, you never know. Go ahead and take out the tires, take out whatever you can on the vehicles, just to be safe, as Petrichor Road sitting at their 5 kills, now going to have to be careful as DK is starting to encroach right into the thick of them, right next to Aixlif as well as Summer.
I mean, they're literally on top of each other, just on the other side. Menudo with a nade out.
Tandu sees it. He's starting to take some shots into Kia, and that's going to force them away from that angle. If anything, that means that David now realizes he needs to play safer back behind this one, and Petrichor Road is just so close to them. They could pretty much just bite each other.
Well, this becomes, again, a case of whoever fights first is probably going to lose, because that third party, especially from a full 4, or excuse me, not a full 4, 3 members of the Expendables here on the west side of this should be able to get a good vantage point on the teams that are about to fight.
And Expendables, while they did lose a tire on the vehicle, still gets them exactly where they need to go, is they're going to get the crest and the hillside to work around. Petrichor Road's Mill still staying back and kind of keeping an eye on what's going on in Tanvu, but not too much more happening out of this. This hill is kind of given each one of these teams, it's almost more like a pyramid than it is a hill, with the way that it's kind of set out, as it's created sightline blocks for each one of these guys to give them their own areas to play from. But it looks like DK is wanting to lean far more into the TE sightlines now.
And D plus Kia has just been honestly so passive in this game, in this circle, and it's kind of been their MO so far. I would have really liked to see them get a little more aggressive when they had the opportunity to. Now, obviously, it's staled out, but yeah, they had the chance to maybe get some frags there, and they just kind of lost it.
There is a risk with the Expendables getting control of that center point, having Duck Juice hop inside the vehicle and move in, as they could end up pinched in this one with the way that we see Petrichor Road's line come out on that eastern front. And now we can see that DK is trying to get more control over the south. If a fight breaks out, TE is going to be probably the one being shot at, and they're going to have to deal with flanked positions on one side or the other.
True, but I still do like 777's position, as he is that anchor point, but Mill is laser focused on his position right now.
Yeah, this is Summer now also making sure that nothing goes on with Kia sneaking up back behind them. Mill, slow and steady, wins the race right now. Is just, it's a commitment, right? This is almost more of a mind game and a game of chicken, is we're not even into phase number 9 yet.
No, and the reason why none of these teams want to fight again is because of the fact that the first team to fight is going to get third-partied, right? And so they want to be the ones that are initiating that third party, not the ones that are getting, you know, third-partied on.
See a lot of smokes now starting to come out, and it's just an eerie set of silence. It's just settled onto the battlefield right now. And if anything, that just amps up the anxiety. You don't have good vision on what's going on because the hillside, every bullet is the way you can place what's going on around you, and that's about it. And with nobody really taking shots, you just kind of have to assume you have an idea on how they're moving based off of how you know the map functions.
And as a player, this is very nerve-wracking, right? Because you're looking for that angle. You want to make sure that you can maybe watch all the angles that your team isn't, especially if you're an anchor like 777. But again, the waiting game was always my least favorite. I would much rather be in the thick of a firefight rather than waiting for the circle to close, waiting for another team to make a mistake.
The longer it stays quiet like this, it's just going to continue to mount, add more pressure. Every tree just becomes that's going to have a person behind it. Every dip in the hill, you're having to double check, triple check, because places you checked before, somebody could have snuck into that position already. You can see TE now starting to be a bit more mobile. Mill did move out of his position, wanting to play still into that southeastern corridor. That the one section of the hill that they have control over is now TE starting to make much more of a defensive line in the south, as Petrichor Road is also making that commitment in the south. And so now it's not TE that's being the potential of pinched, it's Kia.
Look, and again, it's just the passiveness of D plus Kia it's a little baffling to me.
I mean, and this one, I don't know what else you could potentially do, but it's the quiet just settled in. And TE, with that shift on both of those teams, with Petrichor Road and D plus Kia, now they've got so much control over the circle, and you can see everybody's just sloping. Look at the way you can see somebody step forward and then step back, afraid of where a headshot's going to come. Jump in, see if you spot out anything. Every little bit of information that you get also means that you're probably also going to reveal something and potentially kill yourself.
Yeah, and as you said, they've pretty much not stopped at all TE from just getting closer and closer and closer because they're just afraid to peek over that ridge.
Here we go. Blues coming in. No more time to be passive. You've got to make something happen. Throwables coming out, and it's going to be DK looking up this hillside. Summer, the rest of the crew now starting to look in. Nate is going to get some damage, but not enough to determine what's going to happen next. DK with that little bit of damage, though, now starting to eye back into the Expendables line. Expendables still holding them right there. So much of what we're going to be looking at is going to be hinging on what's happening with Duck Juice and his defensive line against Petrichor Road. Tanvu, Delwyn also moving. Get vision, get the knock into one of them. But now with that, they should be aware of the flank and how it's going to be happening. Petrichor Road should be using this opportunity to start to creep up the opposite hillside, and that's what they're going to be doing. Duck Juice has got to defend that to the best of his capabilities. Tanvu, the rest of the team, they need to clean this up as fast as possible. Just Americano, the last one up, they know it. They get the spray, it's completed, but now it's Petrichor Road running down, but Duck Juice hits the shot onto Summer. That's going to open up the door. The duo over here for the Expendables trying to make it happen. At 11 kills, they want even more. X-Flip's going to go down, and it is just Mill looks back down into this one, and there you go.
Yeah, very impressive stuff there from the Expendables. Duck Juice, again, being that anchor that they needed to have in order to hold off that push from Petrichor. And again, just really well played from the boys.
Oh, that was just such a nail-biter at the end. The anxiety, just, I hate the quiet PUBG games whenever I'm playing inside of them, because like you're talking about, it's just a continual build of anxiety, fear, nervousness, so many things. You can almost end up double and triple thinking yourself instead of just doing what feels natural. There's so many elements into it.
Yeah, but Petrichor finally kind of showing up here. They do manage to get themselves a second place and a couple kills there. But yeah, the Expendables just playing that beautifully, coming off that north side. Beautiful stuff.
Well, we got ourselves getting ready to move into, as Toffees always like to do, highlights.
Highlights indeed, as the Expendables prove themselves to be an action blockbuster, coming out with 14 kills to take home that chicken dinner. An incredible play, and just really, I think it was slow at the end, Avenger, but I mean, you had to play it that way. There was no other option.
And it's a case where there's 3 teams alive or more. You don't want to be the team to kind of start the fight. You always want to be the last one, unless you're obviously 4 guys live and like way stronger than the other teams. You just want to take it, but you want to try to be that third-partying factor, right? And especially here on the Cat Hill, where you have everybody's going up towards the top.
Yeah,
there's so many places to kind of delay the fight. You can just lay back a little bit, lean into the kind of uphill motions, and yeah, it was good to see so many situations here for you know, the Expendables winning every single fight. They're taking 14 kills. It's looking really good for them.
I do. I think when you come to Llama Hill, there's a lot of different places to sort of slow down those fights, but especially on the tail, it's just such a small area. You can really run to those different angles.
If it's a llama, then it's not a tail. Then it's that. That's
that's true, I guess. All right, well, we'll discuss it more. I know you like calling it the cat, but I like calling it the analysis desk, brought to you by STC Play. My name is Tavis. I'm joined again by Avenger. We are 5 games in to what is a very long 2 weeks here of PUBG action, and so far we've been given a lot of surprises, some really great fights, and teams that maybe we didn't expect to show up so quickly, showing up and putting in great work.
Again, it's 2 days, it's 12 games, right? And if you're able to step up from the very first game, as you saw again, Tyloo here, top 4, they have been proving to us that they're doing extremely well. And on top of that, they got 6 kills.
Yeah.
That's a 10-point game for them again, where they're able to get double digits. So, yeah, I was saying it earlier, like the cutoff for PGS1 for the bottom 8, like going into winners bracket, is 56 points. So if you're in the 60s by like game 7, 8, then you're looking really good.
You can play comfortable, and most importantly, you can start setting the stage for the next round. You can force drops, right? We talked about that. There are contested drops that we're going to see sort of later in the BCs, I think, and maybe the ACs. But this first day, if you've got something to yourself, if you're not being hot dropped, this is a chance to sort of push ahead so that on the day that you're challenged, you don't have to worry about it. You can be those guys. You don't end up in that, you know, what was it, the Liquid, Sonics, Ruination? What was the team?
You know, 14 teams that dropped into like to Pachinko Picado, right?
Yes.
You're in a situation where, okay, there's so many regions, so many sub-regions, especially going into PGS1. There was like, 12 teams that went to PGS1 that were, or if not more, that their main drop was Pachinko Picado. Now you have to adapt, and I think that's the case in general. The more that we're playing these internationals, that they're realizing it is going to be a case of where you have to be able to adapt, and if you're able to get aggressive from the very start, then it's looking really good here. But 14 kills for Expendables here, Toughies.
14 kills, but also, speaking of adaptation, you know, we see Petrichor Road, we see D+ coming out and getting 2 big games. These are teams that were on the bottom of that leaderboard last time we checked in. They needed to adapt and make something work to get back on that board, and they both come out with big ones. I mean, 919 damage. For Petrichor Road, that 1364 was a departure from their previous matches.
Yeah, we literally pointed out these like 3 of the teams here, except for Tyloo, they're like, these guys need to step up a little bit. Now they come out and they have had a pretty decent game or win the game. But yeah, Expendables in this case here, it's quite a significant to be able to, you know, a game for them to be able to get into 24 points like this that's put you almost half the way there.
But it does speak to the difference in the style of play. That last game that we saw Cerberus take, those damage numbers were thousands. We saw, I think it's somewhere in the 700s. These guys, they had to play it a little more carefully. They played more strategically. 457, still very respectable, but a lot more kills. I think it shows that the Expendables played careful, and they made sure they were doing pickoffs and steals as much as anything else.
Good steals, yeah. And of course, man of the match here for Kadia. 5 kills, 457 damage. That's, you know, usually we see double or ish around that level, but here he's able to steal a few kills, a lot of knockouts too, 6. So he's been very efficient with the kills stealing.
Absolutely, and I mean, honestly, why not? If you have your chance to try to take those kills, you need to do it. It's the best way to get points up on the board. Looking at that match leaderboard, 24 total points going the direction of the Expendables at the back end of that match. Petrichor walks away with 11. But again, it's about getting the kills, and we talked about this in the last one. 4 AM does it again. They find themselves in a tough placement position, but they put that 5 kills, that 5 points, that consistency up on the board.
Yeah, and if you're able to do that all the way through, right, it's 60 points if you're doing a 12 games, so it's completely fine. And you're going to have a pop-off game. And at Tyloo, they have had a pop-off day. 52 so far, 4 points from what the cutoff was from PGS1. They are, I would say at this point, already guaranteed to go winners.
They look really good. They've got great confidence. You can even see them playing with that in this match. On the other hand, you got teams like 4 AM who haven't, their placement points down only 8, 26 kills, and they're looking at a comfortable 7th. Right now, what matters most is the top 16, right, Martin? And so that's where teams, especially once now that you're into your 5th game of your 12, you start to look at that and say, where do I run those averages?
Yeah, exactly. And of course, it's easy, or what you can say, to get into the top 16, but it's extremely important because that gives you that double elimination chance once you get into the winners and to the losers bracket, of course. So, and you get more days to play. You play straight after the group stage too.
That's a good event. It's a long event, and that's a good point because you need to have that double elimination opportunity. We saw players, you get sick sometimes, you feel uncomfortable, you get some bad night of sleep. Who knows? It can cause you to struggle on one day. So getting yourself into double elimination is a safe bet.
And also, also playing on a stage like this for some of these guys, the first time, the pressure, both from, you know, family, from organizations, everything, it can be very, very hard on you sometimes, and it can get to your neck. But if they're able to stick it out and build some foundations here in day number 1, as Tai Lu has, then it's looking really good. But it's just one more game to go here, and you're going to be able to really step up to the case and get things going here. But Petrichor Road, they were able to have a decent game here for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Petrichor Road, I think, is one of those teams that there's such high expectations for them. You know, you want to see them do well, and so far it's just been a weaker performance, and I think anyone's willing to accept, especially from a GPT. Now, this last game maybe gives me some signs of hope that they're turning it back around.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see them. You know, they're a team that, you know, Ixleft, one of the players that is expected to be like one of the best in the world, right? He needs to come in here and show on LAN at Gamers 8 that is the case for PGS too.
Absolutely. And let's take a look as we continue to check out our players. You mentioned some of the best players in the world. There is arguably, in my opinion, the GOAT sitting right there. Uba, along with the rest of his team. Na'Vi has shown up this event, defending world champions. Uba, GOAT, he's got every trophy you could have, whether it's Nations Cup, whether it's PEL, whether it's PGC. He knows how to win, and he's going to continue to do so. The man retired for a year and a half and then came back and lifted the trophy. We're going to find out who lifts the trophy in our final match of the day. Let's send it over to Orangle one last time with Godspeed and Matchroom.
Thank you so much, Toffees and Mitch. Man, they're just killing it with the knowledge they've been bringing in. So much love to them, as they always do such a great job.
Yeah, and I actually really wanted to highlight something that Martin and Steve were talking about on that desk, and it's just the fact that, yeah, getting top 16 isn't as difficult as getting, you know, top 8 or top 4, but it is imperative to get it here to give you that double elimination chance in case you have a bad day, in case you don't end up qualifying into the top 8 off of that top 16.
Coming back in, we had a north-south playing path last time. This time it's I guess a more...
Still fairly even-ish.
I mean, yeah, but we can't go to our favorite place. Zarky's.
That's my... First of all, don't you dare.
Okay, fine. I guess we can't like the same place anymore. I mean, you won't like Trailer Park for me, so I guess it's loud.
I refuse to like Trailer Park ever. So, but yeah, I mean, this plane is cutting off a bit of the northwest, but I'm sure a lot of these teams will have no issues finding all drops. Obviously, we see right now Forrest ended up going for Stalber instead of Zarky, so yeah, no issues arising here.
And I think there's something to be said. Like the desk was talking about the pacing and kind of like where we see a lot of these teams coming in. Tai Lu is just doing a phenomenal run today. And you can't say that they were being handed any of these things. They're finding a lot of ways to pick up these points and be very, very consistent. And I love what we see coming out from that squad right now.
Yeah, I mean, even if we go back to the first game and we watch that emergency pickup that we talked about a few times, that was, you know, that was a game-winning play. It was clutch. And this circle, shooting range, we see this all the time, actually.
Yeah, this is, you should be pretty familiar if you're a long-time viewer. Shooting range is going to be a key component for a lot of what we're going to be looking at. We often talk about the north-south 50-50. That's not really the case inside this. Yeah, there is still the river, but depending on the next circle, it's... Most teams are probably going to feel more comfortable in a northern lay.
Yeah, and we do tend to see these circles not only just end at shooting range or just to the south of it. It's very popular. The thing with that is holding those positions early can be somewhat tough, right? Because you basically have a massive hilltop here, and playing that central early can lead to a lot of problems, especially if teams are going to be surrounding you on all sides.
There are a lot of good places to play into the north, but it's like you said, they're very contested, or they're just a bit more open and kind of defendable as we're going to be looking through all of this. There's a lot to be had moving into this round, and trying to keep an eye on what's going to be going on as a lot of the movement kind of happening, a lot of looting, as the line is not really too scary for too many of our teams. Well, looks like we have a slight remake, so I mean, I guess, you know, that circle was too boring. We've been seeing too many other fun circles today, right?
Yeah, I'm actually okay with not having a shooting range circle. I just I don't want to say they're boring, but like even as a player, like it's a lot of waiting. It's similar to what we saw in the last game with Llama, right? It's just a lot of waiting. The terrain isn't necessarily very exciting, especially if you're not one of those teams that gets one of those early positions. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, I mean,
I will allow it.
We all heard it in your voice. You're like, oh, shooting range. And see, look at the nice guys in production coming up with the tech issues. So that way we can reset and give you the circle that you want.
As we look at the wonderful boys, the Expendables themselves, winning that last game. Again, really impressive as well. I think Martin was saying, actually, yeah, he was. The fact that they've just been able to win pretty much all of their team fights in that game, 14 kills, has been very impressive.
We've often seen them have a lot of capabilities inside the firefights, but now they're starting to be a little bit more in control of their positioning, moving into the firefights, getting a read on where people are going to be moving into, finding the areas that they can play out of most efficiently, and they're just starting to see a big growth in their kill capabilities and their firefight capabilities based off of that.
Yeah, and then even looking, I do also want to talk about Twisted Minds, right? They did start off slow. They are starting to kind of build that. We saw that game, the first game of Wrangle, where Batu was able to kind of salvage those points, and that does really come to effect there. We haven't really talked too much about that, but just the ability to salvage those games off of, like, for instance, a couple people dying early, like when we look at what happened with GP.
Yeah, and so as we're going to be looking at this, there is a small connection issue that we're just going to try to resolve. It's
no big deal.
Game of the day, so we want to make sure that we get everything good for everybody. Every single one of the rounds inside of the group stage is so vital for us to be dealing with. So we're going to give them a quick second to get everything finalized. But now going back into the different topics that we were just going over regarding Twisted Minds. We actually do have Toby here. He's not casting just quite yet. He'll be on tomorrow. But he was talking about the fact that they can be a team that can slow roll just a little bit in the beginning.
Yeah.
So if you are a Twisted Minds fan, don't worry too much. A lot of this group stage is feeling out what's going on, and they're a good reactionary team.
Yeah, and even talking to Kalaris as well, he pretty much echoed that, right? And they have, in the past, been pretty much a slow-starting team, but they're never a team that you're going to worry about, right?
Yeah.
There are some teams that have been kind of struggling on the bottom, and something else I want to really talk about is going into the last game today, the Game 6, which teams are actually going to go, not necessarily for like a desperation play, but try to change things up and maybe just get as many points as they can, maybe be a little more aggressive. I was criticizing D plus Key a little bit for being as passive as they were. I'd love to see them kind of go for a little more aggression as they are kind of towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
I mean, I'm personally, can you believe that Sonics hasn't managed to pick up any points yet today? No, I don't. Just got to bait the chat just a bit while we're sitting here. My question actually goes back into the previous game. Whenever we were looking at the LG, we had that Milta circle kind of coming in. I kind of wanted to allude into this because that's kind of like a game you would be expecting if you're an LG fan to kind of have their big game, right? Because we're talking about teams that have been a bit quieter than we were expecting. I think LG kind of fits into that category right now.
Yes and no. They've definitely not been as explosive as we want, especially not at the start they got at PGS 1, right? Where they absolutely blew through the group stage. And that's kind of a little bit of a tough question as well, simply because having been someone who has looted Milta Power in both regional and international events, it's kind of hard to choose that spot, right? I was even talking about it during the game, is you can choose mini power, you can choose one of the compounds, the flat top, which they did end up taking, but if the circle just keeps shifting away from you, it becomes difficult, especially when it went up towards the hill, Lumber Hill, where we saw, you know, the various teams, Twisted fighting up there, 4 a.m., obviously Cerberus coming out with that one. It becomes very difficult to kind of fight your way into that, and the way that T5 was able to get ahead of LG was really what started to spell the doom for them, because they were stuck in that dip for quite a while.
T5 has been impressive in a lot of different aspects, from early game skirmishes that we see where they're just like, nope, we know that we have the opportunity here, we're not going to stop, handling a lot of these late game firefights, realizing how to maneuver through the map really efficiently. We haven't had a chance to really give them the laurels that I think that they've been deserving right now.
They haven't necessarily gotten many points, but something that they have done very well is they've been able to get ahead of teams in these really precarious circles multiple times. We actually saw them do it on Tego as well before they ended up getting wiped by LG and Twisted, but that ability to kind of get ahead, realize that they can hold another team out is what I would love to see them do more of, while also just kind of surviving a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to loot the trophy if you don't have anybody alive in the late game to pick it up, right?
Exactly.
That's kind of one of the fundamental issues that we're going to be looking at. Is you mentioned it a second ago with the circles, we are getting some very baited hard shifts coming into this, where it'll be like, it'll go to the north, then go to the south, and then go back up into the north again in these, like, I guess more like mid-game scenarios, and that's really creating an interesting shakeup for our players to have to deal with.
Yeah, it's been nothing but hard shifts both in Circle 1 and Circle 2. It's that last game on Llama Hill, right? It was very much centered on like Gatka proper, West Coast. It immediately shifted down very quickly, and then it just kept shifting south. And we even saw that in Tego. That Tego circle, by the way, was one of the most disgusting Tego circles I think we could have gotten. Nothing but open field. The rice patties weren't even in. I like the idea that LG had, sending it to that spot, right? But they were just caught in a dip, and as Toby and Kalaros were talking about it in the back, they were just waiting for those nades to come in, and eventually they did.
Well, there were so many different sections of the firefights that, specifically in the earlier sections, nade management has been something I've been trying my best to keep an eye on, because we're ending up with a lot of these much closer range mid-game fights where a lot of people are having to burn through a lot of their nades, a lot of blue zone nades coming out early, and it's made it to where whenever we get into the later stages in these more open areas, people just don't have the nades left to really take care of the problems that are sitting right in front of them.
Well, it's not even the nades. You have to realize that they're also keeping a lot of room for smokes, right? You only have so much space. Even if you have a level 3 bag, the Goblo pack, as I like to call it, little goblin pack. Yeah, it's difficult because you need, as you said, you need the nades. Having the smoke launchers obviously can help, but still, those smokes are kind of heavy, right? They take a lot of capacity. So, oh, look at the pup.
Look, I'm going to really appreciate the fact that we're getting more and more stuffed animal mascots inside of PUBG. I'm going to support this, and I want more of them. And whenever I say that, I'm not counting Gunner for Sonics.
What are you trying to say?
He's cuddly.
He is a cuddly man, but don't squeeze him in the wrong areas. I promise you. That'll easy. I actually still have
for that.
I still have the alpaca that PUBG sent me. That thing is soft as all hell, man. I still actually sleep with it sometimes. Don't tell anyone though. As we see Ty Lu has been, again, incredibly impressive. Yes, we've talked about Shen ad nauseum, but we really haven't had much of a chance to talk about the rest of the members on that team. They are all operating very efficiently right now, supporting Shen. Even when Shen went down early in one game, they were still able to get a good amount of points, which is why they're sitting on the top or towards the top of the leaderboard.
Shilla has actually been a key component for a lot of this, and not necessarily popping off in the biggest of ways, but getting into the angles that really unlock the rest of the squad to have some capabilities to make something happen inside of this. So we are now rounding back in, and hey, look, is that more stuffed animals?
Yeah, that's on Batu, I believe, actually. Or what is that? I can't even tell.
Is it a bunny ram?
I don't know. But as these players are waiting, again, back to the Expendables, are
we just trying to figure out who has the better stuffed animal? Is that what the cameramen are trying to do right now?
I'm not exactly sure. You know what I would like to see, though, is consistency from the Expendables. We've seen them have those big pop-off games, right? We've seen them do that before at internationals, but we haven't necessarily seen that kind of run that through with the consistency. And again, when we talk about consistency, we talk about a team like Twisted Minds, one of the most consistent teams in the world, and even like 17 here as we're looking at them. I would love to see some of those APAC teams, as exciting as they are, find that ability to continue forward and get those points even in bad situations.
And I want to let everybody know, yeah, okay, 17 Gaming, we're talking about 4AM, we're talking about like Navi. There's tons of really big teams that we're going to be keeping a big eye on moving forward. But right now on the group stage, one of the things that Godspeed and I are kind of focusing on with some of these other teams are specifically the ones that look like they're going to have a growth pattern moving out of the group stage. You know, like who's capable, who we see starting to make some of the big changes that can get them out of the stage and start competing in that finals bracket and start really competing up in the world. And yeah, we already know 17 Gaming is going to make some big plays. They're going to end up inside that category most likely. But whenever we're looking at it, it's trying to see like how far can the Expendables go is really, really important. One, for fantasy points, because you got to make sure you're getting the best expenditures that you can outside of that. But two, also, just because the fact of gives you an idea on who to track, who to keep an eye on whenever you're watching the map.
I will say my my fantasy team is a little bit in shambles right now. I'll tell you right now who it is. I do have Kickstart as my captain. I also have Spyro, and then I do have Shen. I mean, why not? It's been amazing. And then I also have Scappy, right? And Scappy actually has been an amazing budget. I don't want to call him a budget pick, but you know, he is lower as far as costs. Scappy's been doing work for me, man.
I mean, I've been pretty good with it. I'm not living the best life, to say the least, because I'm with you. Kickstart, captain. But then behind that one, Little Ghost.
Solid pick.
Solid. Not having the pop-off day I was hoping for. But Tulin's doing a good job on not dying early and surviving in later stages, so good safety play on that one. But I actually picked up 777 as like one of my chief ends, and he's been doing me quite well.
Yeah, that's a solid pick as well, 777. Honestly, fantasy has been something, I will admit that I never really played like fantasy in sports or anything like that, but getting involved in this, it's been super fun. So if you guys actually want to check it out, please do, twire.com, twire.gg actually, and then check out fantasy. It's a lot of fun. You can get points, earn some really cool stuff on there.
Yeah, like titles like Avengers got. What is it? What is his name?
The Draftinator.
The Draftinator. And we also have a whole bunch of the production people involved. It's one of those things that actually opens up a whole bunch of new fandoms. Like everybody's got their favorite teams, right?
Or their favorite players.
Or their favorite players. just hopping in with the fantasy really gets you invested in with some of the other players. And whenever we're looking at a game like PUBG, that's a big deal, right? Is like getting to learn some of the new players internationally are one of the things I love about these international events, because it opens up new doors and new things that you want to go back and watch.
Yeah, and we do have a little, again, the equipment issue. They're just trying to get it going. This is going to be our last game of the day, so we just want to make sure everyone is good to go in the server, especially with that LAN client. And I can tell you, the best part about international events, as a former player, is playing on LAN client. Playing with PUBG with zero ping is just the best thing in the whole world.
I think I have a winner. I think that's my favorite stuffed animal we've seen so far. That was pretty good. It's got a cute face.
What, that face? That's a pretty good view.
That's a pretty good face, too. You're knee-deep in looking through all of your paperwork and being all intellectual, and I'm like, I like stuffed animals. That's kind of the stage that we're sitting at, as we are going to be trying to get everything prepped in. So we've been trying to give you guys as much of the basics to cover the move-in and the shift-in for everything right now, as a lot does hinge on, and specifically in this last game, because it can set the pace as we're moving into the group stages and the shift-out. Because remember, we've got more teams that are pleasantly playing right now, so we're going to have a new group come in. So there's going to be the last chance for half of these teams that are playing right now today, so they want to make sure that they're walking out in a good environment. They have every opportunity, and so we will take just a bit longer to get them set up, but from what I understand, I've seen a couple of motions, it shouldn't be too much longer.
Yeah, no problem at all. And then, you know,
Knock on wood.
speaking of the group stages, why don't I ask you this question? I'll go ahead and list the teams playing in Group C tomorrow. Sonics, Gen G, DD Team, Danoa, Friendly Fire, Day Trade, and then E-Arena. Which one of those teams are you actually most excited to watch?
Honestly, hashtag bias caster. I'm kind of curious to see how Friendly Fire is going to be moving in on that one. I think that that's going to be a team that's going to be really, really fun to watch. And I'm also a sucker for Danoa, dude. Anytime Danoa shows up, I really want to see what's capable inside that. There's like obvious picks inside of there, like Sonics and all this other stuff, but I think that those are the two that I've got my fancy towards.
I'm actually really excited to see that roster of Danoa play. I mean, obviously, Soul is just a disgusting player. We've seen him put up some really crazy numbers. And then Salute, Inonix, and Loki, that's a dangerous roster right there.
I know you guys love us talking about fantasy and everything else like that, but we are going to take a quick break to make sure that we get everything set up. It should not be too long at all, but we will see you guys in just one moment.
Esports fans, PUBG's second global offline tournament in 2023 after PGS 1. PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers 8, will kick off on August 10th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. PGS 2 is a 2-week-long tournament where 24 teams will compete for a total prize pool of $2 million. The 24 teams consist of 16 teams that advance through the regional qualifiers of APAC, Americas, China, EMEA, and Korea, along with 8 PUBG global partner teams. The biggest change in PGS 2 is that the battles will take place on a total of 3 different maps: Erangel, Miramar, the 2 classic maps, and the newly introduced Tago. Teams will be divided into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C, and they will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then, the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, while the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. The top 8 teams of the winner's bracket will secure their spot in the grand finals, while the remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket. The loser's bracket is the final gateway to the very last stage of the tournament. Only the top 8 surviving teams will advance to the grand finals. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams will compete in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team will emerge victorious, claiming the $600,000 grand prize and becoming the champion of PGS 2. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest points total from PGS 1 and PGS 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. PGS 2, powered by Gamers 8. Who will seize the loot and claim the trophy to secure the direct ticket to PGC 2023? Stay tuned.
Goes for the spray, gets the damage up, spots out another one, and the other one uses to go down. Here we go into it. Your 2021 PGS champion. looks at a similar scope, and how in the world? Your PGS 1 champion.
Nice swipe and good circle position.
So few options to work with, but he hits Capitan. That's gonna open
So
back.
a little bit of a spray here.
Gonna try to make some close. There it goes down and out
from friendly fire, but now they may potentially lose Volcano. Very good push.
Veremos目の前のダウンドカット確定キロ一瞬で見える先がデサインしてこのままブルースを収めて
All right, and see, look, that wasn't too bad at all. We're already getting everything set to move into our last game of the day. Match, I'm joined here by Godspeed as we are going to be moving into our third Erangel and closing it all out.
I'm really, again, excited to see if any of the teams are going to actually adjust who have been struggling on the day, right? Just go for something. It's the last game of the day. Whether you're being passive or your rotations haven't really been where you want them to be, just go for a more aggressive approach, especially just coming in the last game if you're down on points.
And specifically, with a small tech delay to come in like this, you get a bit of time.
Yeah, a little mental refresher,
and,
sure.
Go back through and go, okay, I don't like what I did here. I need to learn from this one. As we are already jumping back into Erangel to get everything shifted. Plane path is going to be coming in from the south this time, going into the north, as it's not as centered as the one we saw earlier, but still pretty freaking centered.
Yeah, I'm just hoping we don't get a shooting range circle.
If it happens again, it was destined.
If it happens,
right?
it happens, yep.
That's how I have to look at it.
If he dies, he dies.
If he dies, he dies. Now looking in, again, nothing too crazy. We might see some military base love as it's going to be served.
I was going to say a melee base circle on the last game?
Ooh, you going to do that to him?
I wouldn't hate that.
I thought I was supposed to be the evil.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, sometimes I have to remember I'm casting now. I'm not playing, right?
Come with us. Come to the dark side, young Padawan.
So yeah, as far as drops, this is all set, right? Cerberus is gonna opt to go for a melee drop here. Again, everyone has their main drop, their alt drop, and no one has been connected. We actually haven't seen any hot drops at all today between A and B.
And there's been a lot of safety coming into play on that one. There was some talk of a couple of them that were going to potentially happen, but instead, much slower drops are what people are leaning into. It did lead that kind of, we had that awkward moment where we had the fight for the car and people getting run over in the very beginning, but that's the closest that we've really come.
Oh, at GP, yeah. Oh, it's Deraton and GP, I believe, right? Yeah.
Because it's reminiscent of what we kind of see going on over there around Georgia Bowl yet again, is both teams still really want this US.
I gotta say, I mean, Pachinki Circle, I definitely don't mind those, but yeah, it looks like Theraton are the superior droppers. That's the second time that they've been able to beat them to that car.
Yeah, I mean, take a buggy. It's going to be enough to at least get away from this one. Looking out, you guys know the circle. I'm not going to give you a breakdown on it. It's Pachinki. You know the fields. It's got Everest inside of it. It's got Rajak, and I would say that I could do with a smidgen of school apartments Rajak. It has been a hot.
No, I'm vetoing that right now. As a viewing experience, Rajak is, or excuse me, school and apps isn't great. Just pushing that as a player isn't great.
Now trying to get everything set up. You can see moving into our looting positions. GP making the shift over. This time with all of their members intact, so feeling significantly better about it. LG did move back over into their Stalber drop that we saw them do a second ago. Not too much craziness coming out. Falcons did a very wide split across Quarry, as well as sending two of their members down into Primorsk. But it's going to be If You Mind Game PT that's going to get themselves North Georgia to play around with. And hopefully this will give them the opportunity to get looted up and move into one of the mid-game position.
Yeah, they do have a good rotation in at the very least. They could go Q, but
이번에 데뷔하고 나서 이제 바로 세계 대회에 진출하게 된 거라서 엄청 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 잘 해왔으니까 이때까지 해왔던 대로 플레이하고 일단 그랜드 파이널까지 가는 거를 목표로 최대한 두고 있는 것 같아요. 1차 목표로. 팀 분위기는 엄청 좋은 것 같아요. 그랜드 파이널을 명확하게 목표하고 있고 그 이후의 목표는 이제 그랜드 파이널에 올라가고 나서 생각하기로 해서 그렇게 크게 긴장은 안 하고 있어요.
I like that approach. Setting goals instead of like, oh, we're gonna win. I mean, I also would have liked him to say we're going to win the event, but
we've never been to an international and we're going to win it all.
Yeah, so hey, first we got to make it to we got to make it out of this groups. Then we got to make it to grand finals. Then after grand finals, we'll figure it out from there. So
setting long-term goals, I think, is important, specifically with newer teams, so that way you don't set you up for disappointment.
For your first event, yeah.
You don't get inside of a whole bunch of aggression. But with that, it means that you're also planning long-term, and I like that for teams. That means the fact that they have a plan for longevity, a plan for scope, and realizing the fact that, hey, we still got a lot to learn. We're glad that we're here. We earned getting here. But if we can manage to get first place, great. But it means the fact that we still have a lot to learn to get to that stage.
Well, just being here and the experience of being at an international for your first time, you're able to get so much knowledge, whether you find success, whether you have struggles with your rotations, or you're just losing team fights, obviously, against players and teams that are just much more seasoned. And again, these are world class. These are the best teams in the world. So it's going to happen where you might just kind of get run over. As long as you can learn something from that and get the experience and then come back to your next event, qualify, and then do better, that's really what it's all about. And I will say, GP, they've been using emergency pickups fairly liberally, and they've found success with it so far. So they are doing things right.
And I really like that. I'm much more in the, you feel like you'll learn more from a mistake than you do from doing it right sometimes. And that's a big part of the growth patterns that can happen inside of PUBG specifically. There's so many variables. So I like the idea of coming in with, oh, hey, that bike took down that door, I think.
Yeah, but defeat can be one of the best teachers, right? And we've seen that. We've seen teams not necessarily have a great event, and they'll come back, bounce back, and do even better. 17 is one of those teams.
I love
they won the last event.
Little Ghost loves his bike, and he's making sure to take a good care of it. He's like, no, you don't even lay down on the ground. We get you in the comfy position. We get everything set.
What do you think that is, a Schwinn, a Huffy?
Hey, it looks kind of Huffy, right?
Maybe a Fat Boy Specialized? Who knows?
Ooh, yeah, I mean, we did see.
I actually had one of those when I was a kid. Those things were clean, man.
Yeah, did you have like the long spokes that came out from the side of it, the foot bars?
I'm sorry, the what?
On the back.
Oh, you're talking about the pegs?
Yeah.
Come on, now. Flip bars? Get out of here. But yes, I did have pegs on the back of my bike.
All right, so looking in, this is pretty much where we're going to be looking at the basic rotations coming in. Big thing, Cerberus is going to be coming in from the south. Down next to military base, the only team that opted into dropping over there. Petrichor Road has been playing in kind of the what is it? Toffees likes to call it the ice chest, the six-pack, whatever you want to mean, over there. That's just going to be on the opposing side of that bridge coming out of military base. But they're not really too set up to bridge camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see too much happening over there. We do see a couple of small movements, most notably going on. Look at this is GP taking this one cautiously. They know that T5 plays to the south of Georgia Pole, and instead foot pushing across, making sure that they know exactly the fact that there is no trap set and waiting for them.
This is very dangerous, though. Daku could easily just get shredded. Again, we know that T5 is already leaving and they're actually headed towards hospital, but, GP, again, trying to figure things out.
Sarvim also making their rotation. Well, not making too much of one. They've got themselves Potato Mountain to work around. Pretty centered. They do have 17 that's going to be playing the low side of the hill. So while they are close to each other on the map, there is a massive recess in that hill right there. So they're not really as close as it does seem.
And I do actually want to talk about Petrichor. You'd mentioned them, and the desk specifically had mentioned, I think it was Steve or Martin, I can't remember. They're saying how, Ixleft has this incredible pressure put on him as, he is considered one of the best players in the world. Every time fantasy comes around, he's the most expensive. I actually chose him in the last event, and I haven't chosen him since because Petrichor just, for whatever reason recently, have not seemed to kind of get it together when it comes to early international play, right? Like, even today, it's been an issue where they haven't really performed that well. They have had some good games here salvaging points, but we expect a lot from Petrichor, especially how they dominate the region.
The group stage slow rollers, I think, is a good way to look at it. They take their time, they get a feel, they really want to kind of get their vibe, but they're not going to be the ones that are, like I said, it doesn't feel like they like to come in and then just pop off on the first day. I remember there was this thing in North America for a long time. The players used to think that there was the group stage curse, where if you get like first place in group stage.
Well, that was STK, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was STK. I was always talking about. You get first in groups, then you're just destined to failure in the grand finals. Maybe there's something like that going on with Petrichor Road. Like, we're just going to take it easy. We'll get into the finals.
I just say that because obviously we know what that team is capable of. We know what Ixleft is capable of, and so far, I mean, we're not really seeing too much of it.
It's the only reason I can come up with. My conspiracy theory is the fact that they choose not to do it, right?
I mean, I don't know who would choose to come in group stages kind of weak, but yeah.
We do point out the fact that as FaZe has managed to move into its position, they are right in between the duos of Na'Vi. We got one to the west and one to the east of them, but again, no big need to move on any regards, nor does Na'Vi need to make anything aggressive just quite yet.
But FaZe with a very nice position here in C9 Hill. A lot of people actually still call this C9 Hill from what I understand. But yeah, this is going to be a nice position. They're just to the east of Pachinki. They have sight lines pretty much everywhere. Pushing up that is not very easy. Even with a vehicle, it's going to be very obvious. And so FaZe is set up quite well in this circle so far.
LG already managed to make their way out of their home, but not too many things that they're going to have to be keeping our eyes on. No teams really around them. The closest ones being, oddly enough, what we were just looking at. And that's going to be the duo for Na'Vi. That's going to be Ayla as well as Exempel, as the rest of FaZe is going to be right over there. Depending on how Kickstart and the rest of the crew decides to move into this one, they are moving pretty aggressively on that line, but I think that LG tends to play the southern part of this road as they approach.
Yeah, we've seen.
Surprised me if they avoid most of any shots coming in.
We also saw them rotate here earlier, but yeah, they're just going to hang out for now, and there's no real reason for them to commit to anything else, simply because we're still just in Circle 1, Matt. Yeah. All the teams are currently in the circle. There is no team that is outside.
This is just a very comfortable circle. It can fit near on everybody. You can kind of play your flavor however you want to. You make the rotation in. A couple of teams that we were talking about before, like T5, we're going ahead and move into the Gatka Chopsticks area to some degree. GP that we saw earlier is now presently in Everest. Forest, the only team that's going to be north of Rajak right now and on that river, kind of eyeing what's going on with DK. Looks like they're just trying to make sure that they have the cleanest pathing, because, you know, sometimes these bridges can get messy in group stages, so I do like them scouting it out first.
Yeah, it's always just good practice to scout out. Yeah, you have different options now between the emergency pickup. You even have ferries, not that anyone would take them, but the point is it's still very good to be cautious, because we've seen in the past, over the years, that the bridge is not always the best play. It's not always safe.
Yeah. Every single time you think that there's nobody camping the bridge, they are. And every single time you think that there's somebody camping the bridge,
also,
there, right?
I can tell you, when you are bridge camped, how frustrating it is. You just want to slam your keyboard. And speaking of slamming the keyboard, again, these shifts are just really out of control.
Out of all the different ways it could have gone, it's going to go to the shift south. A lot of our teams are already playing to the south, not the biggest deal, but that does mean that it's going to be a little bit more complicated. It's going to be Sarp take those shots in.
Spyro!
Spyro says, no, don't go for a peak like that, Van Peak. You're going to go down from it. He's still continuing to try to hit some more shots as he's going to be rotating past that one. That means that Twisted Minds actually had a pretty decent pathing, but they're moving into FaZe's sight lines here pretty soon. Good read on that. They're going to shift away from it and now start to move along. With this, they've managed to bypass where we see 17 Gaming at. Other rotators that are going to be coming in just a minute potentially are going to be T5 moving by TE.
Yeah, and they're just going to actually hang out here for a little bit. They can have their vehicles and tires saved, so not a bad position. Rotating out of that may be a pain later, especially with all the teams that are starting to settle around them, but look at this. Now, Petrichor and Cerberus.
This has to be known. We've seen these two teams kind of bumping against each other along these bridges, right? Because Cerberus likes to go down to military base. Petrichor Road kind of likes to defend up around here. So that's why you're seeing Haisaki play from this position off the start, because they want to get a read and feel exactly where it's coming from. I really like the scouting position coming out. Wait, oh, that was opened up, Haisaki. You're going to regret that one.
And he's going to try to run to the shack. Is that nade enough? Oh.
Pop away from it. So the trap is now revealed. Petrichor Road, their defensive line, still going to beat just enough. And I think that was one of those moments where Haisaki, he was like, surely he's not just standing there, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was just standing in the open looking on the other side of the bridge, but an unfortunate missed opportunity there for Haisaki, as Cerberus is now just going to back off this position altogether. They don't want to deal with Petrichor this early.
And now that they've taken shots, they're going to reposition over here. Falcons has already kind of shifted in. Not too close, though. They're just playing into the hillside, so this should be pretty safe. That said, while it didn't go the way that Cerberus wanted, I love the mindset and what we see coming out, as it is going to be TE and Tyloo bumping into each other, and this is going to be on the southern Pachinki hillside.
A lot of teams, Matt, are starting to center up around Pachinki for obvious reasons, but even these hillsides, the Pachinki Hill proper, the east side where we see FaZe set up, I mean, this becomes very difficult on shift, especially when you're edge on these hilltops.
See, that is going to be Tyloo with one of their members down. Looks like they should be able to get the res. It does look like the Expendables were wanting to be more aggressive in this. Delwyn, who's been kind of playing their off-angle position, leaning back into it. And Longs has been loaded up inside of a vehicle to get repositioned and rezzed, playing the actually really far opposing side of this hill. They wanted to get out of this and make sure that it was safe. So with this, the other two members are still playing back to make sure to defend up the potential of that res and give time to be played.
And Petrichor now are dealing with a new threat, and that's going to be Theraton 5, just happen to be in the same compound now.
just half of them, right? The other two are kind of running. It's kind of a 1-1-2 split that's going to be over here, which I don't think is really the way you want to do it. But, you know, Hatsawad going to go ahead and get the knock on one started off, and that's going to open up more opportunities. Are we going to see the rest? Yes, at least one member has managed to hop into a vehicle for T5, and they want to come over here and provide some support. Mill, though, has them trapped. And, oh, man, I hate pushing these buildings. I can totally understand why you're not.
Yeah, these yellows, I'm still going to call them yellows. I don't care. The yellows can be pretty precarious, especially this specific one where you have that back hallway where there's really only one way in and one way out.
I love the reposition coming out from this one. Does get a nice, tasty nade onto it, but does not get the knock. Follow-ups, we're still going to keep a ton of water inside of this circle. And where we're fighting out right now is actually the center of the circle. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is now the new center. Still so much water in, so this is going to shift quite heavily to the northwest after this. But man.
This is hot, but what we've got going on to the north, we've got Na'Vi that's going to be regrouping. FaZe already making their reposition. Twisted Mind's going to be coming in right back behind them. DK also hopping inside of their vehicles. 17 game. Tons of these guys are running down, and that's why their other member for T5 can't really make his move yet. He's being surrounded by cars that are just swarming down the hillside. You see, he's got to deal with his own problems. He's going to go down, and that's going to make it even harder for the rest of what's going on with them as they just have to retreat from this position. But the area that they were at beforehand now has FaZe.
Yeah, but I'm going to be honest, the split between Deratok 5 kind of confuses me. Taking a fight with Petrichor and then taking a separate fight trying to take that shack is just, I would have really liked for them to just kind of consolidate and just fight a team together instead of just going different directions.
They were going for, it feels like they were going for a safety play depending on how the circle popped. And the circle just popped straight onto them, so they had nothing that
But they left the other two members awry, right? Just fighting Petrichor. I think that's a big mistake.
Looking in, GP is making a rotation to the south, bumping into Cerberus as they're trying to escape. You can talk about FaZe Clan just a moment ago. They're trying to regroup. To the northwest, we have Falcons that's still trying to hold up that area that's going to be to the southern Pachinki hillside. TL going to be on the opposing side. TE is over there. We have SRM that's going to be making their approach, as well as Force that's going to be up to the north. So this has got a lot happening.
Yeah, and GP now in a fight with Cerberus here. And this is going to be right at that West Bridge compound at that gas station. And what is happening here? Sheila and Delwyn just randomly fighting each other in the field, and Duckchew's actually going to be the one to find him.
That's just like an old school Western. They just like stood up right in front of each other and was like draw and started taking shots at each other. Spinnables do have the members that are coming in back behind them. SRM's going to continue on their pathing. FaZe has spotted out what's going to be going on. They're looking in. Tyloo, as you can see, is now making more aggressive plays into what Forrest was trying to accomplish over here. As it is, there's just not as much territory in this. A lot of this is water and fields, so you got to fight for whatever you can get. Jeem is going to be on the receiving end of that as Gustav now alive and alone on that hillside that T5 was holding down so long ago.
Yeah, FaZe, again, rotating off that C9 hill. It was not really the best position anymore, especially with Twisted Minds coming into the backside of that. Just going for this shack, but it was not free as this fight between Cerberus and Game PT is still going on.
If you mind, trying to come in here and saying, if you mind, I would prefer to have this one myself. Cerberus does have a couple of their members. Duckmai back over there watching what's going on with SRM. Haisaki's playing the hillside. 17 Gaming getting some vision on the Tyloo rotation as they are just sending it down that road south out of Pachinki. Forest going to be back behind them.
But where are they going to go? This is all taken.
Yeah, and now we see the push coming out. And whoa, that apart. That was just so well defended coming up from Cerberus. That was absolutely red, absolutely denied. Nothing that could happen there. That was going to be hella running.
I was going to say, before that even happened, pushing into these new warehouses, it's just such a precarious position to be in because there's so many new angles, climbing up, vaulting on those boxes. It's just awkward. It's so awkward to push that, on top of the fact that it was Tycon on the end of it with Himas just destroying the team.
Ooh, Tyloo, you gotta be careful. It's gonna be a lot of nades landing in on top of this one. Long still just trying to cling to life. Nades go off, but it's not gonna be enough as Shin is going to take a face full of nade. DK doesn't want to overextend. That blue zone nade, I don't think is going, yeah, it's gonna stop just a bit beforehand.
That one though.
Shin, I was gonna say, you guys gotta move for that one. Well, he's just gonna be right on the edge of it, right?
Yeah, they should be able to get this res up yeah, D plus Kia is not gonna push up that hill. They got some damage in there, but they're just gonna go back to their shack. I would love for them to have actually gone there and wiped the team, but
this is the fight I was very
passiveness.
curious about. Is we've got Twisted Minds that are trying to push in the same position that 17 is playing from. Also, LG and 4AM not inside the circle yet. They're probably going to path closer to where Petrichor Road and Na'Vi are, so we'll keep an eye on that as it moves forward. But Twisted Minds, they've been kind of leapfrogging into different positions. 17 playing a more defended low ground. versus Twisted Mind's high ground.
So yeah, 17 actually sitting in that ravine between the road there, just to the north of Crossroads. And Falcons may potentially have an angle on that soon, as we see LG finally making their approach in onto this hilltop that we find Tai Lu.
Just jumping right up on top, and this is a very weakened Tai Lu. Remember the fact that we just saw them take a ton, but they still got the aim to make it work. Kickstart's gonna go down, but there's gonna be a quick exchange. The rest of LG managed to get some vengeance back onto him, and man, this hillside just feels cursed right now.
Yeah,
whoever goes here dies.
This is a very difficult hillside to play from. Especially, I mean, even when it's not central, right? It's just so easy to be shot at from different angles, especially if there's a team on Pachinki Hill, which Falcon still is there.
Where is Twisted Mind planning on going in this? They've got Falcons that's got the hillside. They're walking right in the potential of a trap, but I think that's more just because the Falcons were shooting more long range into kind of what was going on in the LG and DK positions. Silson playing low is going to feed that information right up into it, and yeah, it's going to be DraftKings Capitan. They know the moment Twisted Mind's Lake's landfall. Silson's still going to have a good back angle to continue. Yeah, so going to hit Lu. This is just a perfect executed trap, as even Cerberus taking some shots very long range into what's going on with Twisted Mind.
Yeah, Twisted Minds wanted this spot simply so they could actually take shots onto 17 as well as shots onto LG, right? The team that's on that hill just up above 12 pack, but I don't know if they're expecting for Falcons to be here. 3 of them knock. Capitan just wants to finish this fight. If he can get the smoke and get the knock, but again, it's just completely failed, and he will. He'll find it, so Falcons will eliminate Twisted Minds.
I love it. Just stroll right in. New circle pops. It's got a ton of field to be played. 4 angry men hopping inside of vehicles. They're going to be trying to rotate right next to Petrichor Road, and therefore LG. Petrichor Road needs to make their way inside of this circle as well. 4 angry men had to do a quick stop off on the outside of it, but guess what? Navi is just right back behind him as cars roll off into the distance.
Yeah, at 4 a.m. at the moment, have a reprieve with this dip, but the nades are coming in. And being in this dip is very bad when you have so much utility being thrown your way, especially when it's Navi. Uba just trying to get the knocks. He's going to find Example, actually.
Yeah, that's going to hit pretty hard.
Oh, the car!
Finish it off. Slides down the hill. So 4 angry men going to be eliminated and provides an opportunity pathing for Navi.
And this circle is just, I mean, we've already lost LG as well. Petrichor coming up and kind of helping wipe them. Navi now needs to make their approach, though. They could try to come in behind Petrichor before this blue comes in. Otherwise, there's really not much to play in front of them at that crossroads, especially with 17 and Falcons on that hilltop.
You can see kind of what's going on with 17 and why they can't make too many different moves. Falcons still just trying to cling on to that hilltop that you're talking about, but it's going to be the Expendables shooting them from down inside the field. Oddly enough, who's one of the most comfortable teams right now?
Yeah, and this is great decision.
DK.
Well, DK is just sitting in the shack, very passive. Yeah, I'm not even worried about that, but the Expendables, though, I like this play from them. They're actually taking their time. They didn't kind of rush in. They're just playing the west edge, finding little spots to play here in the fields. Again, great decision making from that team.
Cerberus playing a bit more aggressive into him, and Navi finally making their roll out. They're gonna have to deal with Petrichor Road on one side of him. That hill is protecting them for the time being. Looks like Navi is just gonna creep in, stop there, but that means that Ixlif is gonna have the high ground and gonna be looking down all kinds of Obi-Wan Kenobi as Cerberus making their push into a shack, and that just lets you know what's going on in life right now, right?
Yeah, and again, this is just a split coming from DK. They're not going to be able to hold this, and Cerberus doing a great job of just clearing them out. At least one side of that duo, 6 kills, and again, a good position for them now.
17 Gaming still taking those pot shots into Navi, but with Navi realizing, we've got a couple of friends that are going to be coming up. It's a full-on wall of Petrichor Road that's playing that northern section, but keep in mind, they do have a low ground flank position that they were trying to exploit, now having revealed, but the smoke line is just too strong, and the secondary shots coming out from 17 actually stopped their approach.
Yeah, 17 is trying to gatekeep both of these teams right now. Petrichor, though, with the advantage, not having to pour over as much. It's really just Navi, Mel, even though he has the best gun in the game in that P90, it's not really going to help when you have 2 teams shooting at you from distance.
Example really wants to try to move up this hillside. Petrichor is going to have to move away from the blue zone. That might open up the opportunity for him to try to get some more up into this. And yeah, he's just venturing on the blue, and you can see that is ticking hard, but he wants to try to get the angle. The rest of the team's going to call him back. The Expendables are going to go ahead and find themselves cars and hay bales, and that's not going to be really enough cover to give them a happy position.
And no, Falcons, though, have done a great job. They've come off Pachinki Hill. They've taken control of pretty much the entire circle at this point, and they're putting the pressure on the Cerberus now, who has to back off.
I mean, Haisaki's and Duck Mai just kind of clinging down there. They have to retreat away. DK's other shack not going to be inside the safe zone this time. Petrichor, Road, Na'Vi both going to have to move us. You know what? I don't like cover. Cover is stupid, and I just want to see everybody have to stand behind hay-bales and fight. That's going to be the circle.
That being said, Matt, there is actually, well, as we look at Suju just with a disgusting angle there, there's a lot of different elevations here in this field to where you actually have a decent amount of cover from the north to the south.
There's a way to isolate fights and kind of break out sight lines, but it's going to be very peculiar. See how this is going to be played out. Capitan's going to have to deal with 17 Gaming that is just after him right now. That does mean that Falcons also had to relent against Cerberus. DK taking some shots into 17 Gaming is one of the reasons why they can't really move too aggressively. Petrichor Road just going to bypass. Are they actually going to stop? They're
that nade.
Going to step out. That nade's going to be huge. Whoa! Big play coming out from Kia to cling to life.
Wow. That could not have been more perfect for D plus Kia.
Just hands it right over into them. Problem is, Kia, you still got to move in. With Falcons forcing Cerberus down to the south, guess what? They're just eyeing it in. As Example still trying to find his way into the zone.
Oh, and you find that. Oh, no,
it's
Draft
King that gets in the support.
So Draft will get that knock, still just fighting back as it's just Xiao Bei now. Left alive as Xiao Wu is just knocked right in front of Example. And Xiao Bei is in a world of trouble. That UAS can be destroyed. And it might slide down that hill, and he's going to be up a creek without a paddle, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he might almost want that because it's the only bit of cover he has. And maybe
it's already destroyed. I think it might be.
And now we've got Cerberus coming in. They're like, okay, we're not going to fall for the same trick. We're not going to stack up and let one nade take us down. But our U as throwables now starting to come out. DK is going to be retreating from the position, moving back to the rock. No surprise at all. But with the amount of smokes that are going down, it's just providing perfect nade targets, right? You just drop it right on top.
And the fact 10 kills first of all for Cerberus, but I also love the fact that they're just so methodical. This is some of the best play I've seen from Cerberus in a while. The fact that they've had that split, they pulled off that fight from the north with Falcons. They came in this split. They were able to kind of push over towards D plus Kia, get rid of them. Really great decision making. Now they are going to pay for it there. Haisaki is getting a knock by Uba, but even still, this is a very strong Cerberus.
Yeah, I am loving what we see. They realized the fact that Falcons was not something they could contend with. So they retreated away. They let 17 Gaming, they let Na'Vi put in some work on them, weaken that.
Took control of the south.
Exactly. They stepped over there, made sure that they got control of that area, and it looks like, can they get this res? I don't know. That's going to be greedy if they do. They still have the numbers advantage. But it is going to be, I don't know, it's scary whenever you got an example on Uba taking shots at you while trying to go for res.
Yeah, the smokes were down, though, fortunately. Hamas is going to drop one more, and he's going to get this res, and Cerberus is going to be 4 strong here and looking like the best team to win this game right now.
I am scared. We've got Uba that's hopping inside of a vehicle. Are they going to use it for cover? Yep, just creep it a bit more forward, so it's going to be right on the edge of the zone. Odd man out is now actually going to be the Falcons. As you can see, it's going to be Silzen laying down, Draft King on the opposing side. Tycon has been kind of defending up over here. And talking about Tycon just a little while ago, these guys are just beat it in.
And look how calm, cool, and collected Silzen is. That man, the amount of international experience and success alone. I mean, he's just chewing his gum. He's like, yeah, this sucks, but we got it. We'll figure it out.
This reminds me of something that happened back in 2018. Let me give you the breakdown on what happened. You know, there's some old hands that we're looking at in this last circle, right?
Old, but yet still very effective. There's still 2 members. This is a 4-on-2 here. Is again, Cerberus have just done an amazing job controlling from the southwest, taking their time, winning all of their gunfights. Again, the desk was talking about it, the ability for them, as well as the expendables in the last game. These APAC teams are really just decimating the other teams in these straight-up 4-on-4s.
I mean, if you look at our overall leaderboard, we're seeing some phenomenal gunplay come out. The tactics is getting just cleaner and cleaner. And like a big part of competitive PUBG is, again, the realization of learning what fights you can actually take and win. And Cerberus is doing such a great job of exploiting that. 12 kills right now. They've got control of the south. Falcons and Na'Vi are near on top of each other, given how the circle is going to be looking. So they're just continually just taking a stranglehold of the circle.
Oh, and that cover's gone. Yeah, those are one of the destructible ones. So now Hamas, as well as the Haisaki behind him, is like, oh, shoot.
That was an instant like,
and that nade was beautiful. It landed in his mouth.
Now we talk about the fact of how good Cerberus is doing right now. Let's keep in mind, this is Uba and Exam. This is not a duo to take lightly. They
No,
will, if
not
you
at
make
all.
one small mistake, they will ruin your day. As you can see, Hamas learning from that one is going to step away.
Tycon desperately trying to find the other members. He knows that there's another team in Falcons out there as Duckmai taking shots over towards Na'Vi. They still have a little bit of this weird ridge to play against Na'Vi, but Hibas is going to go down.
DraftKings has managed to get kind of sneaky over here. You know, creep into this angle. Tycons knows that he's kind of around here. That's why he's playing the opposite side of the vehicle. But the more and more Na'Vi can just be distracting means that Falcons can kind of move into some really cool flanks.
When you are one of the players, though, that isn't prone on your belly, like finding players in these fields can be really frustrating. I definitely wasn't the biggest fan of these field endings, but this one isn't as egregious as some of the other ones we could have seen.
Yeah, start dropping off backpacks and creeping around, making hissing sounds is something that could be happening here. But I like this. Instead, let's start bringing out, you know, like the portable shields. Let's drop those so that way we can get more defended line. Make sure the fact that we only have to deal with Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, look at this push. He is going to be spotted out by Tycon. Actually, no, it's Uba and a knock coming out from Haisaki.
Big play to turn that one up. Tycon got himself a good sniper in hands as this game is just creeping closer and closer. We're in phase number 8. We still got one more circle to go, but let's be honest, this circle already belongs to Cerberus, and it feels like the next one probably is going to as well.
I was going to say, look at DraftKings, though. He's gotten this really wide flank, and he's going to find Duckmai as he's taking shots as well as Haisaki.
And oddly enough, now with Cerberus having had moved forward to deal with what's going to be going on, Silzen tried to come down from the north. He wanted to go for a pinch, but he's going to go down. Now it is all just DraftKings. They know exactly where he is as well. His back's up against that blue zone right along the edge. Cerberus now has control of the center, and Tycon is just waiting for him to peek. Oh, man. What are you going to do? The aggression now coming out. 15 kills. Get ready, it's about to be 16, but I don't know. A P90 can't turn around.
Yeah, I would absolutely, especially with these smokes, I would not sleep on the ability of DraftKings here. But never mind, Tycon finds it, and Cerberus with 16 kills will close out the last game of day 1.
I don't know how that affects the overall leaderboard, but Cerberus were creeping up in that second place position, and a massive win like that is going to be real tasty to walk away from.
Yeah, that was absolutely disgusting. Cerberus showing up just like their fellow region mates, the Expendables, in the last game. That was, I think they're in first place. I think you're right.
They are. I'm not 100% certain, but I gotta say, dude, Tyloo, the Expendables, Cerberus, what is going on right now? And I'm loving every second of it.
I actually really, again, love the way that Cerberus was playing that game, coming off of that rotation.
And now we move into the amazing highlights.
Welcome back. Cerberus takes themselves a big win. Another big win, I should say, as they come out with their second one and prove that they are here to play and here to stay, Martin.
Yeah, insane game here for Cerberus. And we talked about them before, of course. It's the second win of the day, as you said. And again, this one is just even bigger. I'm just sad Duckmai didn't survive in the end.
Yeah, well, you know, there was a lot of cheering going on. I was excited to see the Falcons finally do something.
Step up, yeah, for sure.
So that was a caw for them as they come out and get themselves that second place. For there was a moment.
Is that what Falcons say? Is that
I'm not a bird. I'm not a orator. What is it? People who watch birds?
I don't know the English word for it, but yeah.
I don't either. It's definitely not orator. Hopefully I am a decent orator. Well, these teams are playing very, very well, and I do want to say that Falcons, though, that backstab attempt by DraftKings, very noble. Yeah. They sort of let that Na'Vi Cerberus fight play out as long as they possibly could, and ultimately it didn't work, but it was close.
I would love to see a case where they go full foreman on one side, because there's no way they lose enough to not take a 2v2 or 3v2 versus Falcons or Na'Vi in that case. But Navi's consistency today, man, that has been insane to watch.
Absolutely insane. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, brought to you by STC Play. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Martin, or Avenger, as you like to call him, here on the desk to break down what's been an amazing first day of PGS 2 action. We're going to be giving away prizes, sort of the plays of the day, so stick around because we got a little bit more to talk about here. But you're right, Na'Vi for me has also been Tyloo, of course, crazy good right now. But Na'Vi, outside of that one game, they got 9th, and 9th's still pretty respectable. You got to have a bad game. That's a good way to do it. Everything else was top 4. These guys are defending world champions, and they are proving it right now.
We were talking about it, right? When it's $1 million plus event, they just turn on, and the consistency and placement is just crazy, right? But of course, again, it's only group stage. They have to keep the train going and keep the steam up.
Absolutely, and that's, I think, the hard part. You have to keep that steam going because you put everything in, you finish in first place, but really only the top 16 matters right now, right? To get to that winner's bracket and make the next move. So keep that momentum. Let's see if they can maintain it. Luminosity had that momentum.
Yeah, you don't want to win both
around.
Group stage and winner's bracket, then you go into the finals, and
it can put you in a very tough situation. So we'll keep monitoring that. But either way, starting now, guaranteeing that you go to that double elimination, that's what it's all about. And for teams, particularly Na'Vi and I think Tyloo at the end of the day today, now the Expendables, they should feel pretty comfortable. Cerberus, they should feel pretty comfortable going forward into tomorrow.
Yeah, Cerberus looking extremely good. Also, it's pretty impressive that we have 2 teams with 2 wins each, right? And on top of that, it's just, it's looking extremely strong for this win here. It's 16, I should say here.
16K club.
14 grenades, though, on Cerberus. 16 on Na'Vi. It was a super, super heavy utility end game here.
And we don't have the blues up there. Remember, the idea of blue zone grenades on every single map is just starting out.
Yeah.
But we saw it in that end game. That was being used as well. We saw, I think, one of the best utility plays I've ever seen as D+ tried to take a Shack and was just denied.
Yeah,
maybe Petrichor tried to take it.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe in the future, when we have, we'll have more stats, we'll have, the Molotov, one Molotov thrown, 100 damage done. And, we'll go through, okay, you threw 50 grenades, but you only did 40 damage with them. That would be cool to see in the future. But yeah, here, of course, the winner chicken dinner team stats for you. Tycon popping off almost 1,000 damage. Him has popping off almost 1,000 damage. 6, 5, 4, 1. That is insane.
I mean, all the entire left side popping off, 4 kills, 600 damage. And even looking at the anchor, Hisaki sort of playing that last position, he's still doing 231. He's still out there putting in the work. He took 450, so he was playing that shield, make sure I watch the back, do what I need to do to get you guys to the end game. But I thought for a minute they were in some trouble there. Na'Vi blew up all of their cover. They were in a situation where I think they had 1 deployable shield, and really that was about it.
Yeah, and I actually love that, right? You have the hay balls that you can throw up with nades, but of course it is Tycon that's going to be Kadia man of the match here. Of course, 6 kills, rightly so, as you said. And yeah, able to clutch that in the end. And also taking a fair fight with or an honest fight, actually, with a P90 in the Enter versus Draft game. I was like, okay, he's actually taking that. He won it with the AUG.
It was, that P90, I thought it was going to turn into a 1v1 there.
I thought so too, yeah.
But he got it. He got that kill. That AUG, very powerful gun, just entered the meta as well, and it seems to be embraced by a lot of those players who like that 5.56.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, I was hoping to see a little bit more arm action, but he was just popping off with the AUG all the time.
It's one of those things when you're looking at 100 meters and you've got that spray power.
Right.
It is what it is. We all love the it's still like my spirit animal, but it's just so hard to use in those.
I hear so many players as well say the AUG with the 3x and 4x spray on them is just unparalleled anything else. It's just crazy that you're able to get that through. But the match leaderboard here, 26 going Cerberus way. As you said, Falcons, good to see them up here with 13. And of course, D+ Kia 11. Na'Vi 10, again, another double-digit match for them here and another top 4 placement for them. They have had 3 second places. A 4th place and a 9th, as you said, and of course here in the end, it's been too good to them.
They've had great performance, but on the other side of that, we have played 6 games and 4 of them have been won by 2 teams. Cerberus takes 2, Tyloo takes 2, and I think that really speaks to how strong this lobby is, because I definitely didn't expect to see double wins by 2 different teams. Now let's look at the overall leaderboard right now. Cerberus with that win will move into 1st place. Tyloo is going to be in 2nd with 56, and then Na'Vi on their consistency, yet no chicken dinners, will climb the route to 3rd.
Yeah, and on top of that, we can say congratulations to Cerberus and Tyloo. They are going to the winner's bracket with this amount of points here. Na'Vi, likely us also, but also we're looking down the list here. 43, that's a really good statement. You need 20, 25 going into winner's bracket quite easily, so it's good to see. But on the other hand, we'll have to look at the bottom 2. Forest, 13 points. It's just a rough day for them. And Twisted Minds and Luminosity Gaming, 2 teams,
both unacceptable.
Tied on 24 here. It's 2 teams that we expect to be on that left side of the board, kind of in the top 5 as well in these group stages.
And they're not that far from the left. So as you're watching, as you're a fan, you're like, they're not that far off the left, Toffees. Why are you so mad about this? But it's because I expect those two teams in particular, the pedigree, the skill level, they should be top 5.
Exactly.
No questions asked.
We have them in such high regard, right?
Yes.
We're expecting so much from them, and they have shown us so many times before at other international events that they have been up there. Luminosity Gaming, PGS 1, they were unstoppable. Twisted Minds, they have been for years unstoppable at international events, right? So, but then again, not a day one team, so let's see what they're able to do on their last day of play.
That's true. And remember, tomorrow we switch it up. We've got a new group coming in here. We will see the return of B as they take on BC tomorrow. And then A is going to have to sort of wait in the wings. But I guess they get a benefit. A lot of players tell me they like having that sort of first last day, get to set a record and get to move over and sort of finish it the way they want to.
Yeah, and of course, Tyloo playing tomorrow too.
All right, so it sounds like we are just about ready to check out our play of the day. It's going to be the Colonel's Choice. A big moment here. You see this action. It's going to be Master with the backstab on Na'Vi that I think ultimately cost them the game.
Yeah, it did 100%. Na'Vi had a fantastic 2-2 split in that game, and they could hold out all the east inside there if they were 4 guys strong, and it's an easy win for them. And it's just one of those second-place games for them.
Watch how the end of how this match runs out. We do see this is Tyloo taking themselves a victory and playing that AUG. Again, lots and lots of AUGs we've seen come forward. Example, trying to make the most of this 1v1 at the very end, but it was not to be. I believe this is the one where we see Tyloo come out here.
Yeah, exactly. Jiaoyang, big clutch for him, of course. One of the games that they were able to hold on today. Of course, on Tego.
All right, so that is the save of the day by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. Let's check this one out. I think we remember it. Nice little knock here from Petrichor Road. And I believe they were able to pick him up and run him back to safety. Now, this was tough. They tried to go for the reds, but that blue just kept on closing. So this is one of those mechanics they added recently that I think has been a really big impact in the game.
Yeah, I love that. And on top of that, you're able to put in your team members into cars now and drive away with them. That's another thing that's we're going to see a lot of cool things off. Of course, another one here, Save the Day by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib.
It is. There were so many good saves. We said, let's just keep on showing the pickup and carry. There was a lot of those. Tots, we saw a couple cars and drive away. We saw a couple of those rescues that, honestly, there were 2 that were almost ruined by blue zone grenades because you think, oh, I just got to the edge, and there's an extra blue zone that just came out of absolutely nowhere.
There's also the Na'Vi one where they put him in the car and drove him into the gas station in Miramar. That was good to see.
Very, very nice. All right, let's check out the ride of the day brought to you by Abdul Latif Jamil Motors. Oof. It just do be like that sometimes.
It does. Let's see if we have some more. The pull-ups we saw here, actually, DraftKings getting completely torn away by Sabim. And this was actually the spot where 17 Gaming, they were like, okay, they're fighting. We're going to see multiple. And yeah, it's just sometimes you're able to really read the kill feed and you're able to get in and say, all right, that compound might be free, and they were able to drive in there. Of course, phase 2, there's multiple here. Yeah. There's some really interesting ones. Let's see if we see some of the more crazy ones.
I thought we were going to see that nice little grenade there in the end of the last match. If you missed it, go back and watch the replay where we saw D+ take out all of Petrichor with one beautiful cook.
That was more of a ride or die kind of grenade day.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at tomorrow's matches because we are back with even more. It's a change up of the groups. B will return, C takes the field, and match 7 and match 8 will begin in the beautiful Orangle. We'll see the return of Tego and then wrap up with Miramar. It's been an awesome day of PUBG as we wrap up the first day of PGS 2. There's a whole lot ahead of us, but what was your biggest takeaway? What are your final thoughts for today?
Of course, Tyloo being able to step it up from the very get-go here and guarantee themselves a spot into the winner's bracket after day 1 performance. That is crazy to see. A new roster put together here for the last couple of months. And yeah, Shen, you know, Prodigy coming in, yeah, he had PGC performance, but here stepping up like this, and Jiaoyang just showing like the pedigree that he has, he was able to clutch multiple moments.
You can register right now at STC Play for your chance to get in the game as well. Thank you very much. I loved what you said about Shen there. He was at PGC, but he got 27, so he's kind of, this is showing maybe.
Stage where we are joined by Jiaoyang from Tyloo, an absolutely incredible performance throughout today for you and your team. 2 chicken dinners early on. Now, once you managed to collect those chicken dinners and get a lot of points on the board, did that, release a lot of pressure for the rest of the day and make you feel more comfortable?
那今天分别在米拉玛还有泰哥吃了2把鸡嘛，就表现得十分出色。请问有对于你在比赛上面的压力有所大减吗？
其实我们也是因为没有压力，然后才能打得成今天这样的成绩吧。
Yeah, I don't think we feel really stressful for the tournament, so I think that's the main reasons that we did very well for today.
سألنا اللاعب جاو يانغ من فريق تايلو كيف كان أدائهم في اليوم الأول بما أنه حصل على تشيكن دينارات في خريطة ميرامار وخريطة تيغو. هل هذا خفف الضغط عليهم بالشوط الثاني من المباريات؟ رده كان بسيط جدا، ما كانوا حاسين بالضغط من بداية اليوم وعشان هيك أدائهم كان قوي جدا في اليوم الأول.
Well, you've obviously not felt too much pressure coming into today because you've performed so well. You proved to everyone that. But you know what? I wanted to ask you about Tego because one question that's been running through my mind is how does it feel to be the first team to claim a Tego chicken dinner on a global LAN?
就是这一次 PGS 2首次投入了泰哥这个图嘛，作为这一次首次线下国际赛事上面的泰哥图吃鸡队伍，你有什么感想呢？
其实还是比较兴奋的吧，但我只能说这个不会是第一次，我们之后也要在维韩迪地图也要吃第一级。
I would like to say we are super excited about that, but that's not the end of our the first chicken dinner of the map. If there is Vikenda, the map is going on to the tournament, and we're gonna get the chicken dinner, first chicken dinner as well.
سألناه وحبينا ناخذ رأيه للاعب جاو يانغ بخصوص خريطة تيغو وكيف شعوره وإحساسه بعد ما حصلوا أول تشيكن دينر في البطولات العالمية على الخريطة. شعوره كان كثير مستمتع وكثير مبسوط بسبب إنه حصلوا هذا الفوز التاريخي، لكن برضه متحمسين لكمان تشيكن دينرات وهذا ما حيكون الوحيد اللي حيحصلوه في باقي البطولة.
So, Zhao Yang, we've spoken about how well you've played today. Now, I want to know how you plan on carrying this momentum into tomorrow because you're playing again tomorrow.
那你们计划会怎么把今天吃鸡的气势带到明天的赛事呢？
就保持着现在的一个平常心吧，不要想着今天拿的太多分，就继续一直以这样的一个心态去打下去就好了。
We're gonna keep that calm for the match, not to be too aggressive, and keep going for the rest of the matches.
آخر سؤال حبينا نسأله إنه كيف حيضلهم يبنوا على الأداء اللي حصلوه على النقاط اللي حصلوها في اليوم الأول، ورده كان جميل وبسيط جدا. مبدئيا مبسوطين كثير على الأداء اللي قدموه وحيضلهم يلعبوا بنفس الستايل الخفيف، ما حيكونوا اوفر اجريسيف، وحياخذوها فايت ورا فايت خطوة ورا خطوة في باقي المباريات.
Well, Zhao Yang, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage for your post-day one interviews, and thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing what you and the rest of your team bring to tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
You may exit the stage because we now have another interview, Sandstorm. Really? I can't believe it. You look so surprised. He's joking. He knew about this interview all along. We would like to welcome now to the main stage from the Expendables, it is Duck Juice.
بنرحب اعزائي المشاهدين باللاعب دك جوس من فريق The Expendables بعد الاداء الاسطوري في مباراتنا الخامسه.
Well, congratulations, I think, are in order, Duck Juice, for an insane match number 5. What a chicken dinner. 14 kills. I was going to say eliminations, but 14 kills works just as fine. How did you guys feel after that match and you bumped up the leaderboard into second place?
Kia là sau trận đấu điên rồ với lại 14 kill vừa rồi thì kiểu em cảm thấy như thế nào khi mà đội mình một phát nhảy lên tới tận hạng 2 luôn?
Thì sau trận đấu top 1 vừa rồi thì đối với bọn em rất là cảm xúc và bọn em mong rằng trận sau có thể top 1 nhưng mà nó đã không may mắn xảy ra với bọn em ạ.
Okay, so obviously we were very emotional at that moment, and we also hope we're gonna get the next chicken in the next match, but it didn't happen, obviously.
حابين ناخذ رايه لدك جوس من فريق الاكسباندبلز. اول شيء حكينا له مبروك على الاداء الاسطوري وال14 اقصاء والكل اللي قدروا يحصلوها في مباراتهم الخامسه بعد ما وصلوا للمركز الثاني. فحبينا نساله انه كيف كانت الكوميونيكيشن بينه وبين الفريق، والكل كان مبسوط، الكل كان يعني اكسايتد كثير بعد الاداء اللي قدموه، وطبعا حيكونوا مستمتعين ليجيبوا كمان تشيكن دينر. ما زبطت معهم في المباراه اللي بعدها، لكن ناويين على تشيكن دينرات اكثر واكثر في باقي المباريات.
Now, Duck Juice, we'd like to think about how everyone's expectations were coming into this tournament, because for everyone both at home and everyone working here as well, we'd like to hear about how you're feeling. So we'd like to know, what were your expectations coming into this in terms of placement? So by the end of the day, what were you expecting from your team, and are you happy with where you ended on day one?
Với tất cả những sự kỳ vọng của khán giả và mọi người, đối với đội của mình á, thì em nghĩ là đội mình sẽ đạt được vị trí thứ mấy sau ngày hôm nay, kiểu em mong là vị trí số mấy.
Thì trong cái vòng loại này thì em mong trong top 16 là được, còn chung kết bọn em sẽ top 1.
So for the group stage, all I hope is within the top 16, and then move on to the next stage. I think we'll get the first place.
حبينا ناخذ راي اللاعب دكتشوس، كيف كان شعوره بعد الاداء باليوم الاول وكيف كانت توقعاته لادائهم باليوم الاول، ومبدئيا رايهم او خطتهم حتكون انهم يحصلوا على المركز 16 او التوب 16 مبدئيا ليوصلوا للمرحله الجايه من البطوله، وباذن الله حيكونوا مركزين على المركز الاول في باقي المباريات.
Well, you could take it one day at a time. That's what we hope for anyway, don't we? Now, I want to give you the floor. I want to let you say some kind words, I believe. Now, is there anything that you would like to say to your fans, to your friends, family who have been supporting you throughout this tournament? I know it's only day one, but you know, we might not get an opportunity to talk again on the stage, so what would you like to say?
Em có lời gì muốn gửi đến cho người hâm mộ cũng như là người nhà và các bạn fan đã cổ vũ cho mình ở nhà không?
Thì em cảm ơn những người hâm mộ đã ủng hộ bọn em, và con cảm ơn bố mẹ vì đã cho con đi theo con đường này ạ.
Okay, so I would like to thank my fans for all the support that they have been giving us so far, and also I would like to thank my parents because they letting me follow my passions.
اخر سؤال حبينا نساله، اعطينا له الفرصه ليحكي كلمه لكل مشجعينه وكل داعمينه وكل متابعين البطوله وكل متابعين الفريق، وبالنهايه حاب يشكر كل المشجعين ويشكر اهله اللي اعطوه الفرصه واللي عم بيدعموا برضه بهاي اللحظه وبرضه عم بيتابعوا البث، بدهم يشوفوا كيف حيكون اداؤه في باقي المباريات. الصراحه انا بشوفها شغله كثير حلوه.
Dr. we absolutely love an answer like that. Well, thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage for your post-day one interview, and best of luck in tomorrow's matches because you'll be playing once again. You may now leave the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Sandstorm, I believe that is it for day number one. I cannot believe it. What an absolutely incredible day of matches that we've had. To all the players, the talent and production, you've all been absolutely fantastic throughout this day. But we have so much more content, competition, matches to sink our teeth into. So for us right now, thank you so much for watching. My name is Banks and this is Sandstorm, and we will see you tomorrow.
Honestly, I've wanted more games, but unfortunately, yes, it is time to end day one. نشكركم جميعا على متابعتكم، ونشكر كل الحضور المتواجدين معنا في بوليفارد الرياض أرض الأبطال لنهاية اليوم الأول من PGS 2. نراكم بكرة بإذن الله بنفس التوقيت، وبإذن الله بنشوف مين يا ترى راح يطلع معنا بأقوى نتيجة. نشكركم على المتابعة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes for us. Oh, empty, I'll try, empty, I'll fight for us.
face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Effie, I'll try.